Oh my god, we're finally doing one of these again. Hey guys, it's Kevin again, and this is for the next of many catch-up videos for what I watched. I already did a video talking about all the movies coming out January through March. Now, in this video, we're going to talk about all the ones that came out from April through May. Right off the bat, I am thinking that this video will not be 4 hours long like the last one. I mean, it was kind of cool that it was that long, but like, you know, I know people probably don't want to watch a fucking 4-hour video of me talking about movies that came out forever ago. So I'm hoping that this one won't be as long. I will say, April specifically, I don't have a ton to say about a lot of these movies, so hopefully we'll be able to get through this a little bit quicker. And the only other thing I will say, and this applies to April specifically, the structure of this video is going to be a little bit different than the January through March one, mainly because there are points in the video that I already filmed forever ago, because this was the point where me and my girlfriend Allie met up. She came to Jersey, and we filmed stuff for the What I Watched video. There's only about 4 films we did it for. We both were sick with colds, so we sounded very nasally, so that's fun. Yeah, I'm excited to finally show you this footage that I've had forever, and I just have not had any reason to use it because I haven't put this video out until now, so I'm excited to finally show that to you guys, which is really funny considering I just came back from Canada to visit her, and we just filmed stuff for the What I Watched in October one, which you guys will be watching whenever the hell that video is up. But without further ado, I don't want to delay this any further. We're going to go ahead and start off with April, getting into the first movie. And what a doozy to start off with here, with fucking Morbius, of all movies. I'm sure this is a movie that people have wanted me to talk about for a long time now, and yeah, I mean, it's every bit as bad as you've heard. I will get that out of the way right now. This movie is truly just such a disgrace to comic book movies on really every level, starting off with Jared Leto. I mean, look, this is really supposed to be, like, the film that convinces us that he is this leading man for films like this, and they could not do a poorer job at convincing us, because his performance in here is so bad. The whole movie, even though this is supposed to be his big vehicle, that he should be very passionate about this, the whole movie, he just seems so just bored, like he would rather do literally anything else. There's no charisma that he puts into this film. He's kind of just talking like this the entire time. I don't know what's going on with Jared Leto lately. He's had some real stinkers, and like, this is easily, I think, one of his worst performances to date. He's so devoid of any sort of emotion, any sort of energy, and it's just really hard to watch, especially because obviously you're with this guy throughout. There's just really nothing to latch onto him as an actor, and I kind of just wonder why they went with him in the first place, because it doesn't really seem like he had any real enthusiasm for this whatsoever. So that already is a big red flag. The majority of the actors here also are pretty much all wasted. Adria Arjona is not bad for what she has, but she doesn't really have a lot to do. Tyrese Gibson is literally just playing like the cop. That's his entire role. He doesn't really do much of anything in this movie. He doesn't even really have a point in this movie, except for the movie feels like there should be this, like, investigation subplot, and that's the other thing. So much of this movie feels like it's from a different time, specifically, like, an early 2000s type of superhero movie, like something like a Daredevil or, like, a Lecter or something like that, where they were still trying to figure out how to make movies like this. But it's 2022, so it's even worse than you can imagine in that way. And getting into the writing, I mean, I literally just don't know how this screenplay was passed in the way that it was. Everything about this feels so incredibly convoluted, and it's not a hard premise to understand. Like, this is not a very hard story to tell. It's not like there's a ton of things going on. It's just nothing feels earned. Everything's so rushed through. It never feels like we're really getting a chance to get to know any of these characters. The movie starts off not terrible. There's a pretty good flashback with, like, there's a pretty good flashback here with Morbius and his brother, and I actually was liking what we were getting there, but it goes nowhere. It just rushes through pretty much everything, and, you know, the movie never really gives you a chance to really get you a sense of what's going on, why I should care about anything. The relation with his brother is supposed to be, like, a very crucial part of the movie. It never really feels like it is. So yeah, there's so many things about this that just don't really work. The dialogue in this movie, oh my god, it's terrible. No, he does not say it's Morbin time. I want to get that out of the way right now. That is not something that is said in this movie. I understand it's a meme and whatnot, but That's not something that is said here. So if you're excited for him to say it's Morbin time, I have some news for you. That is not something that is said in the movie, and you will be disappointed if you are going to the movie for that reason. If you're watching the movie for that reason, the screenplay overall, it's just so piss poor the way it is constructed. The only thing I can give this film in terms of a positive is Matt Smith. I actually don't think that Matt Smith is actually too bad in this movie. I think he's the only person in the movie that seems like he's legitimately having fun. He's putting charisma in. He's just very naturally likable. And it might just be because I think Matt Smith is just an actor that he doesn't really give a bad performance. He always seems like he's enjoying what he's doing, and that very much is the case here. That being said, the character he's playing is so fucking goofy, but you know what? He does a good job in doing it. You're having fun with his character. Every time he comes on screen, it feels like there's a little bit more energy. It's not fully there, but it feels like, you know when you're asleep and then you wake up and it takes you a little bit to wake up? Matt Smith is the little bit it takes you to wake up. Like, it feels like finally you're starting to enjoy it more, and then Jared Leto starts speaking and puts you right back to sleep. Like, that's the best way to describe this movie. It's so bad on every level in terms of writing. Oh my god, the visuals here are so terribly constructed. I have no idea really what they were thinking. Nothing looks good. Everything is like terribly designed. CGI is just really bad here. Especially when it comes to the climax of this movie. I have not seen a climax this incompetent in so long, but it's one of those climaxes where they clearly want this to be, like, very thrilling, and the CGI just completely takes you out of it. I could not believe what I was seeing when it came to the cinematography in this movie. It's easily one of the worst parts of this movie by far. It honestly makes the film quite unwatchable at points. The score, not really that great here either. The director, Daniel Espinosa, really adding no sort of flair or specific feel to this movie. It feels very run-of-the-mill in that way. That's why I said it feels very much in common with, like, a 2000 superhero movie, one that just doesn't really have much of an identity of its own. And then there's the post-credit scene, and my god, this movie already is terrible. But then you get to the post-credit scene, and I legitimately just don't understand how we got this. And I understand right off the bat that marketing in films is not always going to be 100%. It is going to be slightly misleading. There's going to be some things that they change in post and things like that. But with how much they hype up the character of the Vulture, which, spoilers, but everyone's seen this movie at this point, I feel like, that wants to, so I don't think this is too much of a spoiler. With how much everyone has wanted to see the Vulture, how much they hyped him up, at points making it seem like this movie was about the two of them teaming up, and then he's literally relegated to just like two post-credit scenes that really just leave you in a state of confusion because it feels so disconnected from everything else. It's just so incredibly puzzling to me. I have no idea how they decided to do this. Neither of these post-credit scenes make any sense. I am so baffled by the marketing here. Why would they proclaim that this character was going to have this huge role in the movie, and then he's not even in the fucking movie until the end? And at that point, it kind of feels like a completely different movie that we didn't get. I have no doubt that they filmed other footage with the Vulture. I am sure that there is a version of this movie that exists where the Vulture is far more integral, but for some reason, that part of the movie has just been completely, just for whatever reason, just thrown out. I don't know what happened, but it is not a part of this movie at all. The post-credit scenes we get here are easily some of the worst I've ever seen, and it just feels like they're there so they somehow, somehow the audience still feels like they got something. Somehow the audience still feels excited, and I remember the crowd that I saw this with was not excited in the slightest. They were just very confused as to what was going on, as was I. This is just a big train wreck pretty much from start to finish. It's easily one of the poorest comic book movies I think I've ever seen. D for Morbius. I know this movie's like a big meme movie for a lot of people, but I honestly don't even think it works really well as a meme movie. I think this film is just incredibly boring, very hard to sit through, and truly is one of those comic book movies where I'm just going to constantly question, like, how did this get passed in the way that it did? How did anybody think this was the best version of this movie we could have gotten? There were so many other things they could have done to reconfigure these movies, and they chose, like, none of those paths whatsoever. Just an absolute disaster all around. Oh, look, another movie that's an absolute disaster, The Bubble. I will say right off the bat, I actually think this is a pretty good concept. I like the idea that we're watching people who are filming a movie during COVID. There's a lot of fun things you can do with that, sort of like the stipulations that they had to go through, sort of like the changes that were made to the script on the fly. There's a lot of different things they can do. The problem is, this movie goes for the most easy jokes possible. Every possible COVID joke that you could think of that is so old hat by now, despite the fact that it's only been happening for 2 years we've gotten COVID movies now. And, yes, obviously it's not like, been going on for years, but it feels like it has because we've been getting such an onslaught of them. I mean, this film is probably one of the poorest attempts at doing so. I mean, all of the jokes here just fall so incredibly flat to me. I was honestly shocked by how bad the screenwriting was here. I mean, look, Judd Apatow, I love him as a director. I think he's directed some of the best romantic comedies, some of the best coming-of-age movies of the past decade. I think he is really good when he has a vision. Unfortunately, I feel like that's the problem with this movie, is that he just didn't really have much of one. This really feels like a movie where he was in quarantine and he was just completely out of ideas, and he was so incredibly bored. So he conjured up the most basic screenplay he could have, and somehow it got turned into an actual movie, and now here we are. And I mean, everything about this film just doesn't really work at all. There's no real characters to latch onto or anything like that. It just feels like he had no idea of how he wanted to go about this, and just a really strange movie to even involve yourself in. I don't really know why he decided to do this, because nothing about this film feels like a Judd Apatow movie. It doesn't have the quirky humor that we usually get. It doesn't have the, really emotional moments. It doesn't have the more the stuff that really tugs at your heartstrings. Doesn't really have any of that in this movie. It just feels like something that he made because he was bored. And I'm all, I've said this before, I'm all for directors going in different directions, but this just feels like this stark departure from his other works, and it just kind of makes you forget that he's the one at the helm the entire time. I mean, the worst moments of this movie, I feel like at points are resembling a Friedberg and Seltzer movie. There are so many just random cameos here that's what it very much was reminding me of, and I really want to be past that era. Let's not bring that back, Judd Apatow. That was a dark time for comedy. Let's not bring that back. And there are points in this movie that very much do hint at that, and that was easily, I think, when this movie is at its worst. I do think there was potential here to be fun. Not everything is terrible. I think Karen Gillan does give, admittedly, a pretty good performance here, but I think, again, she's a likable actress, and it's hard to get a bad performance out of her. I think, for the most part, she is an actress that I usually just really like seeing, because I think she's very charismatic in that way. But what a waste of actors. Maria Bakalova, for example, I'm so happy she did Bodies, Bodies, Bodies when she did, because I did not want this to be the movie she was remembered for after Borat's subsequent movie film. Thankfully, she has Bodies, Bodies, Bodies. She has a really good role in that, but here, she is utterly wasted. I don't even remember the character that she played. I don't remember really any of these characters, to be honest with you, because they just weren't memorable in any way, shape, or form. There's just so many baffling writing choices. The character decisions are so nonsensical in this movie, particularly towards the third act of this film. I mean, it just goes completely off the rails, and I don't know what they were thinking in terms of the way they decide to wrap up this movie overall. I don't think anything they did there really ended up working. I will also say I don't think Peter Serafinowicz is bad in this film. I think he honestly does play kind of a fun role in Gavin, and you kind of get to see a little bit of what Apatow was going for, but it was completely lost in translation, and man, I mean, there was so much that needed to be rewritten here. Look, I'm hoping that what can happen here is that Judd Apatow is going to write something really great, and it's going to just erase any thought we had of this movie, but this is very much going to be the lowest point in his career. I thought This Is 40 was. I don't like This Is 40 at all. I feel like that's a movie that he made when he was in a midlife crisis, and he needed a film to make himself feel better, but he just had no idea what to do beyond that. This feels even more thinly sketched than that, because at least with that film, he had some idea of what he wanted to do. This doesn't even feel like an idea. This just feels like a movie you make when you're bored, and you don't really put the same passion into it, because, well, well, you're bored. You just want to do something to kind of pass the time, and that's exactly what this feels like to me. It's by far one of the worst films of the year. It's such a failure on pretty much every level. I understand the cinematography is not supposed to be great. They're trying to film this like Jurassic Park type CGI film that's like really overly done, but honestly, in the same way that film is just the cliches that they were pointing out that film for, this film still exudes some of those similar qualities, and I just feel like in general there was so much more that they needed to do. And I remember from when this was first teased, like a lot of people thought this was an April Fool's Day film, and it kind of does feel like one throughout with how little effort people are putting into this movie. It doesn't really feel like there's any reason for this to exist whatsoever. This is just such a terrible comedy that I was very disappointed by. D for the bubble. I was severely let down by this one. Better Nate Than Ever, I honestly wish was getting talked about a lot more than it really is, because yes, on the surface, this is a film that we have seen plenty of times before. You have this kid who wants to achieve this dream of going onto Broadway and getting this audition in Stitch the Musical, which, first of all, can we make that a real musical? Like, there's so much potential with that. Let's make that an actual thing. But he wants to be in that, and yes, we have seen that done 1,000 times before, and he kind of, realizes how he's kind of in over his head, but he still wants to do whatever he can to like achieve his dreams. But I feel like this movie does enough work to make that concept really work here. Part of that is due to both of the main actors here, who both do an incredible job. Ruby Wood, I think, is fantastic here. I've never seen him before, but he exudes so much charisma, so much presence on screen. He's somebody you just really enjoy watching in this movie. I really liked what he ended up doing here. My God, can he sing? He has a really incredible voice, and I really enjoyed, getting to hear his performances in this movie, despite them being pretty limited. I will get into that a little bit later, but I do think his performance is really strong here, but especially Aria Brooks, who plays his friend Libby, I thought nearly stole the entire movie for me. She is so funny throughout this movie. She does a really great job of making this character stand out. Yes, she wants to be this friend to Nate, but she has an identity of her own, and I thought overall she really played that role very well. I was very impressed by what she ended up doing in this movie, and both of them are just so likable that alone adds to the fun of this movie. But the other thing I really enjoyed here is, again, just how entertaining this film really is. It feels so like inspiring in that way. You really find yourself latching onto Nate because you can take his passion for Broadway and kind of just apply it to anything that you've ever had a dream with, anything you've wanted to latch onto in your life, that people say you can't do. You can very much latch onto that when it comes to Nate, and I think the film does a really good job with that, and that's something I really did appreciate about this film. I like the fact that this film, really just kind of goes for it when it comes to that story, and I think they do enough work to really make that work. But also Tim Federell's directing. I mean, we already know he does a really good job with High School Musical, the musical, the series, and that fun and bouncy tone does carry over here, but he also adds this real sense of heart that is absolutely infectious throughout when it comes to all of these characters, whether it be, Nate's relationship with his friend Libby and sort of, their whole back and forth that is really fun to watch, or his relationship with his brother, Anthony, who doesn't really understand him at first. He doesn't understand the passion that he really does have. But as the film goes on, you can see he starts to have this genuine love for his brother, and that ended up being one of my favorite parts of the movie. Lisa Kudrow's character is fantastic here. She's this aunt that's kind of been ostracized by the family for being kind of weird, and her and Nate really connect, and I thought she had some of the best scenes within the entire film. Norbert Leo Bus is great here, too, as the father. I really liked what he ended up doing in this movie. I always enjoy seeing him in things. Really, my only complaints with this film is that, yeah, the film is very predictable. Like I said, it kind of goes through all the beats you were expecting. The film also can get very ridiculous at points, and I do think it is hard to take it seriously sometimes just because of how ridiculous it does get. And I honestly do wish the film had a few more musical numbers. The ones we get are really good, but I just don't think there were enough of them. The movie was kind of promoted as a musical. It's really not. There's like 2 songs throughout the entire movie, and both of them I enjoyed, but I do think there was room to implement some others. And I don't know if it was because they didn't want the movie to be too long or anything like that, but I do think the film would have actually been elevated by a couple musical numbers that are in there. And I don't think this is a film overall that's going to win a lot of people over. I think there are going to be some people who just kind of write this off as just kind of generic schlock. But I don't know. I felt like the message and just the general energy from everybody, it just poured over throughout all of this film. And it was impossible to resist. And that's what really made this movie work for me as well as it does. I think it also took me back to the days, and this is me getting a little personal. There were, when I was a kid, I was very into theater. It was something that was a very big passion of mine, as I'm sure many of you know, who watched my videos back in the day. It was like the main thing I wanted to pursue, and it kind of just took me back to those days of, maybe thinking over my head a little bit, with not a care in the world to really stop me from achieving these dreams. Even if they were kind of out of reach, I still wanted to go for them. And I think that's something this film does do a really good job here. And overall, I just think this is probably one of the better Disney Plus films out there. There's not a lot that I really would recommend, but I think this is one that actually is a lot of fun overall, and very much did win me over with just, again, its genuine love for what it's doing. It also has a love for the theater, which is always really great. It's just easily one of the most charming and wholesome films I've seen pretty much all year. I just really like what this film was going for. It's not necessarily the most original film in the world, but I think for what it does it really well. So for me, I'm going to give this, I'm better Nate than ever. I liked a lot, and this one gets a B from me. I think this film is a lot better than some people are expecting to be. It's not going to be for everyone, but for those who think it's really going to work for them, I really think you're going to have fun with this one, because I think it's definitely a film that has a lot of energy, has a lot of fun. It generally is very funny at points. I was laughing quite a bit throughout this movie, and overall, I think it's just one of the better films within Disney Plus, and not a film that's getting talked about enough. So yeah, definitely recommend this one. Apollo 10.5, A Space Age Childhood, I really wanted to like. I can see the clear passion that Richard Linklater had for this movie. He does a good job of trying to tell his child, kind of like a story about his childhood, and, showing how amazing of a time that was for him and whatnot. And I think he does do a good job with that. Also, the rotoscope animation is amazing here. I truly don't know how they're able to make it look as lifelike as it does. There were points in this movie, I'm not going to lie to you, where I forgot I was watching an animated film, just because of the textures, because of the authentic nature of everything. I mean, they do a really good job at making this feel as real, as, again, as natural as possible, and that's something that I just really enjoyed about this movie. I also thought the performances overall were really good here. Zachary Levi, for what he has, is really good, and Jack Black is a really good narrator. Jack Black is an actor that I always really enjoy watching, and he narrates a lot of this movie, and he does do a really good job with that. Milo Coy, who plays the younger kid, I think he's good for what he has in this movie, and there are some ideas here that I really do like, but ultimately this film just doesn't really feel that eventful to me. I hate to say this, but it feels like Richard Linklater looked at how a lot of directors are doing these films that are just very contemplative and kind of just a nostalgic look at their childhood, and he wanted to be on the bandwagon of that, and it just doesn't feel like he had a lot to bring to the table. And I think I would like this movie a lot more if it wasn't as reliant on narration as it is. Because like I said, Jack Black does a good job narrating, but there is a lot of narration to the point where it barely feels like we have a story here. There is so much that is skipped over in this movie. There is so much going on here that we really don't get to see, because Jack Black will tell us about it. He'll tell us about certain events in this character's life, and this is stuff that I want to know more about. I want to know more about what this character went through. I want to see more of his friends. I want to see more of his difficult childhood, and we don't really get to see that because it's constantly narrated through. Also, because of these endless montages throughout the film. I mean, there's so many moments in this film where we are just montaging through an important part of this character's life, and it really just bogged down for me because I never really felt like I got a chance to really live in with any of these characters, and so I didn't really latch on to anything that was happening. And so yeah, I definitely saw the passion here. I saw this as something that clearly means a lot to Linklater, but it just didn't really feel all that meaningful to me. And it sucks because I know there's a lot of people who have really enjoyed this movie, and there are some moments that are generally a lot of fun. When you see, the character of, when you see the character of Stan and him, watching Apollo, the space, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin going into space and him kind of imagining that he's there. Yeah, that's a lot of fun. When you see some interactions with his friends or his parents, yeah, there's some fun stuff there, but there just isn't enough of it. It really feels like because of the fact that we had so much narration, had so many montages, we really were just, it sacrificed some very important storytelling, and that's what ultimately did bring this down for me. So by no means a terrible film, just not nearly as good as I was hoping it would be. Unfortunately, C+ for this one. I think I'm in a bit of a minority with this. People seem to be really liking this movie, but it just didn't really end up doing all that much for me. So honestly, it was kind of a disappointment. I really like Richard Linklater a lot, but this is definitely for me one of his lesser films for sure. So I guarantee there's going to be a lot of movies here that just a lot of people haven't seen, but The Contractor is definitely, I think, one of the least essential films that I am talking about here. Right off the bat, this film somehow got a theatrical release, and I honestly have no earthly idea as to why, because everything about this film just screams like a random movie we just dump onto VOD. There is nothing about this movie that's even slightly remarkable. Yes, you do have some good actors in here. Chris Pine is obviously very good. He's a fantastic actor. He always gives a good performance, and he's doing what he can to elevate the material in this movie. I do think he does a really good job, specifically in the scenes where it is just him on his own. I think those are easily the standout scenes of the entire movie, when you're seeing this character and the dangerous missions that he's getting himself involved in. Yeah, there's something thrilling about that, and I do think that Pine does a really good job with that in this movie, and he easily is the best thing about this film, as is Ben Foster. We know that these two have a pretty good rapport, and when they're on screen, they definitely do have some pretty good interactions. But my God, every single possible beat that you can expect this film to go through, it does. There is not a single second of this movie that is even somewhat surprising to me. There's nothing in this film that I found to be, oh my God, that this was not where I expected this movie to go. That's not something I ever said throughout this movie. It is one of the most forgettable films I think I've seen all year. I mean, it's really is just, you have this character, he's discharged from the army, he is offered this job from a special forces sergeant, and he has this underground military mission that he's doing. He ends up getting caught in a conspiracy, and basically he now has to like do what he can to get home. Like that's his entire thing. Like there's not really much going on with this film. They try to have more, they try to add a little bit more to it, but it just doesn't quite work. Kiefer Sutherland, I will say, was in this more than I was expecting, but it doesn't mean his character really amounts to much, because I didn't really find him to be a very interesting character at all. The direction they went with him I found extremely predictable, so I wasn't too shocked about that. Jillian Jacobs is kind of wasted in this movie. I love her as an actress, but she really is just like the concerned wife. There really isn't much of a role for her at all in this movie, and I wish that she had a lot more to do. I will say the filmmaking is honestly pretty good here. It doesn't feel cheap at all. I think the cinematography is honestly kind of good, specifically scenes, like I said, where you have this character on his own. There are moments that hint at something a little bit deeper for this character, but there just isn't enough there. And also Ben Foster, I just don't think is in this movie enough. He's a fantastic actor, and yeah, I enjoy seeing him when he's on screen, but it feels like he's just kind of here as a way to, kind of sell this movie as like a re-team of Chris Pine and Ben Foster. That's not really what this movie is. Yes, Foster is in the movie for a considerable amount, but there's a point where he kind of goes away, and he's not in the movie much after that. And I wish we had more interactions between these two, because I think the film is better when these two are on screen together. The directing is kind of bland. There's not really a lot to say about Tarek Salah's directing and the way he goes about this movie. This is just overall a very forgettable movie to me. I really don't have too much to say about this one at all. It went in some very predictable directions. Kind of just what I was expecting it to be is exactly what it was. And, I guess that's okay. I would rather a movie be kind of just forgettable than complete complete shit, I will say that, but it really doesn't give me much to talk about here. So I'm just going to go ahead, give this one a C, and move on to the next movie, because honestly, I really don't have much to say. Nobody really saw this film. I have no idea how the fuck this got a theatrical release, but it did, and I did see it in theaters because I'm a maniac who sees fucking everything, and yeah, this just isn't really that great. So don't watch this one. It's not really worth your time.
You Won't Be Alone, I think, is honestly one of the more overlooked films of this year. Right off the bat, this is a film that, on paper, sounds like something we've seen before. We have this woman, and she's turned into a witch, and we kind of see her go through her, like, sort of, you know, her kind of recognizing, you know, who she is now, and her kind of adapting to new surroundings. But the way this movie goes about it is unlike anything I've seen before. Right off the bat, I wouldn't really classify this as a horror movie. This movie is trying to look at things in a much different way than other films. While a lot of these films would fill you with dread and negativity, this film is trying to provide you with a little bit more hope, a little bit more optimism in the situation that this character is going through, which at points feels kind of hopeless. The way that she gets here, you know, the whole thing is controlled by this other witch that kind of is like this very emotionally abusive sort of figure towards her, and the way that whole story is told went in a completely different direction than I was expecting, which I really did appreciate. But the other thing that really sticks out about this movie is just the unconventional nature of it all. Most of this film is told pretty much through monologues within the character's head, because the character loses her ability to speak like very early on, and so the film kind of has to find a way to get us to still understand how this character is feeling. And so it kind of feels like a Terrence Malick type movie at points, where a lot of it is through monologues, but I really think it works because it gets you to understand what this character is feeling in this given scenario. There is an ability that this character has as well that I don't want to spoil for people who haven't seen this movie, but I really like the direction they took it. It's something that I really haven't seen before in a movie like this, and I thought it really did end up working for what they really did. It added a lot of humanism to this movie, because that's a lot of what this movie is trying to get into. It's trying to dive more into the human side of things, where, yes, when you're a witch, you have a certain expectation, but this film is trying to be a little more hopeful. It's trying to dive into things like genuine love and things like that, and I think it does also the idea of self-love. I think there's a lot of allegories about that this film dives into very well. The cinematography also is immaculate in this film. I really like what they are going for when it comes to the cinematography here, and I mean, all the performances are fantastic, but specifically, I think when it comes to Sarah Klomoska in this movie, I've never really seen her before, but she is incredible in this film. I need to see her in more films immediately. I think she gave an amazing performance here, and I really hope we get to see more of her in future films. I think she has a real talent as an actress. I don't know what else she has done besides this film, but I really like what the performance that she ended up giving here. All the other actors are great too, but she really was the one who ended up sticking out the most to me. This is just such an interesting film, the way they decided to dive into everything. I don't really want to say much more than what I have, other than I very much recommend you do see this movie. My only real issues is that I do think the film can get a bit repetitive. There is, like I said, a certain ability this character has, and because of that, it does cause the movie to kind of just feel like we're seeing the same thing again. But I feel like enough is done differently within the use of this ability that it doesn't feel too repetitive. The film does feel a little bit slow, though. I will say it took me a while to get into this movie. Once we got past the initial setup, I think this film really took off for me, and I really liked how it ended up concluding. Especially, it really left a lasting impact. I've been thinking about the ending pretty much since I saw it, and it really has stuck with me since then. I very much recommend this one. I really think it's not getting talked about enough. It's definitely not going to be for everyone, because it's a very slow burn in that way. It's not in any way like a scary movie. It doesn't go in the directions you're expecting it to. But if you want something really unconventional and different, I really think this is the movie for you. B for You Won't Be Alone. Definitely has like some moments of tension, but this really is a much different movie than I was expecting, and I really do appreciate it for that. Oh my god, an awkward transition to some other location and some other day. What's going on here? No, like I said, sometimes throughout this particular What I Watch video, we are going to have Allie make some appearances because we watched some of these movies together in theaters, and I didn't want that to go to waste. So I figured I would bring her in for the first one, and that's for Sonic the Hedgehog 2, a movie that I honestly was kind of excited for. I wasn't a big on the first one, but this one just seemed like it had a little bit more going for it. And yeah, I enjoyed this one quite a bit, actually. I think this one is significantly better than the first one in pretty much every aspect. I mean, right off the bat, I think this movie just does a much better job when it comes to the world building. You get a lot more of a sense of what's at stake here. You get more of a sense of Sonic's powers and, what he really is like capable of. And I think that definitely adds a lot. But I also think the addition of Tails and also Knuckles really add a lot to this movie. The dynamic between Sonic and Tails is fantastic here. I think Ben Schwartz is just so good as Sonic. He really was born to play this role, and he never fails to just impress me here. And then Colleen O'Shaughnessy, I know she's played this role for a long time, so it's really cool she was able to be back here as Tails. You really just feel this sort of, kinship between these two. They're kind of like little brothers in that sense, and I just really enjoyed what they did when it came to Tails and Sonic. I think they're just so fun to watch in this movie, and my God, Knuckles is maybe one of my favorite characters in this film. I love Idris Elba in this role so much.
Me too.
Very much goes the Drax route, where it's like he takes everything so seriously. He never understands, the jokes and things like that. But it just works so well because that's entirely, in tune with his character. Like, this is someone who is just always so self-serious, always so determined, never realizes when somebody's joking, never realizes when he can just take a few minutes to just just relax. And I thought he was just a really fun character to watch. He had such a fun dynamic with not just Sonic, but also Dr. Robotnik, who Jim Carrey, I really liked in the first one, but I feel like here he was given a lot more to do, and they just utilized him a lot better in this movie. And I think having him team up with Knuckles especially was a big reason for that. So again, I think those two just add so much more to this film. It feels like we have this dynamic now that we just didn't before. This kind of went from this generic kids movie to something a lot more special. I'm now understanding, why people liked that first one so much, what they really saw in it. I feel like I definitely saw more of in this one. There's some really good action sequences here too. That snowmobile scene, the snow boarding scene you've seen a lot of in the trailers. Actually a really thrilling action sequence. They do a lot of really cool stuff with that, and I definitely really enjoyed that one quite a bit. I think that was definitely a big highlight in this movie for me. Again, I also like that Sonic in this movie has an actual arc. He isn't just this, mischievous sort of character. He really has to kind of figure out what it means to be a hero. Does he really want to be a hero? How does he go down that path? I thought they honestly handled that very well in this film. I felt that the bond between him and Tom was a lot more genuine in this movie. Not that it wasn't in the first one. I just felt like here they played into it a lot better, and I enjoyed what they ended up doing. With those two, how they had more of this father-son type dynamic, which was not necessarily what they were doing in that first movie. It felt much more like just outsider and human, and they ended up bonding. Here it's much more of a father-son type dynamic, and I just think it works a lot better. It just makes it feel more special, a little bit more profound in that way, and I really did enjoy that overall. Even the human characters, now I will say some of them still don't really do it that much for me. They still try to give them at least a little something more to do. Natasha Rothwell especially has this one scene that just had me in absolute stitches. I loved what they did with her. But I will say there is a significant portion of this movie that really could have been cut. It's really just here so the humans have some sort of conflict to do, something that they can, fit into this film. The whole wedding sequence that people have talked about didn't really need to be in the movie, but it's fun for what it is. I thought there was a really fun, climax here, really great action sequences. Just overall, I enjoyed this one way more than the first one. I wasn't really on board with this at first, but after watching this one, I definitely want to see more. I'm very happy this movie's making a lot of money. There's a very important post-credit scene at the end. Just way better than I think I ever could have expected it to be. So yeah, B for Sonic the Hedgehog 2. What did you think of this movie?
I actually just watched the first one
Yeah.
right before my trip. And I liked it, but it wasn't like as good. I thought this one was way better.
Oh yeah.
This one had more of a story and just like had more heart to it.
Definitely.
And it was
more genuine. More genuine.
It did, yeah. Like the other one, the first one was just a little more basic.
Didn't really
have much.
Yeah.
This one was actually like way more. It has heart. It has story. It had like fun dialogue and like, comedic scenes. Like, yeah.
And actually really funny too. Like I felt like the first one was like very hit or miss with its humor. This one I laughed like considerably more.
Yeah, I gave this one was like not as basic, obviously. And like I kind of echo you there. The wedding stuff we could have dealt without that, but I mean, I thought it was a nice touch at some points, but some of it was just kind of like, we don't need this. It's just kind of like filler. But I mean, some of the dialogue there was kind of funny.
Oh, definitely. There was some really funny that's the thing. It's like you can cut that from the movie, but you still lose like some really funny moments overall. So I'm not necessarily like upset that it's there. It's just really think about it in the grand scheme of things. It just feels a little inconsequential. Like it didn't really need to be there.
Oh yeah, this was definitely a fun movie, and like the acting was great.
Oh yeah,
I just think the cast has a lot of good chemistry.
Yeah. Even more so this time around.
Yeah, and like Ben Schwartz is always great.
He's
so funny.
Yeah, he's so good.
And like just everyone was so good, and I have really enjoyed this one. Like, I think what did I give it? A-?
I think I think you did.
Yeah, I gave this one an A- because there's only like a few things that need to be touched up.
Yeah.
Like nothing too crazy, just like use some characters some more and just like a few little things like that. But other than that, I like really enjoyed this one, and it was just so fun, and I definitely rewatch it.
Yeah, definitely. Also some really, like, generally great CGI as well. Like, they did a really good job, especially in the third act of the movie. I thought there were some really strong moments. But, yeah, overall, I like this one a lot more. I wasn't really that on board with this as a franchise, but I very much am now. So, yeah, definitely recommend this one. Very happy it's making a lot of money. And, yeah, really, really good stuff.
Yeah.
Overall. Oh my God, we're back already talking about the next one, and that's Ambulance from Michael Bay. Look, a lot of people seem to be really liking this film, and that's great. I went into it kind of dubious because it's Michael Bay. I hadn't been a huge fan of his, and this is what I'll say. This is not a bad movie. In fact, it's honestly pretty okay in a lot of aspects. But what really hurts it for me is that I just kind of came to the conclusion watching this film, I just don't think Michael Bay's style is one that I am particularly a big fan of. It's way too bombastic. It's way too just repetitive and in your face. And I'm just not really a big fan of it. I think it's way too focused on spectacle. And I won't deny that he has a style. Like, I'm not going to be one of those people who say, oh, Michael Bay doesn't have a style. He's a hack. Like, that's not what I'm saying here. I just don't think his particular way of directing movies really just vibes for me overall. I can't really get into the appeal for him as a director. I see why people enjoy him. It just didn't really work for me here, and I think that's what brings this movie down. The things that do work overall is that the cast here is... all three actors are really just kind of killing it here. Jake Gyllenhaal, I feel like, was born to play. At first it was very strange to like see him in a Michael Bay movie, but when you see what they give him in this film, it's like this is the kind of role that Jake Gyllenhaal just like eats the fuck up. This guy that's like yelling a lot, he's super overconfident. Like, he's really good in this movie. He's so egotistical to watch, and his character is one where you really never know what he's going to do. He's so unpredictable in that way. He doesn't really seem like there's any line he's like unwilling to cross, and I just really liked what Gyllenhaal ended up doing in this movie. Yahya Abdul-Mateen II, though, is also really good here because his character is extremely conflicted. He's someone who, yes, Jake Gyllenhaal is his brother, but he has been enlisted in the military for a while, and he's now kind of getting like pulled back into it, and he's unsure if, you know, he wants to fully go down this darker path or if he wants to continue pursuing a life, because, you know, he's got a wife and kids and things like that. So I thought that character was probably the most compelling for me, and I really think that their dynamic overall worked pretty well. I found myself really latching onto the brothers in this film, and I think that's what definitely puts it above other Michael Bay movies. And Isa Gonzalez's character kind of adds this layer to the film that is really interesting, because she isn't a nurse. She's an EMT. She's training to be you know, like a nurse and things like that. But she's the one that's tasked with, you know, saving the lives of the people that are involved in this bank heist and things like that. You know, she's trying to like save this. She's trying to save this partner of one of the characters in this movie's lives and things like that. I thought she was a very interesting character where she ended up going. Ultimately, my biggest issue with this film is, I think, one, it is way too long. The movie is it's almost 2.5 hours, and there really is no reason for it to be. I just found it to get very repetitive after a while. Like, there's only so much I can take of seeing these characters in an ambulance and Jake Gyllenhaal yelling and people trying to stop them. Like, there's only so much I can take of that. And I think that definitely brings the movie down. But the other thing is, the dialogue here is really bad for the most part. The screenplay is just not very good in this movie. There are a lot of moments that just don't really work for me. There are direct references to Michael Bay's other films, and I'm like, could you be any more like self-aggrandizing? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, he's literally referencing The Rock at one point. He references Transformers. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? I was not here for that at all. There are some really good action set pieces, though, I will definitely say that. Although, for me, most of the movie is like a big action set piece, so I can't really pinpoint one specific point that, like, this was a really great action set piece, but I do think they did a good job with that. The movie is very, like, loud in terms of, like, its sound design and things like that, so I think if that's something you're into, you'll really enjoy that. The film's very, like, immersive in that way, and the ending was actually, like, generally very emotional, and I thought they did a pretty good job with that, although I did find some aspects of it to be a little bit underwritten. So ultimately, I didn't dislike it, or like, I didn't absolutely dislike it, but it is a movie where I can't really say I overall liked it either, because there are just too many things that bring the movie down. There were many points where I just was really kind of checking out of it, but I think those three actors do hold it together. I think there are some strong moments in the film, but it's not really a movie that I really do see myself going back to at any time soon. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and give this one a C+. It's definitely more competently made than other Michael Bay films for sure, and I do think it has some generally well-written moments, but as a whole, I just wanted a little bit more from it. I don't think his style particularly works for me, so yeah, those are my 2 cents. What did you think of Ambulance?
Okay, I was very excited to see this one.
Yeah,
just like the premise and everything seemed pretty interesting, but yeah, honestly, like, this film had like good moments and some great ideas, but I definitely was checked out at times, and it was just kind of like boring and dragged on. Like, I kind of agree there. It was very long. Like, it shouldn't. Yeah. It didn't need to be. Like, honestly, like.
And I felt like every second of that length.
Oh yeah, I feel like it only needed like maybe hour 40-ish.
Oh yeah, easily.
That's all it needed. But
especially with this premise, like, it's so simple. Like, it's literally just like there's a bank heist and there's two brothers and they're involved, and like the cops are coming after them. Like, it's not really anything that complex. Like, it doesn't need to be that long.
Yeah, it was like the premise was very basic. It was just like a basic heist and like doctor kind of movie.
Yeah.
The acting was great. Like, obviously, like, Jake Gyllenhaal's phenomenal.
Oh yeah.
The rest of the actors were great too.
Yeah.
That like was the one that really like held it for me.
Oh yeah.
But other than that, like, I wasn't as thrilled as I as I expected it to be.
Yeah, I thought this movie was like really gonna surprise me going into just because of like what everyone's been saying.
I thought it was gonna be amazing, but like, it was just very mediocre. Very simple storyline.
Yeah,
but
simple's a good way to describe it.
But I did enjoy it. Like, had some good moments, but Didn't need to be that long.
No.
Yeah. I mean, there's some good like heart to it and everything, but like, and then the dialogue was just yikes. Some of it not very good.
No. No.
But yeah, other than that, like, it was good, but it also wasn't that great at all. I probably wouldn't rewatch it. Maybe, I don't know, but
I couldn't see myself rewatching it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give it a C+ as well.
All right. So I'm just going to be frankly honest with you guys. I don't really remember all the old Knives at all. Yes, Chris Pine, once again, good performance. Tanda Wanoon, also great actress, gives a great performance. But other than that, I really don't remember this one much. It very much bored me. Yeah, we have this story of like these previous lovers and there's like some kind of betrayal going on, but it just didn't interest me in the slightest. I think the way the story is presented, I think this honestly would have worked better if it just was like in order of events and not done in a non-linear fashion. I think that honestly made the movie a lot more boring to me, especially because I found the flashbacks to be far more interesting than what was going on in the present day. I didn't really find the stuff in the present day to really work all that well for me. The look of the film also, it's very drab, it's very boring, it doesn't really stick out in terms of cinematography. Yeah, overall, this just wasn't really that great to me. I don't really have that much to say about it because I kind of forgot about it. Yeah, it's a very throwaway thriller. You've seen it done 1,000 times before. It goes in the direction you're expecting. Yeah, C- for all the old Knives. At least this one didn't get a theatrical release because it's another film that's just very much a throwaway one, and I don't think many people saw this one either. Metal Lords is a film I desperately want to like. I think the premise of this movie is a really fun one. You have these two characters and they are very much, they devote themselves to metal. They kind of structure their whole lives around it. They want to be in the Battle of the Bands and they want to be worshipped, they want to be worshipped like the greats that they've looked up to, but they're not really all that great, but yet they still have that passion. I think that's a really fun premise. The problem is the way it's executed in this movie just really isn't the greatest. Right off the bat, I think the three central performances are fine here. Jaden Martell has not really been doing the best movies lately, but I think he always gives strong performances within them, and I like what he overall did in this film, so I do think he gave a pretty good performance here. I also was pretty impressed by Isis Hainsworth. I haven't really seen her before, but I thought she was a pretty big standout in this movie, and I overall liked what she did. Their relationship is a big part of this film, and I think that she, the two of them anchor the film quite nicely. I like what both of them ended up doing. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same when it comes to Noah Herrera, who I just thought was way too over the top in this movie. He's trying so hard to be that like big comedic relief, and it just completely falls flat. I did not really like his character very much at all. I found him very annoying, very hard to connect with, and that really comes down to my problem with this movie. I just found all of these characters to be very hard to connect with. The main character is really not that great. I was trying to latch on him as much as I really could, but I honestly just didn't find him to be a very likable character. A lot of this movie, he is very much playing the character of Emily, and you can see, he's starting to veer away from like his best friend and things like that, and the way the film is done, it's done in a very like conventional manner, and I just think these characters needed more depth to them. It feels very underwritten that way, and I don't really think that it's any coincidence that D.B. Wise is the screenplay writer of this movie, showing you that Game of Thrones was not a fluke in terms of its last season. D.B. Wise is really just not a great writer, and it shows here. I don't think he did a very good job with the writing in this movie. I don't think that his screenplay overall is a very engaging one. I honestly just found it very hard to connect with. There are moments that definitely did make me laugh, but overall, I really, again, just found myself very disconnected from what was going on. And, as the film was nearing its end and we got to the Battle of the Bands, I just didn't really care if they won or lost. I didn't really feel myself latching onto this narrative, and I just felt that it was very disappointing because, like I said, I think the potential was very much there. I don't think Peter Sollitt's directing is terrible either. He definitely gives this film a certain energy, a certain feel to it. It kind of reminded me of the movie Band Slam a little bit. I don't know if you guys have seen that movie before, but it's a film that I think is honestly pretty underrated. underrated, and I think does a really good job of showing the passion that people have for like rock music and things like that, but also being this really good story about, friendship and whatnot. But this movie feels like kind of like a watered down version of that, and there just isn't really that much to latch onto here. I didn't really find this to be really all that great. So yeah, C for Metal Lords. It wasn't like a complete waste of time. There were definitely things I did enjoy, but it is a film that I just thought could have been so much better, especially with how good the premise really was, but it really just ends up falling flat. Yet another very forgettable film from Netflix that I don't think many people saw. As They Made Us is another one I haven't really heard anybody talk about, and I probably would not have seen it if it wasn't for a friend of mine that's a really big fan of Diana Agron, always tries to see like all of her movies, and so she made a point to watch it with me and my girlfriend, and I honestly really like this one quite a bit. I think this is a really good film about showing what happens when the patriarch of the family is dying and you have completely different relationships with him. For Diana Agron's character, she is somebody who is kind of veered away from this family for a little bit. She's pursued a life of her own. She is doing pretty well with herself, but she also is at a point where she herself is divorced, and we can see that she is trying to kind of be the peacemaker within this family. There's a lot of tension here. You got Simon Helberg's character. He has a lot of resentment towards both of his parents, and he is really trying to, he really doesn't want much to do with this at all. He doesn't really want to be here. He wants to be on his own. But you see throughout the film, she really is trying to be that peacemaker. There's a lot of things that their parents did that kind of shaped a lot of the choices that these two characters have made, of Abigail and the character of Nathan, and you can see that they're just now coming to terms with it. And I think the film does a really good job of showing that generational trauma and showing the effect that it's had on them in their adult lives, and also showing how this has reflected their parents and them kind of regretting the choices that they have made. I think it actually does a pretty good job with all of that, and that was something that I overall was very impressed by the way they ended up deciding to tell this story. Also, the main premise here of, the father whose health is clearly failing, it's not done nearly as emotionally manipulative as you would think. It's a much more quiet film in that way, and I think it actually does a pretty good job with that. Yes, there are moments that are definitely going to tug at your heartstrings, but I thought it was done in a much more genuine manner than I was overall expecting, and that's something that I really did end up appreciating about this film. I think Mayim Bialik's directing here is also really good. There are moments of humor scattered throughout this movie, but it mostly is a drama, and I think overall it's a pretty compelling one. You really get to see, both of these characters and them really try to repair the relationships, within their family. One of them, striving to do it, the other one really wanting nothing to do with it, and kind of the way things end up going, the way it kind of turns their lives around. I thought overall was really well done. I really liked the way they ended up going about this film. There are choices that are made that I thought were honestly really bold with the way they decided to go with them. And the ending of this movie as well, I really liked the way that it ended up wrapping up. So yeah, I think that this movie did not go nearly in as conventional of directions as you were expecting. There are places the story goes that I thought honestly did work really well. It's got a really good cast behind it, especially Diana Agron. I think she gives an incredible performance here, and I want to see her in more movies like this. I feel like she's kind of had like a rocky career, and I feel like she's finally starting to find her niche, and I think this is very much her niche within films. So overall, yeah, I'd recommend this one. I think it's very charming. I think that it's one that a lot of people are going to relate to who have had harsh upbringings like within their lives. So yeah, B for As They Made Us. It's nothing like amazing, but I do think for what it is, it honestly does get the job done very well, and a far better movie than I ultimately was expecting it to be. Father Stu, on the other hand, is pretty much exactly what I thought it was going to be. Look, Mark Wahlberg is trying in this movie. There's no doubting it. He does give a good performance in this film. There's a lot that he has to deal with, he has to do as a character, and I think he does convey those moments pretty well. I don't think it is unfair to say, though, that I think he is kind of miscast in this movie. There are points in this film where I thought a better actor, a more, versatile actor, I think would have handled the material a little bit better and kind of elevated what he was working with. Mark Wahlberg doesn't really elevate the material in this movie. He gives an admirable performance, but still at points just kind of feels like Mark Wahlberg. And I don't think that he does enough to really transform into this character. A lot of times it really just feels like kind of like a curmudgeon type Mark Wahlberg character that we've seen before. And I wasn't really that into what he was doing. It also doesn't help that this story is just not super interesting. I understand this is based on a true story. It happened, but it's one of those true stories that I just didn't find to be quite interesting. We've seen this story done before. You had this guy who's kind of on the wrong side of the tracks, and then he finds, a crowd of people, and that kind of like rejuvenates him and things like that. But the way it's told here just didn't really interest me. I found it to be quite run-of-the-mill, the way it ended up going. The directions the story took as well. There are a lot of tragic turns within this film, and a lot of them just feel like they're coming out of left field because they don't really do a good job of building things up. The timeline also I had a very hard time of keeping track with in this movie. It is clear that time is passing, but we are unaware of how much time is passing, and I don't think the movie does a really great job with that. Mel Gibson's role in the movie as well really didn't work for me either. I needed more time with his character. I couldn't really figure out what exactly they were trying to do with him. I don't think it really worked in the way that it did. Jackie Weaver's good in this movie. I like what she ended up doing here, but overall, I just found this to be so throwaway. It's one of those movies that clearly had good intent behind it, but I just don't think really worked very much at all. I think the execution here is just very poor. There's a lot of, story things that I just wasn't super into. It's not a terrible movie by any means, but it just really isn't anything that special. So C- for Father Stu. I think this is another one that people have just kind of forgotten, and it's easy to see why. It really is nothing that great. Oh my god, she's back again for one more what I watched segment with her. This one, we're talking about the movie Duel. We actually weren't originally going to see this in theaters. I didn't know if I was going to get to see this at all this month, but thank God I was, because this is one I was actually really looking forward to. If you guys remember, I was moderately a fan of Riley Stern's last film, The Art of Self-Defense. I didn't absolutely love it, but but I thought that overall was a pretty good movie, and I thought that he had a very interesting sort of style, very off-kilter, very, very deadpan, very stilted. I liked what he was going for, and this was a movie that I've heard about, at Sundance earlier this year, like I have with a lot of movies, and I really wanted to see it. And I didn't know that he was involved with it at the time, but upon hearing it, it got me even more intrigued. And overall, I really like this film quite a bit. What I like about Duel is that it takes the idea of this sort of, dual role, this sort of, doppelganger type movie, and kind of does its own thing with it. It's not like Swan Song, where the whole movie you're just waiting for Mahershala Ali to die, so his family, and basically see if his replacement is going to, basically question whether or not he's going to tell his family, or if he's going to let that replacement just take over, without them knowing. No, this is completely different altogether, where yes, she does have this terminal illness, but everyone is completely aware that she's getting this replacement. This is a totally normal thing. It's something that happens all the time in this world. When you die, it's an option. It's just a really interesting idea. I really like the world building in this movie. And by far, Karen Gillan is just phenomenal in this film. I think this might be her best performance to date. She really was kind of born to play this kind of role, very deadpan, very odd, and she really does a great job with it, especially with all the stilted dialogue. She's both really funny, but also someone you're just very intrigued by, so I really enjoyed her character, even if she is not even slightly relatable. There's nothing relatable when it comes to her character, but I thought overall she did such a great job in this movie, really just playing into the absurdity of it, and I really liked what she ended up doing. Obviously there's a lot of moments where she has to act opposite herself, and I thought that worked really well here. Aaron Paul's also very good in this movie. He's kind of playing the same kind of role that Alessandro Nivola just did in The Art of Self-Defense. But he plays it well. He does play it well. You know, you feel like this is a guy where, yeah, he's a trainer, but he's got a few more layers to him. And I thought that they did a pretty good job when it came to that. The movie does get into some ideas really well about the idea of, like, taking your life for granted, but also the way some people view life in a very, like, cynical manner and things like that. But also, I think appreciating, like, the simple joys. Like, I think those aspects the film dives into really well. The movie also is very funny. Like, I was laughing a lot during this movie, but I will say, definitely not going to be for everyone. There were moments where we were laughing and there was a guy behind us like, what the hell are you laughing about? This is really dark. And I'm like, dude, that's the point. Like, this movie is aware that it's very dark. This movie isn't afraid to get really off kilter and really, like I said, just dark and depressing at points, but it has this very interesting sense of humor that I really think works very well. And that's something I've always gravitated towards when it comes to Riley Stearns, watching his two movies. There just aren't many directors out there like him. And I thought all of the boxes ticked very well when it came to that. Ultimately, what does bring the movie down is I just think that as a whole, it's just a little too short. And I think some aspects really do kind of come up short as a result of that. In particular, I think that the relationship between the character of Sarah and her doppelganger just isn't dived into as well as it should be. You know, there's a moment where she first meets up with her and you can see her doppelganger kind of just isn't into the same things that Sarah is. But then immediately we time jump and she's like completely taken over her life. And I just wish we had a little bit more time to kind of like zero in on her doppelganger, because it never really feels like we get that chance. It always feels like we're getting a brief glimpse into her. We never get that full look that I really kind of want. It's very centric on like original Sarah. And original Sarah is someone that you do find yourself latching onto as a character. You want to see her, you know, get out of this situation. You want to see her reclaim her life. But like, I just wanted to see more of her doppelganger, like the interplay between those two. I think we were kind of missing that in this movie. It's also very hard for me, at least, to tell when, you know, because there's a lot of time skipping throughout this movie. Obviously, the whole film takes place, you know, within a year. And it's hard to tell when time is passing by, you know, especially in scenes with Aaron Paul. Whenever she's with him, you know, it's supposed to feel like there's like a lot of time going by, and I just never really felt like that was the case. It never really felt like, oh, now it's like 6 months later. Like, it just, I don't think they did as great of a job with that as they could have. And I will be honest in saying I was not a huge fan of the last like 15 minutes of this movie. I think there were some interesting ideas for what they were going for. I just don't think the film really earned it. And it ended in such a way where I'm just kind of like, I need more from this story. Like, they promised something and they don't really give it to us. And I just felt there was more that they could have done with this overall. I think for what they had, this film definitely did work for me, mainly because of how great the talent is, mainly because of how funny the movie is. And I do think there are some good ideas. I just think the movie could have done a little bit more with some of these things. And I think that does bring it down a bit. But overall, I still really did enjoy it. It's very different from any sort of, you know, doppelganger movie you're going to see for sure. It has some really interesting ideas there. And I think Riley Stearns directing alone, just how confident and committed he is to films like this, I just can't help but latch onto it and appreciate what he's going for. So B for Duel. That might not have always worked for me, but I can overall say I definitely do enjoy and recommend this one. Not going to be for everyone, but really, really good stuff. What do you think of this movie?
I mean, going into it, I didn't really know much about it, but yeah. I actually enjoyed it. It was very intriguing and interesting storyline. So like watching it, it really interested me for sure. Yeah. And like the main character, like we really get drawn to her. Yeah. And like we get more drawn to her.
She's a bit of an oddball though.
She is. She's very quirky. Yeah. But like
I mean, literally the first scene of her, like you'll just see how strange of a character she is. Oh yeah. She does something like very nonchalantly, she does. Like that's not something that would be nonchalant normally. Mm-hmm. So like that'll immediately tell you just how like off this character is.
Yeah. Like we get more drawn to her than her doppelganger.
Yeah, because we don't really know her that well.
Yeah, we don't really know her much. Yeah. But I mean, I'm gonna say like she was amazing. The main
yeah.
character, like, she did so well with this role.
Yeah.
And, like, I mean, honestly, I think the acting was pretty well done.
Yeah, and her and her, I was gonna say, her and her doppelganger do feel like two like distinctive people. It just felt like her doppelganger. We don't really know as much about her.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think the acting was great.
Yeah,
I just think some of the characters were very underused.
Yeah,
sadly, and then like there's a few little issues here and there, but I mean, the main issue is that the ending was very abrupt.
Oh yeah,
like it just
way
like
too abrupt.
When I was watching, I was like, wait, that's how it ends?
Yeah.
Like, it was just random.
Yeah, and like again, I get what they were going for. I just don't think the movie really built up to it all that well.
Yeah.
So.
But like, this movie was just a little too short. I feel like they could have at least gone a little longer, like maybe an extra half an hour or so.
Definitely, yeah.
But overall, I liked it. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. Very different movie.
For sure.
Very unique. But yeah, I give it a B-.
All right. So Paris 13 District, this is definitely not a film that I think is like a must-watch in any way, but it is a very fun one, admittedly. The thing that I really do appreciate about this film is just the spirit that this film has. This film has such a laid-back feel to it that is very easy to watch in that way. I think this is a film that is just, if you need like a really like feel-good movie, I think this is a good one to choose with. Jacques Audiard, I think, does a good job at directing this movie. I've seen one of his films before, and I really do like the tone that he does have throughout this film. It feels very contemporary in that way, and I think he does a good job when it comes to the directing. And the performances, I think, are very strong here, particularly Lucy Zhang, I think, is very good in this movie. She is very fun to watch. She is somebody that has such amazing screen presence, and definitely want to see her in other films. I know she's done other stuff before, but I don't think she's had the big role starring turn that she has in this movie, and she absolutely walks away as the standout here. I really like what she ended up doing, and I think that she gives a really strong performance. Nomi Merlant, I always enjoy seeing in movies, and I really enjoyed her character in this film. Really the thing that does bring this movie down, but also is kind of a positive, this film is incredibly simplistic. I mean, you would think a movie like this, when it's focusing on a bunch of college kids, like it would really focus on all these, you know, and when it focuses on a bunch of like 20-somethings, it would focus a lot on like the different problems that they're going through within their lives, or, you know, different sort of, you know, complexities that they have. No, this really is just a story about this girl who wants to have a sexual relationship with this guy, and then the next day they just decide to stop having sex, and she's not really sure what's going on, and then this other girl kind of comes into the picture, and you know, basically she decides to kind of befriend this girl, and that's really all this kind of is. There isn't really a lot going on here in terms of like a very meaty story, but I think the film really does work as such. The movie isn't trying to be more than it really is, and I think having this very laid-back attitude, it really does end up working out. It also helps that I think both Lucy Zhang and Makita Samba have very believable chemistry. You latch onto both of these characters. I love the interplay between both of them, and the way the film portrays Camille, I also really did appreciate. Camille is not a bad guy in any way. He is trying to do what he can to, you know, he is trying to do what he can to, you know, please Lucy. He's trying to please Emily. He's trying to do what he can to show that he has this care for her, but he also is scared of how this relationship is going. He doesn't know if he wants this conflict to happen. He doesn't know if he wants any sort of commitment in that way, and I really do like what this film did dive into with his character. I really like the way they ended up portraying him. I thought that ended up working quite well when it came to, you know, what they did with him. And like I said, we're focusing on a bunch of college students in that way, but I wasn't expecting them to go in the directions that they did with some of these characters. There also is a subplot involving Nomi Merlant, and I didn't really know how it was going to connect at first because it felt a bit disconnected from what was going on. But the way they eventually intersected into the plot, I do think overall did work. It just does feel like what's going on with her does feel kind of separate at points. My only other real issue with the movie is I think the film is definitely too long. Like I said, this is a very simplistic premise, and I think that it definitely does drag on quite a bit. There are some characters here that we just don't really get a lot with, and I would have liked to dive deeper into them. There are some things going on with our lead character as well that we don't really get to see enough of, and I wish that we could have dived a bit deeper into what she was going through. But I think for what this movie is, it does it really well. Like I said, it's not anything amazing, but I think for what it is, it's a lot of fun to watch. It's certainly not the movie I was expecting very much at all, but it was definitely a fun one. So B- for Paris 13th District. It's not an incredible movie, but it's definitely a fun one for sure.
Choose or Die going into this to me felt like very reminiscent of Truth or Dare just from the title. It very much gave me that vibes, and so like I was really hoping that this would not be on that level. And I will say, for a while, this film actually wasn't too bad. I think the initial premise was honestly kind of intriguing. The idea that this girl, she finds this, obscure 1980s survival computer game, and it kind of like takes on a whole life of its own. It doesn't really, turn out the way that she thinks it does, and suddenly she's kind of sucked into this whole thing. I think that premise is interesting. I think there is a lot you can do with that. The problem is the story that this movie is telling did not interest me. Our main character, Kayla, I just couldn't really get into her. She's just kind of this typical college dropout. Doesn't really seem to have much direction in her life whatsoever. There's some things they get into, like with her mom and things like that, and kind of like their whole relationship, how her mom has kind of fallen on hard times because of the death of Kayla's brother and whatnot. But the character just didn't really do much for me. I didn't find her interesting. I didn't really find her somebody I could overall latch onto. So that already was an issue for me. But then you compound that with the fact that I just don't think the lead actress, Lola Evans, was really all that great here. I honestly just found her kind of wooden. She wasn't terrible. She just really wasn't that great in this role, and I don't think that she did a great job. Asa Butterfield, I thought, was actually a little bit better. I thought he had a little bit of charisma. I enjoyed the movie more when he was on screen. I thought that the back and forth between these two actually did work quite well. He's not nearly in the movie as much as I was hoping he would be, and so I think there was a lot more that they could have done with his character in particular, because he really doesn't have a lot to work with in this movie, and that was kind of disappointing for me. But I will say, the first hour and I would say like 10 minutes or so, it's not the worst thing. Well, not the first hour, like the first, I would say 20 or so minutes really isn't the worst thing ever. There are definitely some moments that I really didn't like, but I did think there was potential. But as the film goes on, it just goes so far off the rails. I legitimately could not tell you what was happening. The actual resolution to what happens in this film is so deeply unsatisfying. The twist reveal of what this all is supposed to mean throws in this whole other sort of side story that feels so incredibly underdeveloped, and it just kind of makes me wonder, why didn't we see this movie? This sounds inherently more interesting than what we've been seeing the entire film. Suddenly these characters are placed into these really weird situations, and the way they wrap up just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And I understand, there's going to be a lot of leaps in logic in movies like this. That's fine, I get it. But the story is so incredibly uninteresting, and these characters just didn't really do much of anything for me, that everything that wasn't working about the movie, especially once we got to the twist, were amplified by the time this movie wrapped up. And when it ended, I just could not wait for this to end. The horror as well is terrible here. I mean, this movie isn't even remotely scary. If anything, it's kind of funny at points. I don't think any of the horror elements work here well at all. I don't even really know if this should have been a horror movie. I think a sci-fi film, yeah, this would have worked, but My God, it really falls flat in every way possible. The movie also just feels so incredibly cheap. It feels like they need a much bigger budget to achieve what they really want to achieve, and they just weren't able to really get it done. In terms of, like I said, the way the movie ends, easily one of the dumbest endings of the entire year. There just really isn't a lot to like about this one. And like I said, when it was starting off, I didn't think it was terrible, but the more it went on, the more I just really couldn't stand this at all. There are some all right performances, but for the most part, it just really did not execute its premise. Also, the directing is kind of terrible. The movie really has no idea what it wants to be. If it wants to be more of this, just straightforward horror film, or if it's trying to be something a little bit deeper than that, it just really doesn't work at all. The twist, like I said, completely falls flat, and the ending is easily one of the dumbest of the entire year. I just really couldn't stand this film at all. I was hoping going into it that maybe it wouldn't be as bad as I was hoping, and when it started I was like, okay, I don't really dislike this as much as other people, but the more it went on, I really ended up hating this one a lot. So unfortunately, a D for Choose or Die. Definitely a movie that I don't think a lot of people watched, but it is yet another Netflix film that just completely lost sight of its potential on pretty much all fronts. Definitely not worth watching in any sense of the word. The Bad Guys was a huge surprise for me. Going into this, I really was just not that impressed by any of the marketing. It just kind of seemed like a generic sort of animated film where you have the bad guys and now suddenly they're starting to turn a new leaf. But this movie is a little bit more than I was expecting. The thing that works so well about this movie are two things. One, the voice cast here is spectacular. Particularly Sam Rockwell is so well cast in this movie. And look, I always enjoy Sam Rockwell. I think he's one of the best actors working today. He always gives such great performances. Very good when it comes to playing characters, but I do think he works best at playing characters like this really like suave, sort of persona that Wolf has. I think he just does such a good job in playing this character, Mr. Wolf. He is just so much fun here to watch, so dynamic as the character, and you can tell he's having so much fun with what he's doing, but he also surprisingly adds a lot of heart to Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf is very conflicted within this movie because he's always kind of led this one life, but he's starting to rethink a lot of the decisions, and you can see he's kind of going in a new direction. I think Rockwell actually ended up, portraying that perfectly here. I really liked what he ended up doing in this movie. I thought he was very well cast here, as is everybody else. Mark Maron's really great. Craig Robinson, Aquafina, Anthony Ramos, even Richard Ayoade, I thought was really good in this movie. I really thought the voice cast here was just really well done overall. I very much enjoyed a lot of what they I very much enjoy what they brought to the table, and I think everyone works really well together. The film is also frequently very funny, and honestly, I was surprised by how much I was laughing throughout this movie. There are so many great gags here throughout this film. Just seeing the situation these characters get into are really fun to watch, and I think they did a really good job with that. There's also just a genuine sense of heart to this movie that I think works really well. There's a great message here. I think about like subverting expectations. Like, don't do what just the general public is telling you to do just because you have to be one way. Just because you're perceived to be one way, it doesn't mean you have to be that way. And I think this film actually covers that quite well. I was very impressed by what they were able to do in terms of the message here. But the other thing that just works so well about this movie, I gotta say, is the directing the directing here from Pierre Perifel. The thing that really works so well about this movie is just how much it has such an excellent style, and that was not something that I was expecting. A lot of people have compared this movie to something that's evocative of like a Michael Mann film, and I think that is a very good way to sum this up. Michael Mann, Steven Soderbergh, it very much has that sort of like, slick crime sort of feel to it. And it actually plays into it very well. Like, I was surprised by how much it committed to it, but it really did end up working for me. And based on that alone, I think this is easily like one of DreamWorks' best movies in a long time. They really needed a hit right now, and I think this is absolutely that kind of film for them. It's such an energetic film. It's so much fun to watch. You know, like I said, seeing all the schemes these characters get into are really well done, but then when they eventually do have to turn this corner, it's not done nearly as generic as I was expecting. A lot of these characters are very conflicted. You can see why they've decided to lead the life that they do, but at the same time, they're generally compelled by the idea of suddenly being worshipped, being loved, being seen as heroic, and not being seen in a way that is, villainous, because that's kind of all they've known, where suddenly there is an opportunity to be more than that. And I thought that they actually did a really good job. There's a lot of elements in this movie that I just didn't think were going to work as well as they did. The character of Snake is another one. Where they ended up going with this character, I didn't think I liked it at first, but what they ended up doing with him and the bond that he has with Mr. Wolf really is kind of like the driving force of this movie in terms of heart, and it honestly plays out really well. I really liked what they did in terms of the back and forth there. You have Zazie Beetz as Diane Foxington, who you know exactly where her character is going to go. But again, her and Sam Rockwell have such a genuine chemistry to them. You actually do find yourself getting attached to these characters. And I can't believe I'm saying this about a movie that I really didn't care at all about going into it, but I was really surprised by how well they were able to get me to latch onto very much everything the movie was really selling. Even Richard Ayoade, who, yeah, obviously he's playing a character that's very deceptive. It's obvious what he is doing from the beginning, but he plays into it so well. You can understand why these characters are tricked by what he is doing, are buying into his scheme as well as they are. And I really liked where they ended up going with that. I mean, there were a lot of directions that the film did end up taking that I really wasn't expecting, and that's something that I definitely really did love. The animation here also is easily some of the most distinctive from DreamWorks. They do a really cool job of having 3D animation, but blending it in with like a 2D background. It makes everything just look that much more like colorful, and it really gives it kind of like a life of its own, and it really kind of pushes the boundaries in a very impressive way. The opening heist scene especially, I mean, I was riveted with just how well they were able to construct it. It was so well handled. Just in general, I was so surprised by how this film ended up going. I think the score here from Daniel Pemberton is fantastic. It's every bit as slick and fun as you really want it to be. This was just a really big surprise for me. I really went into this not really expecting much at all, but it's so much fun and creative, and honestly, like, I really hope this is the beginning of DreamWorks turning over a new leaf, and I think it is, because, spoilers, they have another movie that came out later this year that I'll discuss in a different video that also could be a pretty great film from them. So, yeah, overall, I really enjoyed this film a lot. I thought it was very fun, very creative. I honestly would be on board for more if they end up doing another sequel, if they end up doing a sequel to this film. I just think this had way more to offer than I expected. Really, my only issues, I would say, is that some elements are a little bit predictable, and also I do think that some of the characters here, we just don't get a lot of them. We don't get a lot of their whole motivations beyond just kind of like surface level gags, and I do think that does bring the movie down slightly. There is also a direction that the movie goes in that I wasn't really liking at first, but like I said, I thought they really turned it around towards the end. So with a genuine, really emotional and kind of riveting finale that I thought was honestly really well done. But yeah, overall, I was very much surprised by how much I enjoyed this one. So B+ for The Bad Guys, a way better film than I think it had any right to be going into, and I think hopefully is the beginning of a real career resurgence, or this renaissance for DreamWorks Animation overall. I think this was a win that they desperately needed. We're All Going to the World's Fair is certainly not the easiest film to watch. It's a very challenging film, and I think straight up a lot of people are not going to like this movie because it is very weird and experimental. A lot of this film, you're watching this, girl kind of lose touch with her reality. You don't really know what's going on. She's starting a bunch of videos about the World's Fair and things like that, and you start to realize as the film goes on what this movie is really doing. This is not actually about going to this event of sorts. This movie's really trying to portray the darker side of the internet and sort of the dangers that loom within, and how this can really mess with, your sense of self, but also how far you're willing to push yourself to gain that viewership. And that's something I think works really well about this film. You actually don't know throughout a lot of this movie, what is the intentions of our lead character? Is she legitimate with what she's doing, or is she just doing it to get views on her channel? Is she just doing this in an effort to become the next big internet sensation? There is this amazing scene, especially, which is so well acted by the main actress here, whose name I'm blanking on at the moment. Anna Cobb. She's fantastic in this movie, but she has this she has this outburst of sorts, and you're so convinced what ends up happening, and then there's more information that's revealed, and you end up looking at it in a completely different light at that point. And I really loved what they ended up doing with that. So I think there's a lot to really like about this movie. I also like how much this film again, doesn't really have that much of a story. A lot of this film is just kind of looking through, different videos she's posted throughout the internet, or different points within this character's life. But there's this other character that's also looming in the background, played by Michael J. Rogers, who we don't really know what his intentions are either. She starts to talk to him, they start to develop this bond of sorts, and the way the movie ends is easily one of the most chilling endings of the entire year. I have not been able to stop thinking about the ending of this movie since I have seen it. I mean, it really just leaves you with such this uncomfortable feeling, but it's one that you want to think more and more about. So there's really a lot to love about this movie. I think that the cinematography is fantastic here. This feels like it could be a real, like YouTuber or something like that, or someone who's involved in this kind of thing. There are points where you think you're watching a documentary. Hell, when I first talked about this movie on the April movie preview, back when we did that, I thought this was a documentary, mainly because of just how realistic, so much of it feels. I think the film does a really good job with that. My only real issue with this movie is just that there is a general lack of narrative here, and it can make for sometimes not the most interesting film. I do think it does drag at some points within the middle, but at the same time, I actually wish the movie was a little bit longer to fill in some of the blanks of what we have been seeing. But I get it, this film is trying to go for something a lot more experimental. It's really trying to be something of its own, and I do think it does succeed at that. There really isn't much out there that I can compare this to, and it honestly is a very hard film to get into without diving into just the sheer madness of it all, what they're really trying to go for here. It's not the direction you think it's going in. You think when you start this movie, you think, okay, this is where we're headed. It's really not. This movie has way more to say than I think people are expecting, especially, like I said, when it comes to the internet and things like that. And, what happens to this character, whether she is okay with what's happening or not. On one hand, I think it is very impressive how much they are able to kind of pull off without giving you that information. But on the other hand, yeah, I would have liked to know a little bit more. I would have liked to understand more of what's going on here, because I think with how invested I was in the narrative, I would be even that much more invested if I had a sense of what is the goal of these characters? What are they really trying to do? What is this all kind of leaning towards? And I do think that is something that could have potentially benefited this one. But overall, I mean, there's so much to like about this movie as a whole. I think that just Jane Scoburn's directing, I mean, truly unlike anything I've seen before. I've never seen other films from them, but I am very curious to see what they end up coming with for their next feature, because I think they present so many interesting ideas in this film about the idea of attention, about the idea of fame, kind of like why we even decide to why someone decides to make videos like this in the first place, what their intentions are behind it, but also the darker consequences, of this darker side of the internet. I think this movie touches upon all of those things very well. So yeah, I definitely would recommend this one. It's definitely not going to be for everyone. I know some people who really don't like this movie at all, and I can totally understand why, but for me, I found myself very invested in what was going on. I really, especially the ending, I was really impacted by the way it ended up wrapping up, and I really wish it was a movie that more people were talking about. I understand, again, it's a hard movie to sell because it is a film where there is not a lot going on, but the things that happen are so effective. I watched this movie all the way back in July, and I'm sitting here talking about this movie in fucking January, and it still very much has remained in my head. There's certain images that I don't think are going to leave my head for a very long time, so clearly this film has made a significant impact. The fact that I am able to remember so much about it, should tell you a lot, and I think in general, this is a much better film than people have been giving it credit for, so I would definitely recommend this one. Before we're all going to the World's Fair. Like I said, not a very easy film at all, but definitely a very effective and memorable one for sure that truly is something unlike anything you'll see this year. Memory is the other Liam Neeson action film that I really just feel like kind of came and went. Like, I feel like Blacklight was so much of this universal failure for, like, everybody involved. So many people were just so baffled at how terrible it was that just nobody was interested in seeing Memory. And they didn't know how to sell it. They didn't know what they could do to make it more interesting. Is it more interesting? Not really. I will say I don't think this film is complete trash, but I do think that there are some clear issues when it comes to this film. The things that do work here, Liam Neeson is still quite good in this movie, but you still kind of get the sense that maybe this isn't the kind of film that he needs to be doing. It's not quite as convincing as he used to be, but the film does try to make Alex a little bit more of a more compelling character. This character, doesn't really seem to have much of a much limits when it comes to what he's willing to do, the people he's willing to torture. They attempt to give him a bit of a backstory, and I think that gives Neeson a little bit more to play around with in this movie. That's something that I generally really did appreciate. And Guy Pearce is also very good here. I think he also gives a really good performance here as this detective of sorts that's trying to hunt down Liam Neeson's character and will do whatever he can to get in his way. I think overall those two work really well together and very much are the selling point of this movie. Unfortunately, everything else doesn't really work at all. It sucks to say, Martin Campbell, such a good director, I didn't even feel like he was directing this movie. This might as well be directed by just Mark Williams again, who's done a lot of Liam Neeson's films lately, because there isn't really a lot that Campbell brings to the table that separates this from other films. It feels like he's just here for name recognition. He's here so they can be like, hey, this is something different. We have a different director attached. This will be better this time around. And it's really not. I just found the directing very uninspired. It didn't really feel like there was much of a style that he was bringing to the table. It sucks because I think Campbell's such a fantastic director, but I generally feel like they just did not give him anything to work with in this movie. And as a result, his directing it doesn't stand out. It really does not feel as dynamic and special as it usually is. He's such a great director of action, but he really just doesn't have much to work with here. Easily, though, biggest issue comes with the screenplay, because honestly, while Campbell's directing isn't that great, I don't necessarily think it's his fault, because he just, again, doesn't have a lot to work with in this movie. The biggest issue with this movie, aside from how generic so much of it feels, is that it kind of has this identity crisis of sorts. The half of the Liam Neeson and him being this badass who has this, fading memory of his victim, his victims and things like that, not really understanding why he's doing this in the first place. That's only half of the movie. That's actually not the whole film. The other half of this movie is this detective thriller of sorts, that is trying to uncover this whole other thing that is loosely tied to what Liam Neeson is doing, involving Guy Pearce's character. And that movie feels like it should honestly be its own film. I don't really know what happened here, but this does feel like one of those movies where you had two different plots and they tried to sandwich them together, and it just doesn't connect in the way that it should. And sure, these characters do meet up, they do intersect at some points, but it just doesn't feel like there is enough moving parts going on here to justify having both of these stories in here, because the film is constantly cutting back and forth between both to where I couldn't really tell you what the main plot is. Is it Liam Neeson's or is it Guy Pearce's? I don't really know, because the movie doesn't seem to have much of an idea of what the main focus is here, so that doesn't really work much at all. Neither of these characters are really all that interesting. I hate to say it, even though Liam Neeson has this, thing where he loses memory every so often, it really feels like it's only here to give this character some kind of identity other than I'm just this, unhinged badass that doesn't take shit from other people and will just do whatever I can to torture the information out of them and get vengeance in that way. Like, we've seen this plot so many times. There isn't really much going on here that separates it, aside from that little that little idea I gave you. But even at that, it kind of feels gimmicky. It feels like it's just here to provide something more that we really didn't need, so I don't think that works very well. The screenplay is so boring to this movie as well. There's a significant portion of this movie where almost nothing is happening, and I just found it very hard to watch at points. Very easy to get checked out of this movie because the dialogue is just really not great here. A lot of it is very poorly written. The other actors in this movie as well are just kind of bad. I just didn't really find any of them to be that interesting to me. I didn't really find anyone that I really ended up latching onto. It's just very it's just a very dull and unexciting screenplay. But again, it also just feels very confused into what it's really trying to do, especially in regards to the third act. When everything starts to come together, I really just found myself confused, because it felt like there's a point where the movie's wrapping up and then there was like 20 minutes left still, and I was like, oh my god, what is going on here? And I think, again, it really just underscores the idea of having those two movies together and them just not blending together in the way that they had hoped. So I don't really think any of that works whatsoever. I don't think the action here is really that great either. I can't even remember a single action scene in this movie. There was nothing that stuck out to me in terms of action. A lot of it just felt very throwaway, very just slapped together. Nothing that really sticks out here. I don't know what's going on with Liam Neeson lately. Like, he has the capability to be, such a great actor, but I feel like he keeps just signing on to the most mediocre projects possible, and Memory is just another film that's indicative of that. There isn't really much of this that really sticks out. It feels like this movie was more concerned about, let's just get some recognizable talent, let's get a, somewhat more well-known, more respected director, but we're not really going to do anything different beyond that, and it just feels very lazy in that way. If, like, this is the way they're trying to get people to sell Liam Neeson as an actor, it's pathetic. It really is, because he's way more capable than stuff than this, and it sucks that he's continuing to sign on to these projects that just don't utilize him that well. So yeah, this movie kind of sucked. I didn't hate it, I'll say that. Like, I didn't absolutely despise myself while watching it. The editing is at least competent, I'll say that. It doesn't feel like a direct-to-video movie, but it doesn't really feel like a movie that should go to theaters. I would say this feels more like just kind of like a throwaway Netflix movie than anything. Yeah, nothing really special at all. Very easy to see why I've almost heard nobody talk about this since it came out. I literally forgot it came out. I remember I was going to see it in theaters, and then I just didn't, and I waited till it came on to VOD, And yeah, really nothing that great. If you want to check it out, cool, but memory, yeah, C minus for this one. Really not much else to say. I don't know why I've talked about this movie for like 8 minutes, because I feel like I've forgotten about most of what happened, but apparently I didn't, because I had enough to say in 8 minutes worth of content. Woo, next movie, let's go. So if we are talking about movies that I think are in a category that are just films that haven't really been, given the recognition that I think they deserve, Petite Maman would very comfortably fit in there. I mean, I don't know why there isn't just tons of people talking about this movie. To me, this is easily one of the best films of last year. It starts off as this very simple premise where, you have this little girl and she's just lost her grandmother, and you can see that it's really kind of put a dampener onto her entire family. They're all reacting in different ways. You can see the mom is very heavily affected by it. The dad's a little bit more closed off. But Nellie doesn't really know how to fully respond to it. She's kind of unsure of what to really do here. She was quite close to her mother, and she also doesn't quite understand the gravity of what's really happened, and so she ends up going into the woods to play, and she ends up meeting this other girl, and it's absolutely outstanding. Everything that ends up happening here. I can't really say much more of what happens in this movie, but the way this film processes grief, I think, is just phenomenal, especially through the eyes of a child. You really get the chance to see the effect that this has on this character. Like I said, Nellie had a close relation with her grandmother, but she's also only 8 years old, so she doesn't have the memories that some of her other, that like her mother does. She doesn't have the connection to her that other people do, and you see throughout this film, she starts to get more of an idea of not just her grandmother, but just her family overall. She starts to have a much different perspective on things, a much different appreciation, and I think this film just covers all of that so well here. Both of the child actresses are fantastic here. Josephine Sands and Gabrielle Sands are phenomenal. I love seeing their interactions, their back and forth in this movie. It's easily the strongest part of this film, the way these two really end up depending on each other. The character that Gabrielle Sands plays, of Marianne, she's going through her own plight of sorts, and seeing the way that Nellie kind of helps her through that as well. I think the film dives into both of their sort of grieving processes very well. I've really liked what they ended up doing, and when they would cut back to the present as well, we still get an idea of how Nellie kind of overcomes this, but also how she's able to kind of help out her family in a little bit and with what's going on. I think they just do a really good job with that overall. I think there's a lot that this film does really well, especially, like I said, in terms of grief and what it ends up saying and the direction this movie ends up going. I really wasn't expecting. I can't really get into too much of what this is overall about. What is it that they're really trying to get at when it comes to this movie? But I think everything that they end up doing in terms of the directions this movie ends up taking, it only makes the message of the film that much stronger, and I think they end up accomplishing all of that very well here. Celine Sciamma's directing, it's just as great as I was hoping it would be. That was really the main selling point going to this. Portrait, as you guys know, was one of my favorite films of 2019, so her doing another movie always had me excited, and she really doesn't disappoint here. I think just the way she's able to make this film feel so deeply profound. This feels like a movie that is going to be this fantastic coping mechanism of sorts, where if anyone's going through, some sort of loss or tragedy within their life, this film seems like sort of like the way to cope through that. And I think it's doing that very well, but you can also see how much Shyama, was touched by this story. I don't know if she herself, suffered a personal loss, but it definitely feels like she does, just because of how deeply personal so much of this movie really does feel. But I think her screenplay is even better in this film. She just has such a great idea of writing human characters that just feel so deeply realistic and relatable in that way. I feel like we've all kind of been in Nellie's shoes, where, we're a carefree child and we have to kind of cope with the idea that somebody that we've grown close to isn't going to be around anymore. And how does this affect us? How do we, cope with that? I think all of that is explored so well within this movie. I loved what they were able to do. The ending, especially, is just phenomenal to this film. I absolutely adored everything they were doing. They did within the ending here. Like I said, what this movie has to say about grief, but also just family in general and understanding your family and what they've been through, sort of through, tracing back your history. I think is so well done in this film. The movie also has a lot of like supernatural elements to it, and it never feels far-fetched. It actually tied into the main narrative quite nicely. The other thing I want to mention is this movie is only 72 minutes long. It's likely one of the shortest movies you will see from 2022, but I gotta say, I think every single second of it ends up, utilizing. The movie never feels like this is a bit too shortchanged. This idea wasn't fully dived into. There might be some things that I think maybe a longer runtime could have benefited the film more, but I think overall, I mean, there's so much that with what they were able to accomplish within those 72 minutes, I just can't help but just be in awe of the fact that they were able to construct what they were here. The cinematography also is just absolutely spellbinding in this movie. You can't take your eyes off the screen. With everything that they're doing. This is just such a fantastic film. I really wish more people were talking about. Like I said, I think really my only issue is there are a couple elements here that if given a bit more time, I think the movie could have dived a bit more heavily into, but really everything they're able to do here is just so impressive to me. I'm so happy they were able to, that Shyama's continually able to tell these stories in the way that she can. She's definitely a director that no matter what she does, I will be here for it. I just absolutely love what she was able to accomplish in this movie. I wish this is a film that people were talking about a lot more. It's easily one of the best films of last year for me, and I just really wish it was getting the love that it does end up deserving. But for me, this film absolutely gets an A. Really wish more people were talking about this one. And the last movie we'll be talking about, at least for this section of the video, the April section, is the movie Crush. A film that I feel like a lot of people have kind of forgotten about, but honestly was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. A lot of these, Netflix, Hulu type, high school comedies that come out, a lot of them just don't really do all that much for me. I find a lot of them very throwaway, very derivative, almost feel like they could kind of just be the same movie, but this one was actually legitimately charming, and I thought actually ended up working quite well for me. I think a lot of what ends up working so well in this movie is Rowan Blanchard's performance is so convincing here. She does such a great job of latching you on to this character that I feel like a lot of people are going to relate to. Paige is somebody who, yeah, she does have she has very strong feelings for this girl that is on this track team. She wants to do what she can to get close to her, but you also recognize why she feels that way. She's so desperate to be in this romantic relationship because she has all these other friends that are constantly within their own relationships, and you can really see how this starts to kind of eat away at her, and it ends up making her a really fun character as a whole, and her whole journey of, recognizing actual love and kind of separating that from how she's how she's felt all this time, beforehand, I think is really well done, this movie. Now, yes, I think the direction her character goes is very predictable, but again, Blanchard performs it very well. She's very likable in the role, she's very fun to watch, and I just really like what she ended up doing. Ailey Cravalho is also very good here. She's always great in everything that she's in. I think she gives a really strong performance in this movie, and I think that the two of them work very well off of each other. I really like what they ended up doing in terms of their respective performances overall. And yeah, I think this movie was just overall very charming, very fun. Again, it goes in some rather predictable directions, but honestly, the humor landed very well for me. I just found this to be a very fun film. The acting, I think, also, the humor as well, really does land in this film. I think there are a lot of funny moments here. There's a great recurring gag with these two friends that are trying to be supportive to her character, but they're so, involved in themselves. All they end up doing is just kind of like making out wherever they go. And I thought that was such a fun recurring gag. Although it does kind of bring up my main issue with the movie. Some of these characters are just a little bit flat. There just isn't a lot to latch onto with some of them, and they don't really stick out in the way that I hoped. I think the character of Paige is rock solid. I think the writing for her is really well done. A character like Dylan or Stacy, I think the film could have definitely done a bit more with, because at times they do feel just kind of underwritten in this movie. But I do think Sammy Cohen's directing is really well done. You know, ends up creating a really fun sort of feel for this film. Again, it's nothing really all that great. It's nothing amazing, but I think for what it is, it does end up turning out much better than I overall expected. So yeah, I had fun with this one. B- for Crush. It's nothing to write home about. It's nothing like you immediately have to see. But I think if you have the hesitation that I did going into it, I think you'll honestly be surprised by just how much you are generally won over by it in the end.
And, oh my god, months later, we are finally getting into the rest of this video. We're going to talk about all the films that were in May of 2022 now. So we're going to start off here with a movie that you probably haven't even heard of, which is great. Don't you love when I talk about movies that nobody's heard of? It's called Along for the Ride. I'll just be honest with you, this is another one that I just don't really remember all that much, because a lot of these movies are just kind of forgettable. The things I do remember about this movie right off the bat, the main actress here, Emma Pazaro, who plays Auden, I think does give a really strong performance. I like the premise of this movie, where it's basically about her kind of wanting to experience different things about her life. She's always been very like work oriented and things like that, and so she wants to be a lot more carefree. She wants to enjoy things more, and I think that part of the film is going to be relatable for a lot of people. She is somebody who, you know, hasn't really taken a lot of chances in life. She has just recently graduated high school, and she wants to try to experience a lot more like thrilling stuff before she goes back over to high school. And I think that part of the film works really well. There's a lot of fun moments of her just kind of recognizing things about herself that maybe she didn't realize before, and I think that part of the film is really well done overall. I like what they ended up doing with with that overall. And like I said, I think that she as a character does work really well here. And the main actor that is kind of like the romantic interest in the film of Eli, I think these two do overall have pretty solid chemistry. There are some good scenes between the two where we dive a bit deeper into, you know, their romantic relationship and what's really going on there. You know, we find out a little bit more about what Eli's going through, and he's kind of in a similar position to her. So I think that part of the film does work quite well. I wasn't annoyed by the romance that was going on in this movie. That being said, I think though I enjoy some of the moments in this film, like a lot of Netflix films, this just feels a bit light, especially when there is a much better film here and a much more impactful film than I think we could have gotten involving her father. There is a subplot in this movie involving her father, who has kind of completely abandoned his family after a tragedy that has happened. He doesn't talk to her. He has a whole family of his own, and she really wants to try to reconnect with him, and she's also going through her own grief as well. And I just felt like this portion of the film was so much more interesting to me and really should have been touched upon more than it really was. There are some really impactful scenes when we eventually get to see her father, when we eventually get to dive deeper into that, but it just feels like it is only a fraction of what this movie can really be, because instead, again, we have to focus on this, you know, romance that's going on. Again, it's not boring necessarily. I didn't hate the romance that was going on. It just feels like a typical Netflix romantic drama, when I feel like if they had dived a bit deeper into, you know, the grief, into this very complicated family history that's going on, I really do think this could have been something special. Dermot Mulroney, you know, when he shows up, is really good in this movie. There are some really effective scenes between the two, but again, it's only every so often. There just isn't enough of of what we have, there just isn't enough in this movie of scenes between those two. Andie MacDowell is also really good here. There's a lot, like I said, that she is going through in this film. I just really wish they focused more on, the personal family history of Auden, aside from, just her wanting to reinvent herself, her having this relation with this guy, because again, there's other aspects too. There is this whole group of friends that she encounters who they've all done different things, and she's trying to kind of blend in with them. We don't really get to see a ton of interactions between them, and when we do, they just feel very rushed. So again, this was a movie I didn't just hate myself watching. I do think there are some decent moments, but I just feel like there are so many things they could have done to make this a lot better, and instead, like a lot of Netflix films, they just really settle for mediocrity. So it ends up being a pretty frustrating experience overall. I didn't completely despise it or anything. I actually think there are some redeeming aspects about it, but as a whole, it really is nothing special. But I think if they had dived deeper into those things I mentioned, they actually really could have been. There's even aspects with Eli that we find out that I think were a little more interesting that I want to see more of, but alas, we just don't really get to see that stuff. So C+ for Along for the Ride. I was really hoping that this could be a better romantic drama than it was. I was hoping that this could be one of the ones that really stick out to me, but unfortunately, it's bogged down by a lot of the typical cliches we tend to see within these. There really isn't that much there's all that special about, aside from a couple things that I mentioned. There's some good performances and things like that, good chemistry, but overall, it really is just a very forgettable film that I wish I got a lot more out of, because I did see quite a bit of potential happening. So is one that I think is extremely important, and I really wish more people were discussing it. This is a very topical film. It is about this girl who is in her early 20s, and she's in college. She's enjoying her life in like 1960s. She has a very bright future ahead of her, all these different friends and things like that. She is has just a very promising future, but she also is often ridiculed by other students because of her being this very promiscuous girl and things like that, when that's really not the case at all. Eventually she finds out that despite the fact that she's told herself she's a virgin, she actually does end up being pregnant, and the rest of the film is her trying to find a way to perform an abortion, even though at that point it was illegal. And while recently with stories we've seen happening of states overturning Roe v. Wade and things like that, this film is extremely effective in that regard. We're watching this woman go to these great lengths to perform this operation that so many people are telling her, no, you can't let this happen. This is not allowed. This is not something that we can do. But you just see the determination in her. This is something that she is so destined to make happen. She isn't ready to become a mother. She isn't, she doesn't have the financial needs to, raise child and things like that, and she doesn't want the option of adoption. And I think this movie dives into all of that very well here. It does get very heavy at points. There is one scene especially that involves her trying to take this on herself, and oh my god, it is one of the most disturbing scenes I've seen in a while. It really just makes you wince, but not because of, again, just seeing what happened, but again, just seeing the lengths that Anne's willing to go, and also what she has to put herself through. It's horrible to see. I mean, this should not be that hard of a procedure. This should not be something that is difficult to manage. But again, because of certain guidelines and people just not really understanding freedoms, giving women certain freedoms, she really has to struggle throughout this. And I think this film, again, is very unapologetic when it comes to just showcasing the journey that she has to go through in doing that. There is a bunch of other things that go on in this film when it comes to her boyfriend and things like that. The way that he ends up reacting to things, I thought was really well done. There is another character that, there's any way that she can find a way to get an abortion, she takes on these different characters, and their reactions, most of them are really poor, but again, it feels very authentic in that way. This film is not trying to, again, dance around anything, and that's something I really just appreciated here. Even when it comes to her own family, the way that they react to what's going on, it's just abhorrent to watch, seeing these people actively reject this girl who is, again, really just trying to do what she feels is best, and nobody really is allowing her to do so because, again, of the procedure that she wants to perform, and because of the time that it was, illegal and things like that. I think the film really does present all of that very well here. You really do feel like you're in this time period. And oh my god, Anna Maria Vartamale is phenomenal in this movie. She gives such a incredible performance here. It's a very hard performance to... it's a very tough performance just because of the level of emotion that she's going throughout this movie, but she really does kill it here, and I thought that she was definitely one of the big consistent elements of this movie. I love what she ended up doing throughout this film, and again, I think the more this film goes on, the more it honestly becomes this horror show of sorts. I mean, again, just the things that she has to do to make sure that this goes down the way that she wants it to. It's just really hard to watch, and I think that they did a really good job with diving into that. But again, also diving into Anne still trying to be a normal college girl in the midst of all this. She's still trying to pass her exams. She's still trying to maintain, her circle of friends, and seeing how this one thing she wants to do changes nearly all of that. It's heartbreaking to watch, and I think it really just shows a very uncomfortable reality for a lot of people. Like, this is what will happen when you overturn women's freedoms. These freedoms should not ever be overturned. These freedoms should not be something that is ever, denied and things like that. Women deserve to choose. Women deserve to have their own rights to do whatever they want to do with their child. And nobody should tell them what to do except for themselves. And I think this film dives into that whole thing very well, because it really just showcases the horror that she has to go through and makes this so much more increasingly difficult for her. This is, again, something that should be so simple, but because of the fact that there are such strict laws going on, she really has to find her way to make this happen. And that's the other thing that I really like about Anne as a character, is that from the beginning, she knows what she wants to do. She doesn't want any other option. She's given other options, and she simply does not like it. And I really like the way the film does dive deeper into that here. I think there are some very effective moments within this film. The actor that plays her sister in the movie as well, I think, is also very strong in this film. I really like the work that she ended up doing, although I wanted to see a little bit more from her. There's a really good scene between the two that I thought was very effective, but I wish that we got to see a little bit more of that relationship. I wanted to see more of some of the other relationships in this movie. I also thought that the film would have benefited if it took a little bit longer to actually get into her wanting this abortion, because we kind of start off the film like that. And I would have wanted to see, like, what is Anne's life like? What is it that she is going through? And then you really do feel just how much her life changes, again, just through one simple decision she wants to make, which is absolutely ridiculous that so many people are feeling conflicted, some of them straight up ostracizing her over what she wants to do. But I think this film really just does an incredible job with that. The cinematography in this film is also incredible, really doesn't hold back in any way. I think the screenplay is very honest here. This is just a very important film to watch. I think if you care about stuff like this especially, this is definitely a must-watch for sure. It's definitely not an easy watch in any way. The last 30 minutes especially are just really something that you're not going to forget. There are images in this movie that, you aren't going to be able to unsee. Just thinking of what ends up going down in the way that it does, I mean, you will likely be wincing. You likely will be very tense, but I think it really just underscores just the horrors of this situation that women have to go through, and it really just sucks how hard this has become when this should be such an easy thing, when this should just be such an easy thing in the first place. And I think this film really just dives into that very well here. So I really love this one a lot. I really wish more people were talking about it. A- for Happening. Definitely not an easy film to watch at all, but a very effective one for sure. Where the fuck do I even begin with Marmaduke? I mean, you want to talk about a movie that just completely summarizes just how far Netflix has fallen in terms of like them signing on to every possible project, in terms of them not really caring about the quality. I mean, I truly do not understand how they looked at this film and thought, oh, this is the one. This is the one that we should greenlight. This is the one that we should distribute, because this is possibly one of the worst animated films I think I've ever seen. I mean, talking from a character design perspective especially. Now, yes, when you look at Marmaduke, obviously he looks a bit off. You can tell that the animation is not really up to snuff with the type of animation you see these days, but oh my god, that is nothing compared to the human characters who literally look like pasta at points. I mean, the way that they move around, it looks so deeply unfinished. Their arms are like this thin. Then you have other characters who literally just look like eggs. It's just, oh my god, the character designs, and especially when they move around, it is so just intangible in this universe. I don't even know what they're trying to do. I don't know why they thought this was the look they needed, but whoever was in charge of that, I think really needs to some work in terms of the animation department, because this was very, very hard to sit through, and we see those characters throughout the entire movie. Every character looks like that. It's not like this is only, a couple character designs. No, almost every human character looks like shit. Not a single one of them looks, even somewhat authentic. This does not look like a person. This looks like an unfinished design, and I truly have no idea. This almost looks like, I can't draw for shit. I can't. I cannot draw, and a lot of the time when I try to sketch out a human character, their head is there, and then their head is bigger than like their arms and their legs. This almost looks like the designs that I've made. I mean, it's really just that bad. I couldn't get over the character designs in this movie. But oh my god, it doesn't stop there. The voice cast in this film is horrendously bad. I don't know who made the decision to cast Pete Davidson, of all people, as Marmaduke, but my god, you could not have chosen a more unenthusiastic actor to play him. I mean, there is every point in this movie, it just seems like he wants to die. There's not a single point in this film where it feels like he actually wants to be here. This is very obvious. Like, they were like, hey, Pete, you want to take on this movie? We'll pay you a lot for it, and it'll be really cheap, and it'll be a really simple gig, and all you have to do is just be this crazy dog. But when Marmaduke is talking like this, and he has no real emotion in him, it's like, why did you go with this guy? Like, why him? I just don't understand what they were thinking here. This was such a horrible choice all around. J.K. Simmons is in this movie. Somehow, I don't know how they got him. Truly, I don't know how they got J.K. Simmons in this movie, but even he is terrible here. It doesn't seem like he's into it at all. There's not a single actor in this film that seems like they're into anything they're doing in this movie. So yeah, the voice acting is just really bad here. When it comes to a story perspective, though, I mean, it's almost non-existent. There's so many things that happen in this film that you can barely even wrap your head around. You have a family who he is just making their life a living hell. They want nothing to do with this dog. So we don't really get a chance to see why this family would even take this dog. Why would they, want to give, why would they want to be the family for him if it seems like they just cannot stand him in this movie? They want to constantly get rid of him. There is another section in this movie that I kept joking with my friend that I was watching this with, who literally the only reason I watched this was because I had a friend who I kept joking around with this movie about, and I said, hey, why don't we just go ahead and watch it together? And the worst mistake I could have made, because this film is just insufferable to watch. But there is a point in this movie where it almost turns into a superhero film, and I kept joking with my friend that this is a prequel to Super Pets, because the dogs almost have superpowers with the way that they're acting in this movie. I don't know, there's something really weird going on there. But there's one scene in this film that is just so unbearably bad and so baffling. I truly will never forget it. It involves Marmaduke farting and a house, and that is all I will say. It is one of the most repulsive scenes I have seen in a film in a long time. It is one of the worst things I have seen. And if you want to sum up just how terrible of an experience this movie is, I feel like that scene pretty much does the trick. I mean, this all around was just such a terrible film. There's another part of the movie where it suddenly becomes about like this dog show of sorts, and it just feels super rushed. There's nothing about this movie that works, nothing about this movie that feels even somewhat genuine. There's nothing about this movie that feels like they actually had something. And listen, if you guys have noticed, I have become a lot more fair when it comes to movies. I don't get nearly as irrationally angry as I once did when it comes to films, because I don't know, I just feel like I've kind of mellowed out over the past few years. I've seen a lot more movies, I've experienced a lot more in life, that I just am not really willing to completely just like destroy a film. That's just not where I'm at in my life. But there are some films I simply cannot forgive, and this is just one of them. I truly don't think there is anything redeemable about this movie. I don't think there's a single thing about this film that felt like it should have worked. I question why they thought anything going on in this movie was a good idea. This just all around is a complete disaster on all fronts. This really just feels like a film where like they had the rights to something, so they decided to make a movie out of it, but they had no idea how to go about it besides that. The music is terrible, the character designs are awful. There's not a single thing about this movie that works for me. So yeah, this is quite possibly the worst film I saw last year. F for Marmaduke. I never give this rating anymore. I really try to be fair, but I really just can't get around it. There's not a single thing about this film that I ended up liking. Marmaduke gets a big old F. Yeah, this movie was insufferable. I couldn't stand anything about it. I hated the fact that I put my friend through this, and I think he hated just as much as me. This was just a miserable experience all around. Even if you are mildly curious in this one, I would not recommend it. Even if you stumble across the Netflix page and think it's going to be a fun time, no, just avoid this movie at all costs. I'm telling you, literally, any of the movies I'm talking about in this video, watch any of them except for this one. This one is just an absolute nightmarish, terrible experience that you're never going to be able to get back. Even though it's only like 80 something minutes long, it is absolutely painful to sit through. I really couldn't stand this at all. So yeah, out of all the movies I'm talking about, this is the film that easily pissed me off the most, and I really hope nobody ever has to endure, because it's absolute garbage in every way possible. The Twin is about as generic of a horror film as I think you could possibly make. There certainly are ideas here that work. I think Teresa Palmer gives a really strong performance here of this woman that is just in constant grief. She lost her twins, she has twin sons, and one of them has died, and she's never really been able to get over that grief, and you really just see that throughout this film. Be her surviving son, they kind of have this difficult relationship as a result, and I think she by far is the standout of this entire movie. She's really the only thing that works throughout this film for me. I think her performance, even when this film goes as far off the rails as it does, I think her performance really does work here, and I think she feels, she is able to keep the film somewhat grounded, and I like what she was able to do here. I think her performance is very strong. There's some really good cinematography in this movie as well. I think there's a very dark and very sinister type feel to this film, and I think the cinematography is very well done here by Daniel Leinholm. I was impressed by that, and I think there are definitely some moments in the directing that hint at something a little bit more profound that Tinelli Mustonen is going for. There's definitely something this film has to say, again, about the loss of a child and how much that can affect a family and how they can kind of take over your entire life. I think there's definitely something to be said about that. Unfortunately, I don't think it's communicated all that well, because basically everything else in this film, I really just don't think works very well at all. The story is so utterly predictable. From the second this film starts, you know exactly where it's going to go. When it starts to dive deeper, especially into the horror aspects, it really ends up falling flat, just because none of it really is remotely scary. We've seen all of this done before. It's very easy to tell where this movie is heading. All the familiar beats that you can expect, this film does end up hitting, and I just didn't really feel like it did anything all that different. And the problem is the movie acts like it is doing something different. It acts like it is doing something fresh. It takes forever for us to figure out what's actually going on in this movie. But I feel like from the moment this certain thing begins, you can pretty much tell what is going on. When her son starts acting off, when there's something going on, you know, within the house that they're in and things like that. I mean, we have seen this so many times where, you know, they've moved recently to get away from the grief of what happened. You know, and there's something going on in the house. It's like, it's so obvious what is happening in this movie. They really just don't do a very good job with it at all. They try to prolong it and make it somewhat scary, but it just really doesn't work. And as much as I did praise Teresa Palmer's performance, her character, I just really could not get into at all. It is so obvious that Rachel is putting herself in harmful situations, and she continues to do so. I understand that she's going through grief, but there just isn't a lot to latch onto when it comes to this character. There's so many illogical decisions that she makes that are just really hard to wrap your head around, and so I just didn't find her to be a character that I really enjoyed. But my God, her husband in the movie is insufferable in this film. Stephen Cree's performance is terrible in this movie. He's so over the top. He's constantly trying to, you know, call her out on things and things like that. And I just really hated the direction that they end up going with his character, especially. It didn't make any form of sense whatsoever, so I really couldn't stand anything that they were doing there. The actor that plays her son, I thought was also pretty bad, so there's just a lot of things in this movie that did not end up working for me in the way that I was hoping, but especially once we get to the third act, the whole film pretty much just crumbles from there. Again, it is so obvious where the movie is going, and when it does go to that place, it just really goes off the rails from there. The more this film becomes a horror film, the more it just really end up losing me. I don't know what you need to do in this movie to make it work, but there just was nothing really here that stuck out to me. There was nothing here that was somewhat scary. I found a lot of it just really lame. I found the ideas that this movie has about grief, there is something to be said about that, but there's so many films that have handled it better than this. This really just felt like a pale imitation of me, and I hate saying that because there's so many good, like, new horror voices out there, but I just felt like there was nothing this film really had to offer. If Tonelli Mustonen wants to make a name for, you know, himself as a director, I think he really just needs to find a way to make his film stick out a bit more, because this just feels so incredibly throwaway. This feels so incredibly derivative of other films that we've gotten. There's really nothing about this one that stuck out to me. I've always been a big proponent of, like, support these Shudder films. They're from smaller directors, but this one is really nothing special at all. This is the kind of movie that I feel like you'd find on, like, Amazon or iTunes or something like that. You'd be searching for it, you're like, what the hell is this? And it's pretty much what you expect. It's just a very run-of-the-mill horror film that really doesn't have much to offer at all. I really just couldn't stand this one. I was trying to find things to like about it, but the more it went on, the more it just really did not end up working for me. So unfortunately, I gotta give this one a D+. I seem to be in a minority when it comes to Operation Mincemeat. I've seen a lot of people really like this film, and I think there's definitely some things to like about it. There's a really good, you know, cast here and things like that. Colin Firth, this is the kind of film that he does really excel at, and I think he does give a solid performance in this movie. I think that he does a really good job here. You know, I think all of the actors that are, you know, he surrounds himself with here, whether it's him, whether it's Jason Isaacs, Johnny Flynn, Matthew McFadden, they all do have really good chemistry. They work really well together. And I think that, you know, Mark Gatiss as well in this film. There's a lot of really good actors here, and I think they all have a really strong bond in this movie. And there are definitely some parts of this film that are pretty affected when you see why they are taking on this mission that they're taking on, what they're really trying to accomplish. You know, I think there's definitely something to like about it. Unfortunately for me, I just didn't really find this film to be all that interesting. You know, I like the idea that there was this secret mission of them trying to kind of break, you know, Hitler's power on, like, you know, Europe and things like that, but just the way it played out, I just didn't find particularly interesting. It also takes a long time to really get into the interesting stuff. There is about like 40 to 50 minutes of this movie that's really just build up, and I just didn't find these characters particularly compelling. It was very hard to latch onto them. It was very hard for me to really get into, what was going on. And again, like I said, I think this is a very important story that should be communicated, but just the way they went about it, it just didn't really end up working for me. When we eventually get into the actual mission of what they're doing, the film does definitely get a little bit more intense in that way, and there are some really well done scenes. But I just felt like as this movie was going on, it just wasn't really grabbing me in the way that I hoped. I found the directing by John Madden to be pretty standard, really nothing special whatsoever. This just kind of feels very much like anybody really could have directed it. There isn't a lot about his directing that really stood out to me. Neither with the screenplay. I just didn't really find this to be terribly compelling. So overall, this is another film that I just found to be pretty throwaway. I really don't have a ton to say about it. I think, again, there are some good moments here and there, but as a whole, I just found it to be kind of okay. I really just don't have a lot to say about it. I wish I did, but I don't really have a lot to say about this movie whatsoever. I think it's way too long as well. There's no reason this movie needed to be over 2 hours. I just really could not find myself getting all that interested in this one. So, unfortunately, a C for Operation Mincemeat. There definitely are moments that work, but overall, it was just a film that the second it ended, I was like, I'm going to forget about this immediately, and that's exactly where I'm at right now. So, we're just going to go ahead and talk about the next movie. Okay, so Firestarter is a movie that I know a lot of people have really hated a lot. I've seen many people have this on like their worst of 2022. I will say right now, I don't think this movie is nearly that bad. I think there is definitely a lot about it that's not very good, but if I'm being honest with you guys, I'm not really even that big of a fan of the original Firestarter. I think there are some ideas that work really well. Drew Barrymore gives a really good performance. I really like the bond she ends up forming with George C. Scott's character. But apart from that, it just isn't really a movie that was all that interesting to me. I think the premise itself, it just didn't really feel like they did enough with it, and a lot of it just feels kind of dated. It's very over the top. Some of it feels a bit too heightened for my liking. I don't think it's a film that has aged all that well. And so I was hoping going into this one that this could be a bit better of an adaptation. And there are some things I think it actually does a better job with. For one, I think it actually does do a better job of diving into Charlie's parents. They also have these, they all have these different types of superpowers because of these scientists that they were tested on. And we actually do get to dive a little bit deeper into the powers of Andy and Vicky. They both have these telepathic and telekinetic abilities, and I think the film does do a good job with that. At least in the beginning, I was like, okay, this is actually a little bit better. I think that is something the film is doing a better job with, and I did actually appreciate that. They establish each of the family's power. They are mostly putting them to greater effect, especially when it comes to, the character of Vicky. I think they do a better job of diving deeper into her telekinetic abilities and what can really end up happening there. That's something I did think the film did a better job with, and that's something I did overall appreciate, and I think that's something that the original film just didn't do quite as well. I wanted to see more of those abilities, and I think this film does a better job with that. You get to see her pyrokinetics, because the original film, you can tell it's the 80s. They don't really have the budget to pull off what they needed to. This film, that's much different. We do very much get to see her pyrokinetics in action, and it's done to glorious effect, and I think the film does a really good job with that. However, aside from that, the movie really just suffers from the same things as the original, and it really, other than that, I don't really have too many other positives here. I will say the one constant I can give this film is Ryan Kiera Armstrong is very good in this movie, and I think honestly carries this entire film on her shoulders. Charlie is a character that is really just kind of struggling throughout this movie. She's trying to harness her powers. She doesn't want to become this monster. She doesn't want to be seen as this character that, is very, she doesn't want to be seen as this presence that's like very harmful. She wants to be a normal kid, but she has these powers, and especially, the way it affects her emotions, it can really, make her powers, take hold of her. And, you really see her struggling throughout this movie to, like, kind of control them. But it also but I feel like Armstrong is able to provide her with a lot more empathy and almost this chilling nature to her. Although the film doesn't really try to portray her as this monster, they try to portray her a lot more as, like, the hero this time around. I think Armstrong does do a really good job with that. She is very convincing in this role. I've been a big fan of her since AHS Red Tide that came out a couple years ago, and I think she does give a pretty strong performance here. So she probably is, like, the best thing about this movie. She's doing most of the heavy lifting here. And speaking to Ryan Kiera Armstrong, I mean, I know that this film got a lot of Razzies, but she almost got nominated for a Worst Actress Award, and that is completely unjustified. There are a lot of problems with this movie, but Ryan Kiera Armstrong is very much not one of them, and I feel like it was honestly ridiculous to give her that nomination in the first place. Not just because she's a child. Obviously, there's a whole ethical dilemma with that. Should we be bestowing awards like this upon children, especially when they are at such a young age and they can go back and this is what they're going to be remembered for, and it's really going to, like, traumatize them and things like that. There's that whole dilemma, but just looking from this movie, I mean, her performance is definitely one of the only things I think generally works about this film. I honestly thought that she added quite a few layers to Charlie that she otherwise wouldn't have had, and I think it honestly is just really uncalled for to give her that award. If we wanted to say anyone is not good in this movie, surprisingly, Zac Efron, I thought was honestly kind of terrible in this film. I was very disappointed by his performance here. There are points that do work, but, this is such a likable actor. He's usually very charismatic. He usually is someone who's bringing a lot of energy to this film. And here he just feels so incredibly lifeless. It feels like he doesn't really want to be here. Very emotionally hollow. This felt like such a huge rapid decline from him as an actor. I don't really know what happened, whether it was just he wasn't really vibing with the material of this film or he wasn't really into it, but his performance is just really not good here at all, and it was honestly one of the things that I was very surprised by. I thought at least Zac Efron would be giving a good performance, but he really just sticks out like a sore thumb here and really just seems like he doesn't want to be in this movie, and he has a lot of screen time in this film, so unfortunately it's quite a detriment to this movie when he's really not giving this film the energy that it really does need. It feels like this is a much more, like, low-key Zac Efron who just doesn't really want to be here, and I just really wasn't into what he was doing. And as such, the chemistry between him and Ryan Kiera Armstrong isn't really there either, because a lot of the time he's just kind of using this very dry delivery, and it just doesn't feel like he really wants to be here. So yeah, his performance just didn't really work for me either here. Sydney Lemon I thought wasn't too bad as her mother, but if you've seen the movie, you know she's not really here that much. So she does what she can, but there isn't really a lot that she's doing in this film. The character of Rainbird, they go in a completely different direction with in this movie, and I just don't really know how I feel about it. In the original film, Rainbird is almost this mentor of sorts towards Andy. He takes her under his wing. They form this towards Charlie, they form this very genuine bond, and here he's very much this, like, assassin of sorts who is this very, like, villainous presence. And look, Michael Greyes is a good actor, but I just didn't really like what they did with him this time around. It honestly felt like they didn't really know what to do with Rainbird in this movie, so I didn't really feel like that aspect really worked of the film very much at all, and I thought that was definitely something that they didn't do very well in this film. The story as well, it really is just not one that fully captures my attention. I just don't think it's interesting enough to really do that. I mean, they do tweak some things here and there, but it really just doesn't change much of anything from a narrative perspective. The same problems I had with the original are still present within this movie. There really isn't anything that much that they change that changes the film drastically enough to where, okay, I can say I like this now. The script just feels very underwritten. There were more scenes of Charlie, like, going, prior to the event of them going on the run, but similar to the first movie, it just feels very rushed, and I feel like there's just a general lack of care towards recognizing just really the true harrowing nature of Charlie's powers and kind of seeing, what this is doing to her and things like that. I just don't think the film really dives into that enough. And there, you know, we see her in school a little bit in this movie, but it just isn't enough. It feels like they took a little bit more time, but just not enough. They needed more time to really establish this. I think the movie definitely is way too short in that regard. And I just feel they need more time to give this film a little bit more impact, especially when we get more into the government agency's goal, who are still incredibly just like very thinly sketched characters. They're not interesting at all here. It just really failed to engage me. It felt so on the nose of what they're trying to do. I love Gloria Rubin as an actress, but she's kind of terrible in this movie. I was not a fan of anything that she was doing here. They make her the most like mustache twirling villain possible, who's like stating her evil plan. What's really going on with the government agency? It's just so throwaway. You've seen this so many times before. There's nothing about that particular side of things that stuck out to me as anything interesting at all. So yeah, the story just really failed to engage me here. Again, and like I said, this time around, I wouldn't even really classify this as a horror film. They're going for much more of like a superhero type angle, and I don't really know how to feel about that. I don't know if that really was like the way to go with this movie. I think, you know, taking this more of a horror approach works a lot better than making this like a superhero thing and almost making it seem like these powers are like a gift to Charlie or something. I don't really like that very much, so not really a big fan of that at all. Like I said, I just felt so much of this film was just very hollow to me. But the thing that really brings it down is the third act of this movie, which is nothing short of just such an ungodly mess of exposition. There's so much plotting that I've seen in quite a bit, and it's a shame because I really do think Keith Thomas had the opportunity to do something different with this film and maybe kind of take it in a different direction, maybe, you know, revitalize its potential a bit based on King's novel, but it really just doesn't do much of anything that different. It felt like he watched the original film and he said, okay, well, we're going to change some things around here or there, but we're going to try to stay pretty faithful to source material. And it's like, no, I feel like this movie had an opportunity to do something different entirely, and it just didn't really want to go there for some reason. So yeah, overall, I found this to be incredibly throwaway. The only other thing I will give it is I will say I think the score in this film is much better than the score in the original film. John Carpenter, Cody Carpenter, they have this very like sort of they have this very like sort of synth feel to this film, and I really dug it a lot. I thought the score was very effective in this movie, but aside from that, there just isn't a lot that really ends up working in this film for me. It's a very tedious film that it has a few changes that works, but they feel very minimal. They don't really benefit the film in the way that I think they were hoping, and it just feels like out of like Stephen King's adaptations, this is one of the lesser adaptations. This is not going to be a film that is very much remembered at all. I really just didn't really like this film. I didn't hate it like a lot of people do, because I do think there are some things to like about it, but overall, I just found this to be such a throwaway, such a forgettable horror film that really could have been something special, but they didn't really do much of anything to really make this stick out. So overall, I am going to give this one a C. Senior year, I went into pretty much expecting to not really like it. Look, I like Rebel Wilson, contrary to what you may think, because there's a lot of her movies I just don't really like. I like her as an actress. I think she's always had good comedic timing. I think she's somebody that has this very like inherently funny ability. I just always feel like she picks projects that just do not service her very well, and that's really my biggest problem with her. She's one of those actresses that would benefit from picking significantly different roles than she does. Give me her in Jojo Rabbit. I loved her in that movie. I thought she was a lot of fun in that. I actually really like the character of Amy in Pitch Perfect, or Fat Amy in Pitch Perfect. I think she's a lot of fun in those movies. You know, there are exceptions to Rebel Wilson's films that I actually do like. There's just a big chunk of them that I don't like. Unfortunately, Senior Year is one of those. And it's a shame, because I actually do think this premise has some potential. Going into it, I like the idea that we're following this girl who is like at the top of her game. She is like this very, selfish cheerleader. She is doing so well in school. She has so much potential. She's about to go off to college. She is just an absolute like dick to all of her friends and things like that. But she doesn't really care because, well, she's pretty much just doing what she wants to do. And she ends up in this freak accident, and then 20 years later, suddenly just ends up falling into a coma, and just really seeing how much the world has changed around her. That is a really funny premise, especially when you think of how much has changed throughout high school, and her acting basically like nothing has changed since then. She's still going to high school. She still has to finish things out. I think that's a really funny idea, and I think there's a lot that you can do with that. The problem is, I don't think this movie quite realizes its potential. I'll say right off the bat, Rebel Wilson is actually really good in this movie. She is not the problem here. I don't think she does a bad job at all. I actually do think she is giving a good performance, and for the most part is doing most of the heavy lifting. Despite how I feel about Stephanie as a character, she is super convincing in this movie that she is still has the mind of a teenager. She's still going to act like a teenager. She isn't aware of how much things have, how much her surroundings have changed. So she'll probably say things that you really shouldn't say in 2022. And I think that she does a really good job with that. I think her comedic timing is honestly really good. And she honestly is very fun in the role. So I think she is definitely not the problem with this movie. The problem really is that while there are jokes, and here's the thing with fish out of water stories like this, you have to make it so there is something to joke about. You place a character in a situation, they reference something that isn't going on anymore, you kind of try to catch them up to speed, and it's all about their reaction. We've seen this premise a ton of times before, but I feel like the good ones recognize that you have to not just make it about the joke. You have to kind of do something different with it. And not only does this movie does have some good jokes about modern life and really just how out of touch Stephanie is. There are moments where like a song will play and she doesn't know what's going on. There are, political things going on that she doesn't quite understand. It just doesn't really land overall. I found a lot of the jokes to just be very lame in this movie, but it's especially due to the fact that the film outright refuses to portray any of this in like an authentic manner at all. The school that Stephanie ends up going to is like the most fantasy type school you could think of. This is a school where basically everything is very progressive. People act in a way that you just don't see in high school, and that's a fun idea. Like, I would love to see a movie about that. I would love to see a movie centered just around this school. But the problem is when you are trying to put this character in a setting and you're trying to do this whole idea of like she is out of touch with the world, you can't really put her in a world that is in itself, not authentic. As much as we would love for this school to be a thing, it's not, and it just doesn't really work here. So the film is really going for mostly low-hanging fruit, and the most just obvious and downright cringe-worthy jokes possible. You'll have them referencing some sort of taboo, and she'll question why it's a taboo and things like that. You'll have them referencing something that at the time wasn't something that was really understood back then, and then they try to question her on it. It's constant stuff like that. It just doesn't really work very much at all. So I just wasn't really a big fan of most of the humor in this movie. And Stephanie also, despite the fact, again, Rebel Wilson tries, is not a likable character at all in this movie. And look, I understand that's the point. She's supposed to be this very spoiled girl that doesn't understand, how she's treating her friends and just is always trying to do something for her own personal gain. I understand that. The problem is, Stephanie doesn't change throughout the majority of this movie. There isn't a point in this film where it's like, okay, she's starting to shift a bit. She does eventually, but it takes forever for her to make that jump. And for a while, she just has the same exact mindset. and it just is very hard to it's just very hard to stay with this character. She has the same selfish goal the entire movie, and I just don't think they did a very good job with that. And it takes forever for her to recognize, just how selfish she's being and how much she's hurting everyone. Once she does, you would think the film gets better. The problem is it's too late when it happens because it takes so long for her to make that switch over. And so it's just really hard to identify with her as a character. It's really hard to get on board with her. And here's the thing. You don't necessarily, and I've said this before, you don't have to have a character be likable for me to end up liking them. The problem is Stephanie is such a one-dimensional character. All you can really focus on is her unlikability and just how hard it is to really get on board with this character. There were things they could do here that I thought would have actually really worked. For example, there is a great scene in this movie between her and her father. Her father, they were separated obviously for a long time because his daughter was in a coma, and so she hasn't really, and there's a really good scene where she talks about like she hasn't really, valued him in the way that she has. There's a really touching scene between the two of them, and I really wish we got to see more of it. I think their dynamic is honestly really good in this movie. I really like what they ended up doing with her father here. I think that he was definitely one of the better parts of this movie. I think that Chris Parnell gives a really strong performance in this film, but again, he's barely in the movie, and so I think that they needed to do more with him as a character, so I don't think that really worked very well. And the other characters we're watching in this movie aren't very likable either. I had a very hard time really buying into them because even though Stephanie, she's been in a coma, you can at least make that excuse for her. Other characters in this film also feel like they haven't really changed much at all. Zoe Chow, her character, she was always like the mean girl. She was always, again, just somebody that didn't really like Stephanie and things like that. She has had this life where she was just very unlikable in that way, and she's still like that as an adult. And I honestly think Zoe Chow gives maybe a career worst performance here.
Hi, I want to shift to slightly not so great audio quality and say that, going back to what I said about Justin Hartley, I forgot to interject. He also has not changed at all since high school. He still is just like this really douchey guy who just seems to be like, he's just very like privileged and cocky, and I just felt like it made sense for Stephanie, who's in a coma, that she's going to act the same, but it doesn't make sense for some of the other characters who were not in said coma to also not progress at all in life. It just didn't feel authentic. It didn't feel like it worked for what they were really going for, especially when you focus on other characters who have clearly changed. It just really had a problem with the way both of those characters were written. I understand they're supposed to be like, the joke is that they haven't really progressed, but I just don't really think it worked in this movie, and I kept wondering how much better the film would have been if they actually did progress a little bit. Like, let's say Stephanie still likes Justin Hartley, which she does in the film. She still likes his character. What if he had changed a bit? What if he was different from how he was? I think it would have been a little bit more interesting if they did that, but because they didn't, I think the film very much suffered because of it.
Just feels like her character, she should be a lot more concerned about Stephanie. I mean, she was in a coma for 20 years, and nobody seems to really care about that. Zoe Chow has kind of just gone on with her life. She's still really unlikable. She's married to... She is married to Justin Hartley's character, who is also just still such a douche. He doesn't seem like he's changed much at all either. It just doesn't really work here, and I don't think they did a very good job with that here at all. And so I really just couldn't buy into any of it. The only two characters that really end up saving this film for me are the performances by Sam Richardson and Mary Holland. I actually do think Sam Richardson, he is a very likable actor. Anytime the film dives into the relation between him and Stephanie, it honestly is very charming to watch. These two have very good chemistry. They work really well together. I enjoyed their overall bond throughout the movie. And Mary Holland, I've said this before, she's just a very, inherently, she has this innate natural ability to make people laugh, and that's really no different when it comes to this movie. I enjoyed her a lot in this movie. I thought she had some very funny lines, and I thought that she did give a really strong performance overall. But aside from that, this film is just completely just destroyed by, again, just how forced it is when it comes to its jokes. The 90s culture, it's just very forced here. There is a Spotify's playlist worth of music. There's every single second there is music playing and things like that, and it just became more annoying than anything. I understand that there are obviously you want to pay tribute to the 90s and things like that, but I don't think it works here very well at all. I think it honestly really just erodes the film, and a lot of the time it just felt very overbearing to me. Unfortunately, like I said, I just don't think this film worked really all that well. This is a very one-joke premise, like, let's reference certain, things that have gone on in the world, like the empowerment of LGBTQ rights. Let's focus on progress throughout the years. And it just feels very one-note. It doesn't feel like it has that much to say. There is a good message eventually about trying to turn yourself around and trying to relive your glory days, but realizing that you changed as a person. I think there's a good message there, but it comes so late into the film, it just feels like we could have arrived at this so much earlier, and the movie would have been so much better because of it. And again, I'm all here for Rebel Wilson making more comedies. I am a fan of her. I just think that she needs to pick films that service her a lot better than this. This is such a one-joke premise. There really isn't much to this movie that really ended up working for me. I really thought this could have been something special, but unfortunately, I just feel this film, as time goes on, is going to end up as relevant as the references our lead character states throughout the film. I think, especially again with the way this film handles it, years from now, people are going to watch this movie and be like, I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what this is supposed to reference. And the best kind of films like this find ways where, even though the references themselves might not be the most relevant, there's still something to like about the film. There's still something timely about the film. I just don't think Senior Year is going to have that. And some people might not take issue with that. I watched this movie with my girlfriend. She really loves this movie. She references it a lot. She tells me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and that's fine. Like, I understand that there are people there that are going to like this movie. I just really was not one of them. I really just found this to be very hard to watch. I like the idea of what's going on, but as a whole, this film just really didn't work for me at all. So I've talked more about this movie than I expected to. I don't know why this ended up being like the longest of the ones I've talked about for May, but I guess I really just had a lot to say about this one. So yeah, unfortunately, C- for Senior Year. Again, it's not completely without its merit, but I just think that this was a premise that was completely wasted, and there was so much more they really could have done with it. There are some good moments here and there, but as a whole, it just really did not come together for me at all, and I honestly just did not have a good time watching this film. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't recommend this one. Oh my god, Family Camp. I mean, talk about the most generic, run-of-the-mill comedy that you really could have made. This is a film that is so destined to be this just like feel-good comedy with these great messages, but it feels like a film that just doesn't belong in this time. This feels like a movie that would have come out in the early 2000s, and it would have been this big hit and everybody would have laughed at it, but now it just doesn't really work. And there's so much about this film that I just could not stand. All of the acting, for the most part, is terrible. I will say Lee Ellen Baker, not a good person at all, but I don't think she's giving a terrible performance in this movie. I think that she is trying here, and I will say she's the only one that really ended up working for me in this film. Everybody else I thought was either way too over the top or just didn't seem like they wanted to be here. I don't think they did a good job with that at all. The main character, Tommy, they're trying so hard to make this like a National Lampoon sort of thing. They want him to be like the Chevy Chase, or they want him to be like, if you want to think of this like a typical family camp movie, they're trying so hard to make him like the funny, just slapstick guy, and it just doesn't work at all. It feels so forced. The situations he gets himself into are just so unrealistic, you can't even laugh at them. You're just like, why are you putting yourself in this situation? But oh my god, this guy that is constantly following him around, and I mean following him around. There is this other family that he encounters, and they're just like obsessed with them. This guy Eddie, he is so weird the way that he goes about things. He is supposed to be this like chiropractor of sorts, and he's like deeply insecure, but he's always following this guy around, and I just could not stand him in this movie. Every time he pops up, they're putting themselves in like the dumbest situations possible. I couldn't stand what they were doing with him as a character. When it comes to the kids in this movie, there's like really nothing for them. There is a subplot of sorts that starts off with the daughter in this movie and her wanting this boyfriend and her kind of clashing with her mom, and they don't really do much of anything with it. There's like a couple scenes here and there, but they don't really do much of anything with that. The son, I don't even remember what his arc was in this movie. I don't remember what they did with him here because I felt like he was kind of sidelined throughout the movie. Yeah, overall, I just felt this movie did not work at all for me. There is a twist that happens involving this family and like what they're all about. The film tries to brush it off as like, oh, that's so funny. No, that it's legitimately fucked up what they did. Like when we find out what this guy's actual intentions are, I'm like, no, you're really downplaying this. I feel like the movie is, again, it has a lot of like Christian values and things like that, and it's really trying to like force them onto you. And I will say the movie doesn't really do that until closer to the third act, but once they do, the message that they're trying to provide, I'm like, no. I mean, listen, to some extent, I agree with this, but in the situation that this family was just put through, no, I don't think this is an acceptable way to end this movie. So yeah, I really hated this a lot. It was every bit as bad as I really did expect it to be. It feels incredibly low budget. This feels like the kind of family comedy that we just don't really see anymore, but it's missing the charm, it's missing the fun that those films really do have. This film is really just relying on like a bunch of slapstick jokes. It's focusing on just putting these characters in these very uncomfortable situations. There's really nothing about this that worked at all for me. The family itself isn't really all that likable. You don't really find yourself latching on to them, and I feel like that's something that's very important in this movie. Is, you know, the whole point of them going to this camp is to get them to bond more as a family, and I didn't feel like by the end of the film they had changed all that much. I didn't feel like this was a family that, you know, should stick together. I didn't really feel like they did a very good job with that. So overall, I really just could not stand this one. There really are very few elements that end up working out here for me. There are some okay performances here and there, but other than that, I found this to be honestly insufferable to sit through. So D- for Family Camp. My God, there are some comedies out there that I understand that, you know, I'm not really the target audience for them and things like that, and they're not really going to work for me. But this is the definition of like not even trying. They're not even trying to make something, you know, even slightly fun. They're not trying to make something even slightly redeemable. This is just absolutely unwatchable, and I really couldn't stand a single second of this. If you missed out on it, trust me, you did not miss much at all. This is a very, very hard film to sit through. On the Count of Three has a lot going for it. It has two really great performances from both Gerard Carmichael and also Christopher Abbott. I think both of them work very well in this movie. They have a very strong chemistry together. The film does a really good job of setting up these two characters that both are kind of at the end of their rope. They're both at a point where they just have kind of not really wanting much to do with their life. You can understand why these characters make the decisions that they do. And I understand the premise like this, I will say right off the bat, is going to be too much for some people. The idea of these two characters that are both deciding to take their own life and they want to do it together, but then realize that they have unfinished business is going to be too much for some people, and I can totally understand that, but I feel like this film handles it in a very mature and sensitive way. It does not try to exploit it in any way. It does not try to overdo it when it comes to the suicide pact and things like that. I think this film goes about it in a way where it still works, and I liked what they ultimately ended up doing there. And I think the first 40 minutes of this first hour of this film is really well done. We see these two characters kind of trying to reconcile with things that have gone on within their past and what's really going on there, especially when it comes to Christopher Abbott. There is a lot that he is dealing with in this movie, and I think the film does do a really good job with that. He's trying to kind of right some of the wrongs in his life and That's something that I really did appreciate. We get to kind of see him make amends with certain people in his life and things like that. And I think that part of the movie actually does work really well. And you can understand why this character has been driven to his lowest point pretty much. You know, he's tried to fix things before, but he's just kind of at a point where he doesn't know if he can do it anymore. And, you know, we get to see, you know, this really great friend in Val kind of help Kevin in trying to, you know, his character Kevin, in trying to turn his life around and things like that. And I think there's some really good moments when it comes to that, and I think that they do a really good job with that. And the third act of this movie, I think, is very suspenseful. There's a lot that the film does get into. The problem is, I think the ideas that the film is trying to tackle are very effective, and they do work in this movie. But I do think this film would have benefited from a longer runtime. The movie is only about an hour and like 26 minutes long, I believe, and I felt like it could have definitely gone on a bit longer. Both of these men are suffering from some really traumatic stuff, especially when it comes again to Christopher Abbott's character. There is a whole other thing that this film turns into in the third act, and we realize what his main goal really is. And I like that idea. I really like what the movie is trying to get into. It goes into, honestly, some very heavy territory that I think people aren't really going to be expecting. Now, going into a movie like this, you, again, should expect for it to be very hard to watch at points, but I was not expecting it to go to the place that it did in the third act, and it almost becomes a completely different movie at that point. It becomes more about doing this one thing, and I'm not going to get into it because I think the trailer did a pretty good job at hiding this particular element. But it involves Henry Winkler's character, and when they started to dive deeper into that, I thought, this is really interesting what they're trying to do here. This is something that I think is really going to, you know, for a lot of people be somewhat, be something that really is effective to them because they've maybe gone through something like this before. I think this film is handling it very well. I just felt the way they went about it was honestly very rushed, and I would have liked to see more time spent in achieving this goal. It feels like they set up that they want to make this goal and then they just go ahead and do it. And I think there should have been a bit more time in really just setting up what's really going on, here, what the goal really is, but also the consequences of what can happen if they do achieve this goal. I think that whole part of the film is definitely very fascinating. It handles things in a very sensitive manner. It can be hard to watch at points, but I think they do handle that very well. The part of the film that I don't think is as well handled is the character of Val. I think that the film does a good job in showing that he is almost just as lost as his friend, and he has a lot that he's dealing with. There's a lot of emotional baggage that he's going through. When it tries to focus on the estranged relationship between him and Tiffany Haddish, I just didn't feel they spent enough time on it. There is a really good scene at her apartment where these two kind of talk things out, and they really just iron out the feelings that they're feeling towards each other, and you understand what the mistakes that he's made and things like that. And Tiffany Haddish does do a really good job. Like, she really grills him for the decisions that he's making, but I just didn't feel that it was enough. I think they should have done a lot more when it came to this story, and I think they should have focused just as much as they did on Kevin's storyline. And I think that if the film had done that, I think it would have been that much more effective, because, again, I'm not saying, like, Val, it doesn't have anything satisfying. They have a lot of good moments with him where he also is trying to make amends in his life, and again, realizes he's in just as bad of a place overall. But I just think that they could have done a better job when it came to this movie. I think when it came to this character, I think they could have done a better job in really just establishing what he's going through and all the things like that. But like I said, when we get to the third act and we get to Kevin confronting what he needs to confront, it is very satisfying, and I do think the movie does a good job with that. It just feels like we're honestly missing a second act here. It feels like we have a first and a third act, but we're missing the second act. And I feel like the film kind of needed it because it would have made that third act that much more effective overall. And I think they could have done a much better job with that. So yeah, I do think this film does have a lot going for it. Also actually does have quite a bit of comedy, and that's something that could have definitely hindered the film, but I think they honestly incorporate very well. It doesn't focus on it too much, and I think when it's there, it really does end up working. The end of the film, I'm honestly kind of mixed on with the way they ended up wrapping it up. It just felt very abrupt to me, but I do, again, like everything the film is trying to do, I just think the pacing does hinder it a bit and doesn't make it quite as impactful as it needed to be. But the likability of the characters, and I think the screenplay being as good as it is, and Gerard Carmichael handling this film with a lot of sensitivity, clearly doing a lot of research about this stuff. I think that really makes this film work. I think that's really what makes this film as powerful as it is. You know, having this genuine friendship between these two characters. There really is just a lot to latch onto when it comes to this film. There's a lot to like about this one. Like I said, I do think it gets a bit messy within the third act, but other than that, I do think this film is honestly really good. I wish a lot more people were talking about it. So this one I really do recommend. It's definitely not going to be an easy watch for everybody, but I do think this film is very much worth watching. So I'm going to give this one a B-. And going from one film that's going to make a lot of people uncomfortable to another movie that I think is going to make people even more uncomfortable in Pleasure. Now, I will say right off the bat, every single month I'm talking about has one movie that I wish more people were discussing. This is that movie this month, but it has a bit of a caveat where I can understand why people are not talking about this movie, because it's a very hard movie to sell. You have this girl who wants to be part of the porn industry, but she doesn't just want to be a part of the porn industry. She wants to be at the top. She wants to be the star, pretty much. She wants to achieve everything that she possibly can in order to attain this goal of just being the top of the list. And, you know, I think the film does a really good job of that. And here's the thing, we have admittedly seen this premise before of this girl that wants to, you know, go into this industry, and she wants to be at the top. She wants to steal the spotlight for everybody. But that being said, this is a very tough film to watch, because especially the way it depicts the porn industry, it's not in the way you're expecting it to. This film in no way is trying to sensationalize or try to portray this industry in a positive light. It honestly is a lot darker than that. We really see the industry through the lens of this girl that is so deeply naive. She's destined to do whatever she can to make it to the top. She thinks that she's going to go into this and she's going to be completely unscathed and everything is going to work out just great for her. And I think that's what really latches you onto her character overall. Bella is somebody who has pretty much just completely upended her entire life. She has, you know, been told that this is, you know, she doesn't really know what she's getting herself into, and she starts off this movie very shy, very averse to what she's about to get herself into. She doesn't really seem to be, you know, as vocal and things like that, and, you know, I think they do a really good job with that. She starts off just not really knowing what she's fully getting herself into, but as the film goes on and she's given more opportunities, she wants to try everything out. And when I mean everything, I mean everything. The things that Bella gets herself into in this movie, you know, there are points in this film where you can tell she is viscerally uncomfortable with what she's doing. She doesn't want to put herself in this position. But again, because of the fact that she is so convinced that she needs to push herself to her limits, she basically goes along with it. There are even points in the movie where people try to warn her, like, I don't really know if you want to do this, and she still ends up doing it, and it's very startling to watch as a result. There's one scene especially, I was like, ugh, like, the way they portrayed it in this film, I thought was really well done. I was not expecting them to go in the directions that they did, but this film honestly does get really dark. And that being said, the entire film isn't like that. There is definitely an underlying darkness from the start, but for a while things are being portrayed in this sensationalized manner, because that's the way Bella sees it. Bella thinks everything's going to be okay. Bella thinks she knows what she's getting herself into. She comes across all these different women that also are involved with porn and things like that, and she thinks that she is, you know, comfortable with what she is doing, but You can tell as the film goes on that's not really the case, but my God, Sophia Capel is phenomenal in this movie. If I had to pick an actress that is overlooked, oh my God, it would be her. I mean, I have heard no talk about her performance all year, and I think she gave one of the best performances, maybe of last year. I mean, the lengths that she goes to as an actress to really just sell how naive this character is and over her head, but also show this growing confidence within her is so well done. At a certain point, Bella becomes extremely unlikable in this movie just because, again, of how much she is destined to get to the top and how she's willing to destroy everything in her life in order to do that. But Capel remains compelling because of the fact that she's giving such a strong performance. She makes Bella feel like a real person. And you can take that passion that she has for the porn industry and apply it to pretty much anything you've ever wanted in life. Think of any sort of dream that you've wanted to attain. Maybe one that is out of reach. Maybe one that you don't really know what you're getting yourself into. That's what she does really well in this movie. And I really did appreciate that in this film. I can't imagine how hard it must have been to channel what she has to in this movie, because there are certain scenes here that I'm sure must have been hard to film, but she really does go for it, and I think she gives such a strong performance in this movie, considering just how much this character is put through the ringer and how emotional performance this must have been. I mean, I am just so impressed by what she was able to accomplish here. I think all of that is so well done within this movie, and I really was not prepared for like how dark this film was going to get going into it, but it really just illustrated how competitive this industry can be. I mean, again, I think when people look at the porn industry, they don't really look at it in a way that is like, oh, that must be really hard what they're doing and things like that. They're like, well, these are performers, they signed themselves up for this. But this film really does get into the fact that there are plenty of situations that, you know, porn actresses or porn actors get into and they're not really comfortable with what they're doing, and that's what we are seeing here. But the film never tries to portray it in an exploitative manner. It all is conveyed through how Bella is feeling in that given moment. And as the film goes on, I mean, you start to look at the industry in a much more almost robotic light. I mean, while Bella is dealing with some people, some of the people she works with seem to care about her. As the film goes on, these people start to become less and less caring towards her. They really start to not really give a shit about consent. They don't really care about the fact that she is not comfortable with what's going on. They don't really seem to care very much, and I think this film does a really good job with that. It felt deeply realistic for the lives that you know, these characters live, and it also worked very well tonally. Like I said, the film has this rawness from the beginning, but there's a bit more optimism of what's going on. It feels like this is going to work out well, but as the film goes on, it just dwindles increasingly, and it really just shows the brutality of this line of work, and that's something I really just appreciate about this film. So I think they do a really good job with that. Being said, I don't think everything this film does is perfect. All the characters that Bella comes across, besides her, there are a couple of characters we focus on, I just felt needed a bit more dimension to them, specifically when it comes to the character of Ava, this girl that she becomes pretty close with as friends. I wanted to see more of their overall bond in the movie. There are quite a few girls that she comes across in this film that we just don't really get to see enough of, and I wanted to see more of, like, what is their line of work all about? What is it that they're putting themselves into? Are they just as careless as her? But my God, the way this movie wrapped up, I was not prepared for. It goes in such a violent and off-kilter direction, but one that honestly did feel pretty satisfying with the way that Bella was going. Again, just how selfish she was becoming as a character and how little she seemed to care about what was going on. I mean, I was so impressed by the way this film ended up wrapping up. I was not expecting it to go in the direction that it did.
Oh my God, we're back to the shitty audio quality again. I just want to chime in and basically say that the messages this film is going for, I think, are very powerful. Obviously, the biggest one, I think, is just about knowing your limits, like, as a performer. Bella clearly does not know her limits, and this is what makes her kind of, you know, push herself over the edge in a way that she really shouldn't. But I feel like the film has a larger conversation as well about somebody who is so convinced that, like, they're ready to make it out in the world on their own, they're ready to be independent, and when in fact they're not fully prepared. There's a whole other part of this movie kind of focusing on Bella leaving her country in Sweden. She's all by herself. She doesn't have anyone else to rely on, and there is this amazing scene where she finally kind of like just confesses to her mother like how she's really feeling, and I thought it was just immensely powerful what they were really going for. So I think there's a lot of profound messages this film has, way more than you're expecting, and it's another reason why I admire it as much as I do.
You know, I've said it before, there are a lot of films like this that I think would have handled this in a much more just distasteful and insensitive manner. They would have tried to make this a lot more exploitative, almost like you're watching actual porn. But Pleasure never does that. Pleasure makes it so you never really want to get into this stuff at all. And I really did appreciate that about this movie. I think this film is really trying to dive into just putting yourself, you know, signing yourself up to do something, not really knowing what you're getting yourself into, and then doing whatever you, and then constantly being in this situation where you can't get out of it until you finally do something. And I think this film just does a really good job with that. The way it shows just the darkness of the industry, I think it's so well done. There's this incredible message that this film gives at the end that I wasn't really expecting, but I really like the direction it ended up going in. Like I said, this is not at all an easy watch, and there are moments that are fun, don't get me wrong. Like I said, the opening like 20-30 minutes actually does have some fun moments, but the more it goes on, the more uncomfortable this film really does become. And again, it really just works as this great character study of seeing this girl that, you know, has set herself up on this path, but didn't at all understand what she was getting herself into. And as a result, it just ends up becoming more and more deeply uncomfortable for her. But it's such a gratifying film that I really think is going to make you look at this industry in a whole new light. So I really can't recommend this one enough. Again, I can understand if it's going to be too much for some people, but I really did love this one a lot. So A- for Pleasure. Certainly not an easy movie to watch, but for me, a very effective one for sure. And sticking with movies that make people uncomfortable, we talk about The Sadness, which on its surface seems like a pretty typical movie. We're focusing on this couple. They are going about their lives. They're kind of at a point in their relationship where they are kind of at this crossroads. They don't really know if they have the love that they think they do for one another. One of them is like very work-oriented, and you know, you can see that that's having an impact on their relationship overall. But they end up being put in this situation where they find themselves in the midst of a zombie apocalypse, but not a typical one at all. That's really all you need to know going into this movie. I can't really say too much more than that because I really didn't know what I was going to get myself into. I mean, speaking right off the bat, I've seen some very graphic and violent films in my day, especially when it comes to films like this, centering around zombie apocalypses and the end of the world. And, you know, admittedly, some of them have been very violent, but I feel like I've seen so many that it is hard to make me super uncomfortable around it. This film takes that to a whole new level, and oh my god, I mean, you have seen films like this before, but this film is so incredibly depraved and manic. And especially with how far this film goes with some of the specific ideas about the activities, which I will tell you right now, if you have any problems with like extreme sexual content, especially done in a very violent manner, this is definitely not going to be the film for you, because the directions they went with this movie, I truly was not prepared, and I didn't know if it was going to fully work for me, but I really liked the way they ended up going about it. The activities that these infected engage in are disgusting to watch, but not just disgusting. They are really deeply uncomfortable, and they're going to make you feel very repulsed with what they're involving themselves in. There's one scene especially, and all I will say is it involves an eye. Oh my god. I mean, it was so incredibly gross to watch, but the film kind of has to go there just because of what this film is really trying to say. Because yes, there's a lot of gross imagery in this movie. Yes, the film gets into some very uncomfortable territory, especially when what a lot of the activities these zombies are doing are completely non-consensual. They're just doing it because they're, just into very like depraved and debaucherous stuff. But I do think underneath all of that, this film is really trying to be this allegory of sorts about the pandemic and really just how ignorant people are of what's going on around them. There's so many points in this movie where these characters are engaged in a situation and nobody's really paying it any mind until they themselves are in it. They're like, no, it's not that bad. You'll hear like news reports and them really just downplaying what's going on. And it felt very realistic to what was our current situation, the ongoing pandemic and things like that. I think the film did a really good job in covering that. This does feel like a movie that a director writes because, you know, he is mad at the world and he really wants to do something to commentate on the state of the world, and I think he does a good job with that, but he does that much differently than you would expect. I mean, we are thrust into this in completely different ways, the world we are into in this movie. There's so many intense scenes, and it seems like every corner these characters turn, they are putting themselves in constant peril, in constant danger, and it's unlike most of what I've seen before. I mean, this film feels incredibly original with the way it goes about it. The design of these creatures, I wouldn't even call them zombies. They are infected, but they're not really zombies, because the way that they go about things, they have this like permanent smile on their face, especially when they are doing really just cruel and disgusting things to these characters and playing around with them in certain ways, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean, they really go for it, and I think that the character designs are definitely something that they do a really good job with, and including a very memorable and sinister character design that those have been, for those that have been afflicted with this disease. I think they do a really good job with that overall, so like I said, though, because the fact this film does go in so many uncomfortable directions, it's not going to work for everybody. The ideas itself and how disgusting it can be, you know, it's going to be too much. People are not going to want to subject themselves to this. But I really couldn't help but admire just how unhinged this movie is willing to get. I mean, it goes in, again, so many disgusting directions. But what I also appreciate about this movie is that it does still stay somewhat grounded, and it's mainly because of these two characters. The two characters we're following here of Jim and Kat, they are just a normal couple in this movie. They have been separated, they're trying to get back to each other, and that's really what we're dealing with here. You have Jim, who is outside, and every turn he goes, he seems to be just out of reach of becoming a victim of one of these infected. And I think that the film does a really good job with that. But meanwhile, Kat is somebody who is inside and seems to be in a better situation at first, but things escalate and it gets even worse for her. And because of how good these two actors are, you really do find yourself, you know, latching on to them. I think the film does do a good job. That being said, I do think as characters, they do come across as pretty flat to me. I wish I was latching on to them just a little bit more. I think towards the end, the film gives you what you need when it comes to the two of them, but I do think the film should have done a little bit better of a job of setting these two up, giving them just a little bit more to play around with. But again, you need these characters because without it, I think the film would completely crumble and it would feel very exploitive. But because you have these two characters who are normal, are just going about, you know, their everyday lives, and they're in this situation, I think the film becomes a lot more relatable in that way because you can see yourself as Jim, somebody who is on this motorcycle and he's trying to dodge all of these, you know, infected coming at him left and right, but it seems like no matter what he does, he's he's eroded by them, but he's doing what he can to come home to his girlfriend. Or you have Kat, who is working, but things are only getting worse for her. I think the film just does a really good job with that overall. So yeah, I mean, this film is just absolutely insane. It's just insane the places that it ends up going, and I think that it definitely does end up paying off, and it shocked me in many ways. Now, that being said, I do think there are a couple scenes in this movie that I think takes it just a little bit too far, and it's hard for me to really wrap my head around if I think it was appropriate or not where the film ended up going. But again, I think the film needed to go in these extreme directions to really just represent the cruel and ghastly world that these characters are inhabiting and all the disgusting things that the infected are willing to do. I think the film does do a really good job with that. I think the directing here is very strong. He never tries to portray it in an exploitive manner. He handles it in a way that is just very nightmarish, and I think he does a good job with that. I think the screenplay is very well written here. And where this film ends up going, I thought was honestly heartbreaking to watch. It's the kind of ending that's going to, just rip your heart out, and I think they did a really good job with that. So, yeah, again, definitely not an easy film to watch at all, but I think if you're looking for something a lot different when it comes to zombie films and you want something that is really going to shock and probably make you just really disgusted and uncomfortable, I think this is definitely the film for you. I certainly was not prepared for what this film was going to be going into it, but I left it honestly very impressed with what it ended up delivering. So overall, I'm going to give this one an A-. Okay, straight up, I don't really remember Sneakerella at all. There are a couple things I can say about this one right off the bat. One thing is, I have no idea how this ended up on Disney+. This feels like a borderline Disney Channel movie. It is the most, watered down, boring version of Cinderella that you could possibly get, except now we're in modern day, and this character is instead trying to become a sneaker designer and things like that, and, he has a very disapproving father who is just very spoiled and selfish. He has these brothers as well that don't really seem to care very much about him. And there's also this, basically there's also this girl who he seems to form a genuine connection with, and he really wants to get closer to her and things like that. But other than that, there's not really a lot going for this film. Now, I will say, I think the two central performances are honestly really good here. Chosen Jacobs is very good in this movie. I think he has this energy and this likability to him that does somewhat latch you onto Elle as a character. You understand the dreams that he has, and there's definitely something to be said about that. And I think Jacobs does elevate this character a little bit. Same can be said for Lexi Underwood. I've always been a fan of her since Little Fires Everywhere, and I do think she does give a good performance as Kira. You can see that she's someone that wants to be very independent. She seems to form a genuine bond with Elle, and she doesn't really care what her father thinks. And so I did overall enjoy their bond throughout the movie. The problem is their characters are just so incredibly one-note. There isn't a lot to latch onto when it comes to them. You've seen these characters before. You've seen them done better. This movie doesn't really have a lot going for it in that regard. Every other character we come across in this movie, the film just doesn't really do enough with. There is a character that Elle has named Sammy, who is his best friend, and I felt there was a lot more they could have done with this character. Sammy is an openly lesbian character, and I felt like there was just more they could have done with Sammy as a character. I felt like she honestly was very underwritten, and at points I felt she didn't even really need to necessarily be here, but I liked the fact that they had this friend, and I felt like there was more they could have done with her. But again, the film just doesn't really do much at all with her as a character. There is this the wife of Darius, who, again, there just isn't really a lot to her. There isn't a lot to Darius as a character. A lot of these characters just feel very one-note to me. They don't really feel like they have a lot going for them, and so I found the screenplay to be very much lacking in that regard. There really isn't a lot to latch onto. There is one character I did somewhat end up liking, and that is Gustavo, who is this neighbor of Elle's, who basically becomes like the fairy godmother of sorts. He basically ends up becoming like the godfather, the fairy godfather pretty much of Elle, and I like the direction they went with that. And I think that character ended up working. I kind of wanted to see more of him because I wasn't expecting for him to go in that direction, but I think that ended up working for me. Also, I just think this film, similar to a lot of adaptations, is honestly hindered by the fact that it has to follow the story of Cinderella. I think this film would have been benefited if it took a few more chances, if it subverted the story in a way, because the fact that it has to go in the generic direction that it does, you can tell where this film is going from a mile away. You can tell who this character is supposed to represent. You can tell what this character is supposed to be, and it just doesn't feel like there's much more to these characters besides that. I think the only character that is different is Sammy in that way. You know, you don't have like talking mice and things like that. Instead, you have Sammy, but again, it feels like Sammy is just the best friend. Like, there just isn't much to do with her as a character either. And I like Devin Nakota a lot. I think that she is a really good actress. She was just in Scream 6, which eventually I will review. I don't know when I'm going to get around to that, but she's a very good actress, and I like what she does in this movie. Again, I just wish that there was more going on with her as a character. The directing also leaves a lot to be desired here. It just feels very standard. There's not a lot about this that really stuck out to me. Not a lot of directorial flair going on with this director. I'm not too shocked. This director did a movie later on this year that I really didn't like at all. This is definitely the better film of the two that she directed, but it still really isn't that great. It just feels like this film is lacking in terms of a visual in terms of a style. It just feels very like run-of-the-mill in that way, and that's why it feels very much like a Disney Channel movie. I feel like Disney Channel films have this very generic sort of feel to them, and this film is very much like that. There just isn't a lot really going for it. But I think probably the most bizarre choice in them all is that this film also, for some reason, is a musical, and it just doesn't really work as one. I think the majority of the songs here aren't really that great. There is one song I actually do really like. It's called Life Is What You Make It. It involves no, it is not the Hannah Montana song. It has nothing to do with that whatsoever. No, it's immediately a joke that people are going to make, but it has nothing to do with that. It's completely its own thing. It is it is this song that the fairy godfather ends up singing to Elle, and I honestly really like this song a lot. It's the only song I felt any reason to go back to, but literally virtually every other song in this film I found so incredibly forgettable, and I feel like they had an opportunity to do something with the musical numbers here. It's going for a very like contemporary feel, but it just feels very like run-of-the-mill to me. It might as well be a song that's in Zombies or Descendants, these musical films that just really aren't all that great, and unfortunately Sneakerella is yet another one of those. But other than that, I don't really have a lot to say about this one. I think this film is incredibly forgettable. There really isn't all that much going for it, and I don't think they do a very good job with this film at all. So overall, I really just couldn't stand this one. Again, I think there are moments that work in this movie. I think that I think the actors themselves, portray these characters well. But as a whole, I just found this to be very cheap, incredibly forgettable, and really just didn't really have much to stick out at all. It feels like yet another just very generic Cinderella adaptation that is trying to do something different but doesn't do enough that's different to really stick out. So overall, I found this to be just a very forgettable film. Nobody's really talked about it, and it's understandable why. C- for Sneakerella. Not really worth watching at all. The Innocents was a completely different movie than I expected to be. I was going into this thing was going to be like a Children of the Corn or Village of the Damned, where we kind of focus on like these kids that have like these evil like superpowers, and the adults need to like team up to stop them or something like that. But that's not really what this movie is at all. We're really focusing on the children. It's not really about the adults very much, and I actually really liked a lot of what this film was going for. We focus on these two sisters, Ida and Anna. Ida's always having to look after Anna. Ida is the kind of character that you really just don't get to see much of when it comes to films like this. Normally, you would see this character be very caring towards her sister, always kind of look out for her. No, Ida detests her sister. She's always trying to torture her in psychological and violent ways. She puts like glass in her shoe, she's pinching her, and she gets away with it because the fact that her sister has nonverbal autism, and her family doesn't really pay it any mind. But you can tell that Ida is just not a very likable character, and it can be hard to follow someone like that throughout this movie. But the more the film goes on, the more you understand what they're trying to do. She eventually gets drawn to this character, Ben, who seems to have these like crazy abilities of sorts, where he has these like telepathic abilities, and you can see how drawn she is to him, even though you can tell there is this darkness within Ben. He has this very rough upbringing. He has this mother that is just really terrible towards him and things like that, and he likes to do some very violent activities, and Ida feels very drawn to this because this is somebody that she feels like she fully understands. And I like what they ended up doing with that specific bond in the film, because Ben kind of represents all of Ida's worst impulses. This is somebody that she feels very close to because of that, and it's like she finally has somebody that understands her. Conversely, Anna ends up meeting this girl, Aisha, and I liked their bond a lot in this movie. Aisha is the only person that treats Anna in a way that is, you know, as an individual. She doesn't try to focus solely on the fact that she is autistic. She actually has this very sweet connection towards her. They have this connection of sorts. They're able to somehow communicate like telepathically, and I really enjoyed their bond throughout the movie. I found it very endearing in that way, and I think the contrast between these two are really well done, because while Aisha and Anna's bond is very like wholesome and sweet, you can see as the film goes on, Ida and Ben starts to become a lot more contentious in that way, and I think the film does do a really good job with that in contrasting those two, friendships, the way that they end up going about it. But there's a certain point in this movie where we start to dive deeper into what's happening, and this film really goes into some dark directions after that. I was not expecting them to go to the places that they did. I mean, this film really does end up taking a dark turn within the third act, especially concerning the character of Ben. He is very much like the villainous presence of this movie, and all of this sounds like it doesn't really come together. It sounds kind of messy, but I gotta say, all of these child actors are fantastic in this film. I think all of them do a really good job here. I'm not familiar with any of them, but I think all of them give really strong performances. Raquel Lenora Flotem, who plays Ida especially, I think is really well done here. I really like her performance in this film. I think that Olivia Brancimo Restad is really good as Anna, despite the fact that I don't believe she actually is on the spectrum in real life. She gives a very convincing and sensitive performance in that way, and I like what she does here. But I gotta say, maybe the sound of this entire movie is Sam Ashraf as Ben. Oh my god, this kid is amazing. I mean, this is a very hard role to take on, especially because he is playing this character that has this darkness within him from the beginning of the movie. And that could have come across as very, like, far-fetched. It could have come across as very over-the-top, but Ashraf just does it in a way that feels so believable and so convincing, and I really love the performance that he ended up giving here. He wasn't too over-the-top, and I liked what they ended up doing with him as a character. So I do think that this film has a lot going for it. The way that they demonstrate these powers is honestly really well done. There's some really good visuals in this movie. I think the cinematography is very strong in this film. You can tell this isn't a very expensive film, but they really do get a lot out of it. I think that in terms of the cinematography, I mean, they really do go for it when it comes to the powers in this film, especially in the third act. There are some insane sequences that I truly was not prepared for, and definitely pushing in terms of violence, especially because it involves kids, but the film really goes for it, and I really did appreciate the way they demonstrate the use of these powers. I think that Ida and Anna's bond, at first I didn't really know how to feel about it, but as the film goes on, you start to see how Ida starts to appreciate her sister a lot more. They start to have a much more closer bond, and I think the film does a good job in focusing on that bond. The way she treats Anna at first almost like a burden and things like that, but then starts to appreciate her sister, recognizes how special, she recognizes the type of person that she really is, and the bond that her and Aisha have and things like that. I think that they do a really good job with that. I do have two issues with this movie. One is honestly a big one, the other one not quite as much. The big one is when it comes to the character of Anna, I think at first the film does a good job at representing her nonverbal autism and the way that people treat her and things like that, but then how you have Aisha and their sort of bond. There is something involving Anna that she is able, there's a direction they take her, and I just don't really know how to fully feel about it. I think I understood what they were trying to do, but the way it came across was kind of problematic. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't a huge fan of this specific direction they ended up going. It does admittedly find a way to strengthen the bond between her and Ida, but it feels like we could have still gotten there without this specific thing happening. So I didn't really know how to feel about that. Then my only other issue I would say is I really just wanted to see more of the parents in this film. We spend a lot of time with Ida and Anna's parents. They have recently moved into this apartment, and you can see that they themselves are kind of going through a transitional period of sorts, and I wanted to see more of what was going on with them. They very much feel like they are super underwritten in this movie. I don't really feel like we get to spend enough time with them in this film. And then especially when it comes to Aisha and Ben's mothers in this film, we just don't get enough with them at all, especially when it comes to Aisha's mother. I mean, there's a lot of struggles that she is specifically going through, and I just feel like I wanted to see more of their overall dynamic because it was easily the most interesting to me. Aisha, I think, is by far the most interesting of the bunch in this movie, and I just feel like she often got the short end of the stick in this film. I wanted to see more of the bond between her and her mother, who you can tell is like really overworking because of, you know, the fact that she is a single mother and things like that. I wish they could have dived a bit deeper into that. And then Ben's relation with his mom, I wanted to see how that kind of reflected his sort of abilities. And then the way this film ends, they start to reveal a lot more of what's actually going on in terms of their powers and things like that. And I feel like right when it's one of those movies where like right when it gets interesting, it just kind of ends. And I just wanted a little bit more of a resolution. I wanted a little bit more clarity on what was really going on here. How is this all happening? I don't think the film did the greatest job with that towards the end of it. It did feel like they kind of rushed a lot of the conclusion here. But the things this film does well, it does do really well. It's a super original film. It's not really like anything that I've quite seen before. I think the directing is very well handled here. Like I said, don't go into this movie thinking it's going to be this, like, you know, crazy, like, supernatural horror film. That's not really what this is. It eventually turns into one, but for a while, it is a lot more slow-paced. It has a very art house feel to it, but I really dug it. I haven't really seen a lot of films like it. It's not perfect. Like I said, there are a couple things that I definitely do take issue with, but for the most part, I definitely do recommend this one. I think if you're looking for something really different in terms of supernatural type horror films involving children, I think this film will definitely do the trick for you. So overall, I definitely really enjoyed this one a lot, and I'm going to give it a B+. I'm going to keep this very short. I don't remember this movie really at all a perfect pairing. This is like the definition of like a Hallmark movie that came to Netflix. I really have no idea why they continue to latch on to films like this. I mean, I already did a whole rant in this video just about how I don't understand the choices that Netflix makes in terms of distribution, but A Perfect Pairing is another one where I'm just like, how did this end up on Netflix? Like, this is the most cookie cutter romantic comedy that you could possibly get. You have this girl who is like, she is like a wine executive, and she ends up falling in love with this guy. It's so run-of-the-mill. There's nothing to really latch onto here. Victoria Justice is good. She's a really likable actress, and she does a good job in this film. I think her and Adam DeMose have solid chemistry. But aside from that, this film did nothing for me. I didn't find it funny. I didn't really find it charming. I found the screenplay extremely boring, especially because, like, literally a wine executive. Like, are you kidding me? Like, that's, like, the most boring possible occupation that she could have had. There's just nothing to really latch onto when it comes to this film. You've seen it 1,000 times before. There's nothing really that special about it. And that's really all I have to say. Like, I wish I had more to say about this movie, but to be honest with you, it's one of those films that, like, the second I watched it, it faded from my memory, and I haven't even really thought about it until literally just this video. So I really don't have many more thoughts other than that. Just very generic, very derivative of other films. This is like the kind of film where it's like, if you were going on the Hallmark Channel and you're like, oh, I've seen this movie before. This is that movie that's playing. Although it's, for some reason, it's not a Hallmark movie. It's a Netflix movie, and I just don't understand why. So yeah, C- for this one. Really nothing special. Don't watch. If you're into this thing, I guess go ahead. If you like Hallmark movies, by all means, enjoy it, but not my thing at all. Let's just move on to the next movie because I literally have nothing else to say about this one. Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers is so much better than it has every right to be. I mean, you look at this movie and it's just like, why? Why do we need a Chip 'n Dale live action film? Why do we have Andy Samberg and John Mulaney playing Chip and Dale? This just doesn't feel right. But I feel like this film is honestly the definition of like what the template should be to find a way to take an existing IP and completely just put your own spin on it. And I feel like this film does that perfectly. When it comes to a Chip 'n Dale movie, I don't think this is at all what people would have expected it to be, but it honestly does work really well. This film does kind of function as sort of this spiritual successor to Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and it honestly does do it really well. I think right off the bat, the world building is really well done here. Yes, this does make for a lot of references and a lot of different, nods to certain properties, some of which I can't believe Disney actually got a hold of because I would not have expected. One in particular, I'm sure you're thinking about when you watch this movie that I am just shocked that they actually did, but I thought was so much fun in this film. But honestly, I felt like the way they built the world, these references were necessary because it's kind of almost like, Toontown in that way. They did a really good job of incorporating all these different characters, and I think they did a really good job with that. You see humans coexisting as well. So again, it's very similar to Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and I just think that the world building itself is really well done. I really like right off the bat what this film is actually trying to say about the state of entertainment. This film is very self-aware of what it is. It can get very meta. It's trying to say a lot about Hollywood and how they are always trying to tackle certain properties and how they are always trying to do different things with them and how they completely miss the point of some of these characters. And I think they do a really good job with that here. And I think yes, there's been a lot of these CGI hybrid type films, but I really do think this movie does a lot different with it. And that's something I really did appreciate. But the other thing that I think is so great about this movie that I'm honestly really surprised about is just how good John Mulaney and Andy Samberg is in this movie. Their chemistry in this film is electric. I honestly can't think of a better pair of actors to play this duo. Yes, obviously they don't have the high-pitched voice that they usually do, but I feel like with what they're trying to do in this film, it wouldn't really have felt like it fit here. I feel like with the way these two went about these characters, it just made a lot of sense, and I think both of them bounce off each other really well. And I also really like what they end up doing with Chip 'n Dale in this movie. We get to see them, they were a part of the classic Chip 'n Dale Rescue Ranger show, but we see that one of them became very famous in Dale. He has, sort of sold out in that way. He's now become CGI, and he's working this, convention circuit and things like that. Whereas Chip has kind of become a lot more, he's a lot more of just this normal business guy. He's an insurance salesman. You can tell that he's kind of having to share the spotlight with Dale, and he's not really a big fan of that. And so I like that overall dynamic. You can see that they have kind of fallen out as friends, and this film gives them a lot of opportunities to really play around with that idea. I like a lot of what they're doing there. And again, I think their chemistry, they just bounce off each other very well, and they really do add to just the wit and fun of this film. I think that the film honestly would not have been as good if it wouldn't have been for these two, which is crazy because I feel like a lot of people coming into this movie are like, why these two? Why did we have them play Chip and Dale? But I feel like as you watch this film, I honestly can't think of a better duo for them to play. So I think they do a really good job with that overall. And let me just say right off the bat, this film is absolutely hysterical. I mean, so many laughs in this film. There's so many moments that had me just absolutely in stitches. Whether it's the way they are making fun of the fact that Chip is just traditional animation and Dale is CGI. I think there's some really fun self-aware moments there. Like I said, a lot of the characters they come in contact with. There is one scene especially that I always remember involving Keegan-Michael Key's character and a bunch of different cheeses. That's all I will say. Valet, oh my god, it had me absolutely dying. I loved what they ended up doing with that character in particular. So there are a lot of funny moments throughout this film, but the other thing that works so well here is that even though there is a lot of fun, this film has a genuine sense of heart. We're watching these two characters actually rekindle their friendship, and it seems very fractured, and they do a really good job actually of developing both of them, and that's something I really did appreciate within this film. But also the case that they're trying to solve. This is a mystery film, and it honestly is very compelling, the directions that ends up going. There's some really interesting ideas when it comes to this case, and I really like what they ended up doing with that overall, so I thought that was definitely a highlight of this film. So there really is a lot to like about this one, and I really just, again, love the creative freedom that John Mulaney and The Lonely Island were able to have here. You can tell that they had a lot of different ideas in this movie, and it really does show. Akiva Schaffer, I've always been a fan of in terms of his directing, and this really is no exception. He doesn't try to take this film too seriously, but there's definitely a little bit more of a heart to this film than some of his others, and I think that was something that worked really well here. But I also, again, just love that he's able to just kind of do whatever he wants with these two characters. He doesn't have to feel like he is stifled in, trying to stay loyal to the source material or something like that. No, this film is really branching off and doing something different, and I think it's that much better because of it. That being said, there are a couple things with this film that don't quite work for me. Kiki Lane, as much as I do like her in this film, there really isn't much to her character at all of Ellie. She really is just like the human companion that's following these two around. And I really wish there was a little bit more to her, because I think that she was a character that I did end up liking in the film. I just wish that they did a little bit more with her overall, because I think there was definitely some untapped potential when it came to her character and what she's going through. There's some information we find out that I wish they delved a bit deeper into when it came to her character. Some of the other human characters in this movie, I just wanted a little bit more from. When it comes to the villain of this film, I like the idea of the villain. I think Will Arnett is very good in this film as Sweet Pete, but I do think the villain himself is a little bit underdeveloped. I would have liked to spend a little bit more time with what they were doing. And I think they could have done a little bit of a better job with that. And I will say this film does take a little while for me to fully get into it. The first 20 minutes or so, wasn't really sure how I was going to feel about it, but the more it went on, the more I really just end up enjoying it. There's some great action scenes here. The score is a lot of fun. I even like the way they redid the Chip and Dale classic theme song. I don't really have too much nostalgic attachment to the original Chip and Dale show, but this film does have quite a few references to it, and it does do it quite well. So overall, yeah, I think this film is just much better than it has any right to be. I don't understand how this didn't get a theatrical release, because I feel like this film would have done amazing in theaters. There's definitely an audience for it, with all the different references, with the great word of mouth surrounding it. I mean, it's a real crime that this really escaped theaters, and just, I think, another example of just the mistakes of Disney and them constantly bypassing on some really great projects that unfortunately were not given as much notice because of the notoriety, because of the fact that they were on a streaming service, and that tends to fade from people's memory pretty quickly, or just goes underseen completely. And I feel like this is a film that people have just kind of forgotten since it came out, whereas I think if it had a theatrical release, I think there'd be a little bit more of remembrance to this one. But for me, I just really enjoyed this a lot. I thought this was a really fun film. It honestly was one of my favorite films of the summer last year. I really wish more people were talking about it. And I think, again, it's just the definition of what you want to do when it comes to a seemingly not a forgotten IP, but one where it's why would you touch this? I feel like this is a way to just tackle a completely different angle on it, and I think they did it very well here. So overall, I think this film was just a lot of fun. It's not perfect. It does have a few issues here and there. There are also some references here that, yeah, some of them just don't really work. I wish they did a little bit more with them overall, but for what they do have, but for what this is, I think it really does end up working very well, and it's much better than it has any right to be. So I'm going to give Chippendale Rescue Rangers a B+. Okay, so The Valet, I went into this not really expecting much at all. I mean, just a lot of romantic comedies that come onto streaming services. tend to fade from my memory almost instantly. We literally just saw me talk about that with The Perfect Pairing, so I didn't really expect much from this, but I gotta say, this is a much better film than I really did expect it to be. And I think the thing that works so well about it is, one, you have two actors that are just so good together. Eugenio Derbez and Samara Weaving, both really good actors, but they also surprisingly have really strong chemistry in this movie. I think the back and forth between them is a lot of fun. And while at first, obviously, this is all a ruse to basically, try to cover up this affair that's going on within, her career, you can see that these two start to get a lot closer, and the more they start to open up to each other, I think the more the film really does end up shining. There's a lot that both these characters are struggling with, and I think they do a really good job of diving into that. So that's something I really did appreciate about this film. I think both leads are very likable here, but I also think the way this film dives into, like I said, both characters, it's really well done. I found both Antonio and Olivia to be very well developed here. We get a lot into, what is Antonio's life? What's really at stake for him? Does he enjoy what he's doing, being this valet, and really just kind of living this very quiet life with his mother? He is separated from his wife, but he seems kind of content over what's going on. And, there's this great arc with him about really him, like, pushing himself to his limits and things like that and gaining more, like, respect for himself. And I really like what they end up doing with his character a lot. I thought that he was someone I just really enjoyed watching for the ride. And then Olivia, we really dive into the idea of her being this seemingly perfect Hollywood actress, but having a lot of insecurities of her own. And I think the film does a good job of diving into all of that. So I thought that part of the film was all really well done. I liked what they ended up doing with both of these characters here, and I think both of them are really well fleshed out in this movie. Antonio's family, even, we dive a little bit deeper into some of what they're going through, and I thought that part of the film also was really well done. So I thought they did a good job with that part of the film. And the film also is very funny. There are a lot of moments here where I found myself laughing. Obviously, a lot of it is just based around this situation itself, but I did find this to be a frequently very funny film, and I think that the comedic timing, between both leads is a big reason for that, but also the dialogue that they're saying, I think, is very funny, and I think they do a good job with that. But the movie also isn't afraid to have some genuine moments of heart, and when it does go there, it honestly does work really well. I like what this film ends up I like that the things this film ends up diving into. There's a lot this film dives into with, Olivia learning more about Antonio's culture and things like that. I thought that part of the film was really well done. The only thing that really does bring it down for me is that I think some of the other characters in this film are just a little bit underwritten. Max Greenfield in this film, he's really just like this douchey guy. There isn't really a lot about him to really latch onto. I enjoy Max Greenfield, but I just didn't find him to be that compelling of a character. When it comes to Olivia and what she's doing, with him, again, he's just a guy that's like cheating on his wife. Like, there just isn't really a lot going on with him, and I wish that they dive a little bit deeper into his character. Same with his wife, Catherine. There isn't really a lot going on with her either, so I wish they would have dived a little bit deeper into both of those characters. And I also do think the film is a little bit long. I don't think this film needed to be 2 hours. It does tend to drag a little bit in the beginning. Once we got to the initial scheme, that's when I really started to get into it, but it did take me a little while to really settle into this film, and I do think the film can drag in spots. But overall, I think this is a much better film than I really was expecting it to be. It honestly is very charming. It's a lot of fun, and I think it's a very overlooked romantic comedy that I simply don't think enough people are really talking about. So I feel like if you come across this one, like, through, like, streaming services and things like that, which is bound to happen, you're probably going to be on Hulu, like, searching movies, and you'll pass by this one. I honestly do recommend giving this one a watch. I think it's much better than a lot of rom-coms out there. It has a lot more thought put into it. It has very well-developed characters, and overall just did a lot more for me than I was expecting. So, yeah, overall, I definitely did enjoy this one. I think it has some really positive messages, a satisfying ending. Really just ended up liking this one a lot more than I expected. So B for The Valet. It's not a perfect movie by any means, but it definitely, and especially in an endless barrage of romantic comedies and how many we tend to get that are just instantly forgettable and seem to have really no thought put into them, this is definitely one of the ones that I think is going to stick out a lot more for you than some of the others out there. Good morning. I don't know why I ended up watching this. I mean, I remember I came across the fact that like Colson Baker was directing a movie. For some reason, I took an interest in it. There were some actors in there that I ended up liking, so I was like, all right, fine, I'll check this out. It's probably not going to be very good, and that was a huge mistake because this film is pretty much trash. Look, I'll get into this right off the bat. This very much feels like one of those films, and I could be wrong, but this is what it kind of feels like to me. This is one of those films where, you know, you are sitting around with, like, you and your buddies, you're all just, like, having a good time as friends, and you're kind of just, like, spouting, you know, you're probably not sober, you might be a little bit high, and you're just kind of spouting out random ideas, and this is one of those ideas that you spout out, and most of the time, those ideas would be shut down. They would kind of just laugh at it and say, no, that's stupid. Why would we do that? But for some reason, this idea was not shut down, and we have an entire movie about it. And as you can imagine, it's not very good at all. The premise of this film, it's so simple. It's just this loser guy who basically... he's dating this girl, and one day she texts him, basically, which he thinks is an implied breakup text, and he has to try to figure out what to do because this is going on while he's supposed to be, like, getting this very important role for this, like, movie he's trying to pitch and things like that. And he has to try to do what he can to figure out what she might have meant by it. And yeah, I mean, it's about as bare bones as you can really get, and the film just doesn't really have a lot more to offer than that. And I think that's definitely something that just really brings this film down. The film never really tries to be more than it is, and I think to a certain point that definitely could work if you had the right talent involved, but you very much do not in this film. Now, I will say, I've not been a fan of Colson Baker in a lot of stuff. I didn't think he was that bad in this movie. I thought he was trying to put some effort into it. I thought he was legitimately trying here. He just doesn't really have the range to be a lead actor, and I feel like that's what really brings this down, is that he just comes across as very one note. There just isn't a lot going on with him that you really feel that attached to. London Clash is kind of a loser character. You're just wondering why he's so hung up over this one text message. This really all he's gonna think about. The lengths that he goes to try to figure out what this could mean is absolutely ridiculous, and I understand it's a comedy and you have to try to take it to you know, some crazy lengths in order to drag the story forward, but my god, it does not work in this film. So I don't think Colson Baker was terrible in this one. I don't think he was necessarily very good, but his friends, on the other hand, oh my god, they are insufferable in this movie. Particularly Maud's son. I've never seen him before, but oh my god, I do not want to see him again. He is terrible in this movie. They are trying so hard to make these friends like the just goofy comedic relief, and they're spouting out all these like fun catchphrases, but no, it does not work at all. I didn't find any of them to be interesting. I didn't find any of them to be likable. I couldn't stand any of the characters that we are encountering throughout this film. I didn't really like what they were doing with them. There's a lot of actors in here that are also like completely wasted. Like Dove Cameron is in this movie. She has the weirdest character of Olive. She's like obsessed with London. She's always trying to like make a pass at him and things like that. But he seems to not want anything to do with her. He finds her like super weird and off-putting, and that's really all there is to her character. I didn't find her interesting in the slightest. I didn't really understand what they were trying to do with her. She's supposed to be like his new assistant, but they don't really do much of anything with her character. So I didn't find her to be very good. Megan Fox is also very much wasted in this movie. She's really only here because, well, at one point she was with Machine Gun Kelly. Not anymore, but, you know, at one point she was. And this definitely feels like a movie that you just put your girlfriend in because, you know, you want to. And that's why she's here. She has a very thankless role like she's been getting lately. It really sucks because I do think Megan Fox is honestly a very underrated actress. But this is very much a nothing role role for her. Avril Lavigne has a cameo in this movie just for them to make fun of the fact that it's Avril Lavigne. That's literally the only point of her being here. I'm not even joking. That's like literally all they do with her here. And it just doesn't work at all. This really just feels like a film that had really nothing going for it. The screenplay is terrible here. The movie that he's pitching in this does not even sound remotely interesting, and you're supposed to somehow be latched on to the fact that you want him to make sure this film goes through, but it doesn't sound interesting in the slightest. The directions they end up going with here are just ridiculous. The girl that he is, the girl that he's constantly fixated over in this movie, they don't even really show her all that much. Like, that's the other problem, is that I don't really care about Apple as a character because I don't really know much about her and London's relationship, so I don't really have any reason to care over what's going on. This is just an incredibly poorly made film. It's so low budget. The screenplay is horrendously bad. There are some things that work here and there. I don't think all the ideas are terrible in this movie, but it did not come together in the slightest. This is definitely one of those films that very much feels like it was an idea that probably should have just stayed simply as that. It did not need to hit the page because there really was nothing going for this film at all. I don't think Colson Baker is completely talentless, but my God, he needs to put a lot more effort into ideas and creativity, because this was very much just like a bare bones idea that felt like a first draft throughout the majority of the runtime. It has so many actors that are trying to riff and be funny, but it just really falls flat. I really couldn't stand this film at all. So D for Good Morning. Definitely one of the most insufferable watches I've seen all last year. The Bob's Burgers movie is another one that I feel like has gotten almost completely forgotten, and it's a shame because I actually do think this film has a lot going for it. Now, right off the bat, Bob's Burgers I don't know a ton about. I've seen a couple episodes here and there, but I've seen that it's gained this big following over the years. A lot of people say that it's a lot more heartwarming. It's not nearly as cynical as some of the other like animated comedies on Fox, and I can definitely see that through Bob's Burgers. The one thing I really appreciate about this movie is that most of these characters, the things that they're pursuing, they're not really that great at, but you know what? They continually inspire each other. They continually encourage each other to continue doing that thing. For example, one of the characters in this movie is trying to form this band. This band is not very good. This band is not one that is going to be this like big hit of sorts at any point, really. But he has this passion. He enjoys doing it. And you know what? The family is encouraging him to do so. And I found that to be honestly really sweet, really inspiring. I like the character of Gene for that reason. He just wants to create this band just for the fun of it. And even if it's not that great, his family still encourages him to do so. And I think that is a lot of fun. And the characters we have in this movie, I mean, all of them I really did enjoy watching here, but particularly when it comes to the character of Louise, I think she has a very good arc throughout this film. She's constantly, from the beginning of the movie, she's trying to kind of figure out what her purpose is. She doesn't really feel like there's all that much to her. There's a lot that she's keeping inside, and you really get to see her kind of take center stage in this movie. This really is kind of Louise's film, and I think they do a good job of not just diving into her kind of being the one to solve this mystery of sorts that's going on, which I'll get into that, but also have this really good arc of her kind of conquering her fear and, really just recognizing certain things about herself that maybe she didn't before. I think they do some really good stuff when it comes to her character overall, so I really did appreciate that. I will say right off the bat, the one issue I do have with this film is that it does kind of feel like two movies at points. You have two plots going on here. One of them is involving Bob and the family. They're struggling to pay their loans, so the restaurant is pretty much in dire straits. Nobody's really showing up, so they're trying to attract as many customers as they possibly can, especially for the summer. And there's some really funny moments there, especially when it comes to the way they try to attract these customers. The certain things that Bob and Linda come up with are a lot of fun to watch in this movie, and I think they do a really good job with that. But the other half of the film involves this sinkhole that's open, like, in front of their restaurant, and basically, you know, this all leads to this crime that's going on. There's this murder that's taken place, and all the kids are trying to solve what's going on within this murder. This part of the film definitely feels more theatrical in that way, whereas I feel like the other half of the film feels like it could be literally any episode of the show, whereas this definitely feels more like it lends itself to a theatrical film, and this is the part of the film that is the most compelling. I like the fact this film is trying to be this murder mystery of sorts. You are trying to uncover what's going on, and I think the film does do a good job with that. I was honestly getting very engrossed in this mystery. I didn't really know where we were going to go when it came to solving this whole case, and I liked what they ended up doing with it, and I thought that the mystery itself was very compelling when it came to the certain directions it ended up going, but also the way, again, it gets these three kids to bond, I thought was really well done. The way the family gets wrapped up in everything is really fun to watch. And then when they eventually reveal what's going on in this mystery, I still thought that it was fun. Yes, I will say the mystery ended up being more predictable than I expected. There's a character that enters early on. You're like, oh, it's this person. And yeah, well, it ends up being that person, without getting into spoilers. Yeah, I wasn't too surprised by the actual reveal, but I thought it ended up really working. The character that they had really sink their teeth into the role, was a lot of fun to watch, and I liked what they ended up doing in the latter half of this film, so I really didn't have too much of an issue with that. I know some people thought it was a little bit too predictable, but I thought that it was a lot of fun, and I liked what they ended up doing with that. And I also thought that the musical numbers in this film, because this film is a musical, are honestly really great. Sunny Side Up Summer, I've listened to plenty of times. I think it is the perfect kickoff to this film. It establishes what each character is feeling in the movie. And I mean, I'm not surprised the musical numbers worked as well for me as they did here, because though I haven't seen a lot of the show, I have listened to some of the songs, and Bad Stuff Happens in the Bathroom is a major bop, and I don't want to hear any other words about it. I'm sure people agree if they've heard that song, but like, I knew that this song was probably this, when I heard this was a musical, I knew that this was probably going to have some really great songs, and it definitely does. I will say I want a little bit more of them. We only get a couple, but the ones that we do get, I really did enjoy a lot, so I'm not complaining all that much. I just wish there were a couple more overall. There's different subplots going on. Tina has this really weird subplot involving this guy, that she likes, but the way that the things that she wants to do with him, the things she finds attractive are very eccentric in that way. It's not what you would really expect, but that's what makes it really funny, and I think they did a good job with that in this movie, so I enjoyed where they ended up going with that overall. I thought, again, this film, the whole show has this very, like, off-kilter feel to it, but I don't know, something about it just really works, and I think it really is just, again, just how charming and likable these characters are, and that really is no different here. The animation I enjoyed here a lot, and I just thought overall this was a very fun animated film. I can understand why, for some people in the show, this wasn't quite what they were hoping for, but for me, who doesn't have too much of an attachment, I enjoyed this a lot. I thought there were a lot of fun moments here. Like I said, specifically for the character of Louise, I think she has a really solid character arc in this film, and I think it really does end up paying off in dividends for her. So I thought this was a really fun, very charming animated film that I really wish more people were talking about. So B+ for the Bob's Burgers movie. Like I said, I know some people were very disappointed by this. They were expecting a lot more, especially because I believe they were hyping this up for like a long time, and this is like the first real, like, based on a television series animated film we've got in theaters in like a long time, and so I think there was a lot more people were expecting from it. But for me, who went in not really expecting all that much except that it was going to be a fun time, I pretty much got what I expected. So I thought this was a lot of fun, and I really wish more people were talking about it. Emergency is a film that I am so shocked got as overlooked as it did. I feel like this is a movie that, coming out of Sundance last year, everybody was really raving about. I thought this was going to be a film that people were talking about for the rest of the year, but I think, again, it's just one of the pitfalls of being a direct-to-streaming movie. People just tend to, people just tend to ignore or just, overlook it. And I feel like that's the perfect definition of emergency. And it kind of sucks because this is actually a really damn good movie. Now, the premise itself, it's a very simple one. You have these three, best friends. They're all black, and basically they each want to be the they want to be the first black men to complete the legendary tour. It's this whole thing that their college does where they're going to visit 7 fraternity parties in one night. And basically, while doing this, they end up in this situation where this girl ends up passed out in the back seats. And, well, now they need to figure out what to do. They know, it's kind of, calling the police is like the last-ditch effort and things like that. And this film does a lot of exploring sort of like the black experience in that way. The characters of Sean and Kunle especially could not be any different. Sean is someone who doesn't really seem to care that much about college. There's a great scene in the beginning where they are having this lecture and Sean just could not be any less interested, while Kunle actually wants to listen into what is being said. And we have and basically, Sean is someone who he cares a lot about the legendary tour. He wants to make this happen. He has all these steps of what he wants to do. Whereas Kunle does care about it, but he's a lot more studious. He is trying to get into college. There's like an exam he needs to prep for. So he has a lot on his plate. And I think the back and forth between these two work really well. You really find yourself getting attached to these two as friends. Seeing the differences, the way that they handle this situation, I thought was really well done. And both R.J. Cyler and Donald Elise Watkins are phenomenal in this movie. R.J. Cyler, I've seen a ton of stuff. He's a very likable actor. He's always a lot of fun to watch in pretty much anything that he's in. I think this might be one of his best performances to date. When we get into the character of Sean, there's a lot that he is going through. You can see that he is going through, like I said, a very different experience than Kunle, where, again, Kunle has a lot of pressure on him. There's a really great scene in the latter half of this film where these two characters finally get to just kind of unleash all of their feelings that they have towards each other. The way that Sean is kind of feeling towards Kunle, has a little bit of resentment for what's going on, with him. I thought was a really well-handled scene, and I really like the way they went about it. But I also think this film does a really good job, especially from a directorial perspective from Carey Williams, of walking this very fine tightrope between this really fun comedy, but also this extremely intense, like, edge-of-your-seat thriller. Both of these things are honestly combined very well into this film. The film starts off pretty much like a typical, like, comedy, teen comedy in that way, and I think they do a good job with that. But the more the film goes on, the more intense and real this situation really does become. You find yourself, kind of just in these characters' shoes, not really knowing what to do here. And as the film goes on, things really just start to escalate when we start to find out more information about this girl and what's going on with her. And I think they do a really good job with that. And part of that also comes from their other friend, Carlos, who is tagging along with them. He is very much like the one that isn't quite as intelligent as these two characters. He always seems to be making the worst possible decisions and getting them in more hot water than they're already in. But I did find his character to be a lot of fun. He provides a lot of comedic relief. But I do think his character needed a little bit of work. I don't think he's nearly as well written as Sean and Kunle. But like I said, I think the three friends do work really well together. His character just wasn't quite as developed. But again, I like a lot of what this film is trying to say about, the pros and cons of this situation, what this could really mean for these characters, the life-altering consequences this could have for them. I mean, this film really does an excellent job of diving into all of that. It isn't afraid to get really serious at points, like I said. There's some really powerful stuff in the third act of this movie. The second act of this film is pretty much an absolute thrill ride, and I think they do a really good job with that. The only part of this film that doesn't really work for me are some of the other characters we follow in this movie. There is this girl, Maddie, who, Sabrina Carpenter, very good actress. I wish she was in more stuff. I think she's a very underrated actress, and she does give a solid performance in this movie. But her and this character, Alice, that are searching for Emma throughout the film, I just found to be very underdeveloped. They're supposed to be the kind of girls that are very determined to find her, and they start to make assumptions about our three characters, and so you can tell that there's like a lot of microaggressions they're using and things like that. And the film attempts to kind of dive into it, but it doesn't quite go where it needed to, so their characters just feel not quite as well written as they should. There's also a little bit at stake for these two characters with this particular situation, and that whole thing was completely underdeveloped to me, especially when it comes to Maddie. They try to do a little bit with her towards the end of this film, and it just didn't quite work. So I felt those two characters, I know this is based off a short film, those two characters very much felt like someone you would write in to add more complexity to the film, and it didn't really work beyond just very surface level stuff. I felt like the characters of Sean and Kunle were super well written. They were very layered characters, especially as the film went on, but virtually everybody else I just didn't feel had that nuance that they really needed, and I felt that was kind of lacking in this movie when it came to that. But like I said, I think the way this film is able to combine so many different genres and really execute all of them very well. And I never felt like the comedy was like overlapping with the thrills. I've seen some people say that, but I felt like they inserted the comedy at the right time, and I think they did a good job with that. I think the writing in this film is very solid. The way this film ends, it honestly ends on a much more hopeful note than you're expecting, and I found that to be very refreshing. You would think this film would be like very depressing and things like that, but this film is trying to present this in a more hopeful direction, and that's something I did really appreciate. Like I said, you latch onto the best friends in this movie. So overall, yeah, I enjoyed this a lot. I really wish more people were talking about it. I think it is a very well done film. It's one that has gone under a lot of people's radars, but I very much do recommend checking this one out. It's one of the better Amazon films to come out last year, because there's a lot of stuff they put out last year that I did not like at all, but that is a completely different video, some of which I've already talked about, but there's some other stuff that I haven't yet that is not very good. This, on the other hand, though, is very good, and I very much do recommend checking this one out if you haven't before. So I am going to give Emergency overall a B+. I think this is honestly one of the most overlooked films of last year. I really wish more people were talking about it. It goes in some directions you expect it to, but it also subverts your expectations a lot, and it has some really well-written characters, a lot of great social commentary, and overall, I think it's just a really well-handled film, and I really wish more people were talking about this one. And we end at least this section of the video, at least, with the film Montana Story, another movie that I just haven't really seen a lot of people talk about. And similar to a couple films, this is not the easiest film to watch at points. We follow these two characters, these two siblings who have become estranged. We don't really know what exactly has caused them to have this distance between each other, but they are reuniting because of their father and his health pretty much failing, and so they need to kind of figure out what to do in terms of the ranch. One of them is going to try to take over, basically they are trying to figure out what to do in this situation. And I think this film is really well done. Now, I will say, the first act of this movie, I wasn't really on board with this film. It is very slow. It is very much a slow burn, and I'm fine with that, but I felt like the way they went about it, they revealed such minimal details about both of these characters that for a little bit, I had a hard time really latching on to what was really happening. Why am I supposed to care about these two characters, specifically Cal? I just didn't find that interesting. He has pretty much gone off the grid. He returns back to Montana Ranch. He has like this whole sort of he wants to kind of take the ranch under his wing and things like that, but as the film goes on, you start to find out more about their father and sort of the trauma that these two underwent, and the more the film dives into it, the more effective and powerful of a film it really does become, specifically when it comes to Haley Lou Richardson's character. I mean, oh my god, she is incredible in this movie, and I've always been a big fan of her, but I think this is by far one of her best performances to date. Erin is extremely closed off because of something that's happened to her, and when you find out what specifically happened and the role that her father played in all of it, I mean, it is absolutely heart-wrenching stuff, but she really does deliver, and I think the film does a really great job with that. I think this movie also is going to be very relatable to people who've ever gone through like really just toxic families. If you've ever had like that one thing in your family that you've wanted to cover up forever and you've just never really been able to fully open up about, I think this film is going to be somewhat therapeutic to you. Like I said, this film can get pretty heavy at points, and it dives into some stuff that I really wasn't expecting, but I think it handles all of it very sensitively and very carefully, and that's something that I really did appreciate. I think the third act especially is extremely effective, and the way it wrapped up I thought was honestly a very poignant way to wrap up this film. I wasn't quite expecting it to go in the direction that it did, but I thought it was a really solid ending. The cinematography is also very well done here. Most of the film you are in this ranch, but they do a really good job of showing the details of this ranch and kind of feeling kind of trapped with these two characters, not really knowing what to do in this situation, and so I think they do a good job with that. The parts of the film that doesn't, like I said, work as well for me is the whole part with Cal and him kind of talking about his experience in Wyoming and things like that. I just don't think this part of the film was dived into enough. I think that they needed to do a little bit more when it came to his character. I think Erin as a character is really well written. I really like what they end up doing with her. There's some really good stuff with Cal towards the end of the film, but his character, I just had a little bit of a hard time latching onto. I loved Owen Teague's performance. I thought him and Haley Lou Richardson worked really well together. Like I said, they capture the awkwardness of the situation very well, because like I said, these are two estranged siblings, so they really don't know how to like re-enter each other's lives, and I think that all of that is handled really well. But it just took a little bit for this movie to get going, but once it took off, it really had me, and by the end I honestly found it to be a very impactful experience overall. So it's not a film that I like have glowing reviews about, but it is one that I think if you take the time to watch it, it is definitely going to be very effective in that way. Like I said, there is some very sensitive stuff that the film does get into, and for some it might be a little bit too uncomfy for them, but for me, I really did appreciate what this film was trying to get at. I liked the way, I thought all the ways it handled the specific subject matter, it covered very well, and I wasn't expecting it to go to the places that it did, but I thought once it went there, the film just became that much more effective overall, so I really did end up liking this one quite a bit, and I'm going to give Montana Story overall a B-. So, remember how I said at the beginning of this video that we were going to be covering all the films in April and May? Yeah, I decided to make a slight change to that, just because of the fact that I want to get these What I Watch videos done. They've taken so long to come out. I figured that I would just make this May through June. So the rest of this video will be the films coming out in June. Again, I have no idea how long this video is going to be. It's probably going to be pretty long at this point, even though I literally said it wasn't going to be as long as the other one. I feel like this one has potential to be even longer than the last one. I mean, literally the last month, if you put all those together, was just 2 hours on its own. So I have no idea how long this is going to be. But either way, we're going to jump right into it. Quite a few films to talk about within June. A lot of films I feel like that I'm talking about this month that just a lot of people haven't discussed, and that's always exciting to talk about ones that like don't have as much of a following, and if they do, it's a pretty small one. Starting off actually with the first film we're talking about, and that's Watcher. I feel like this is one that I just didn't really see a lot of people discuss, and rightfully so. I mean, I think this is a film that, like, people were excited for, and then it came out, and it didn't really, it was at Sundance, and it really didn't get the greatest reviews. I remember a lot of people were saying it was just kind of slow and boring, goes in some really just, like, generic directions, so I honestly didn't have a lot of anticipation going into it, but I gotta say, it honestly kind of surprised me. I think this is a really well-done film. The thing I like right off the bat is the whole idea of this movie, of this woman who has basically been forced to relocate to this foreign country that she doesn't know, she can't communicate with people, she doesn't understand the culture, she isn't friends with anybody, she's completely upended her entire life, not really because she wants to, but because she has to, because of her husband that she's with, and I feel like that whole concept is done really well. The idea of you're trapped in this, country and you don't really know anyone, it's a really scary idea, and that can work really well for a horror film, and it does work really well here. We're constantly, on the same page as this character. Nothing about where she is feels familiar. Everything feels kind of off. She doesn't understand how to communicate in, like, in Romania and things like that. And I think Micah Monroe is phenomenal here. This is easily one of her best performances to date. Julia is someone that you really do find yourself connecting to. Yes, she very much can be like the every woman. There isn't a lot about her that really sticks out, but I think that's what draws you to her, is that you really do feel like you are along the ride with Julia, someone who is just constantly feeling unease, and this crippling sense of anxiety throughout the movie, and that only heightens when this, character starts to appear that she thinks is following her, but nobody seems to believe her about it. There's a really nice, like, Hitchcockian thriller type vibe in there, and I think the movie does do a really good job with that. That being said, while that is a part of this movie, there's a lot more of this film that is the buildup. We focus a lot on her and her husband Francis, and this is where the film, I think, isn't nearly as interesting. I wanted to see more of their entire relationship, because the way that he talks to her in this movie, he's incredibly dismissive. He doesn't really seem to care much about her opinion. He does try to, like, calm her down, and he has, like, a way of talking to her, but it just doesn't seem like he is, like, super into her. So you're wondering what that's really all about. And I wanted to see more about their relationship. Why do they have such a rocky relationship in this way? What really caused all that to happen? The movie doesn't really get into that all that much, and so it is hard to really invest yourself into this couple. The only thing I found myself, interested in is, why is Francis treating her this way? Why did Francis want to move here in the first place? He talks about it's like this, job opportunity and things like that, and he has a lot more, flexibility here, but why does he seem to not really value Julia that much? He doesn't really value her opinion. He doesn't really value, again, the way that she addresses things. I just think that whole dynamic was very interesting. Carl Glusman is good in the role. Like, don't get me wrong, he's very good here. I just wanted to see more of the dynamic between these two, like what's really causing the problems within the relationship. The movie doesn't really dive into that. When it comes from the spider, the serial killer that Julia is constantly, like, in fear of, this part of the film is incredibly well done. We constantly hear information about this character. We don't really know what's going on. A lot of people are saying different things about what's going on with the spider, and you can see that Julia, it's one of those things where, like, she doesn't want to know more, but she feels drawn to the spider in that way. And it's like any other sort of myth. It's like, you're scared to know more, but you're also drawn to it. And I think the movie takes a really good approach when it comes to that. So that's something I really did appreciate when it came to how they handled everything with the spider in this movie. And there's some really suspenseful scenes in this film where you don't know what's going to happen. There's a scene on a train especially that I thought was really thrilling, the way it was done. The scene in a movie theater. I mean, everywhere Julia goes, she's always worried that this spider is going to be following her and have this interest in her. And I thought that was definitely one of the strongest parts of the film. Chloe Okuno's directing also, I think, definitely should be commended here. I think she does a really good job of making this film stand out. She has a very specific style that I think works very well in this film. The whole movie, it has this very sort of like calm before the storm type feel. You know that something will eventually happen, you just don't know when it's going to, and so I think they do a really good job with that. And her as a director, I think she definitely does have a real future. I know prior to this, she's only done, like, I think she did like a short for like one of the VHS films, but other than that, she really hasn't done too much. And I hope after this film she's able to do a little bit more, because I think she has a real future as a director for sure. I think she was very good here. Her screenplay also, I think, is very good, but it is probably the weakest aspect of the movie. And getting into some of my issues, I already talked about Julia and Francis' relationship not really being dived into as much as I would have hoped. Any other character in this movie that isn't Julia, I just don't think is that well developed. There's this character, Irina, that at first is very intriguing. She has her own sort of connection to the spider. She's been trying to do some research about what's going on there as well. These two form a very genuine sort of friendship. You want to know more of what's really going on there. But I found her character to be severely underwritten. It really felt like they were trying to do something with Irina, and by the time we get to the end of the film, she honestly just feels like a device that's there to give Julia information. That's really all she's there. She doesn't really have like a role of her own, and I thought that was kind of disappointing because, you know, they get into this whole thing with like this the underbelly of this strip club that Irina's in, and, you know, what's really going on there. How is she connected to anything? I just think the film didn't do the greatest job with that. So I definitely want to know more about her character and what was really going on there. And I understand that's part of the mystery, but there are things in this film that I just think they needed to do a little bit more of. And speaking of which, the third act of this movie, I do think wasn't quite as satisfying as I would have hoped. There's a point in this movie where you think something is going to happen, you're convinced that it happens, and then that's not what ends up happening. It goes in a completely different direction with where they ended up going with it. And I just felt that they needed to do more when it came to this ending. I thought that it was a somewhat satisfying ending, but I just want a little bit more clarity here. I do think the movie has a lot to say about the idea of this woman that is being silenced. Nobody is believing her and what's going on. The authorities won't help her. Everybody seems to think that she's just, really just stressed from the environment. Every time she says something to Francis, he passes it off as, oh, well, she's just really overwhelmed. And there definitely is something this movie has to say about, believing women and things like that. And I think the movie does have some really good, messages about that. There's some really good, motifs in this movie, especially involving music that plays in an apartment. That's all I'm going to say. I thought that was really cool what they ended up doing with that. I really did enjoy that quite a bit. I just wish that the third act, like I said, was a little bit better. It starts off really good, and then it kind of peters out towards the end where I just want a little bit more there. But overall, I think this is a really well-done film. The cinematography is very crisp. It's definitely something that really does stick out. I found this to be a much different film than I really was expecting. It goes in directions that you think it's going to go, but then it kind of turns it on its head a bit. It's got some great performances. Overall, I really just wish this was a movie more people were talking about. I don't think it's going to work for everybody, but for me, I definitely did find myself pretty invested in it. Not everything works. Like I said, there are some aspects that I wish were definitely better, but the performances from Micah Monroe, Carl Glusman, and Bern Gorman all are really strong here. That really is what does hold this film together, and I think overall ends up being a very effective thriller. So I'm going to give this one overall a B-. Really just another film that I really wish more people were talking about. Fire Island, for a while, I feel like was kind of unstoppable. This was a movie where you could not go on Twitter and not hear about this film. You simply could not escape it, and I feel like that was really good word of mouth. That's the kind of word of mouth I wish we saw for more films that were just on a streaming service, because there's a lot of films that get dumped on there, nobody talks about. Fire Island seemed to have some sort of forward momentum, and that's because it's a really fun comedy. I think this movie has a lot of fun moments behind it, really talented cast right off the bat. All of these actors you just feel so drawn to. They feel like a real group of friends, and that's why you really do feel so attached to them in that way. I think the movie does do a really good job with that. There wasn't a single character here that I didn't get at least something out of, and I think they all really did end up serving this film pretty well. Specifically, though, I think Bowen Yang was a really big standout. Not only is he really funny as Howie, but you also find yourself really drawn to him. Howie is someone who, the rest of his friends are very sexually active, and Howie's really just having a hard time finding love. He's kind of in this spot where he wants to find love, but he isn't really sure if he's going to, and I found his character to be very interesting where they ended up taking him. I thought he was definitely a really, really well-written character overall. But also, the character of Noah is someone that you really do feel drawn to. He's somebody who really is just trying to make this the best trip possible for all of his friends. He doesn't know how much longer they're going to be able to go on vacation. They go to Fire Island basically every year, and they know that this could potentially be the last time that they're all doing it together, and so you can see that there's a lot they want to get out of it. And so I found all these characters to be a lot of fun, and their love interests that they meet throughout the film as well, also I didn't find to be as one-dimensional as I was thinking. I thought that the character of Will especially had a lot of dimension to him, where they ended up going. There's a lot of interesting directions where they go with this character. Conrad Ricamora, I've always been a really big fan of on Broadway shows and things like that, so So it's really cool to get to see him in a film like this, and I think he gives a really strong performance here. So yeah, I think this movie is just a lot of fun. There's a great scene, I'm sure you've seen on Twitter. It involves them playing like a celebrity charades of sorts. I think that was definitely one of the highlights of the entire film. But the film also has this beating heart to it that you just really end up latching onto when you start to recognize some of the things that these characters are doing, and how, how the self sort of reasons that these characters are involved in this whole thing. I thought that was definitely a very effective scene with what they ended up doing. I think that there's this really great scene with Noah and him confronting one of his friends after something that happened, and I thought that was a particularly effective scene. So yeah, overall, I just really enjoyed this film a lot. I think it's really sweet. I think it's very charming. It's a really fun rom-com overall. Very diverse cast and things like that. It's really cool to also see like just a strictly gay comedy that has an entirely LGBTQ plus cast to it, which I think is also really cool. So yeah, overall, I enjoyed this one immensely. I think this is a really well done film. It's a very fun comedy that I really wish more people were talking about. I feel like for a while people were, and then just like a lot of streaming films, it's like people talk about and they're really not. But overall, it's a lot of fun. Definitely one of the funniest films of last year for sure. I wish I had more to say about it, but it's been a while since I've seen this one. But if I remember, I do remember it being a lot of fun. I remember this, really enjoying this cast, really, and also just having a really uplifting ending with the way everything works out in terms of the various, romantic entanglements we get in this film. I just found this to be really fun overall, very endearing, and just one of the best comedies of last year. So B+ for this one. Like I said, I feel like this is a comedy that a lot of people were discussing at one point, but really has fallen under the wayside. If you didn't get a chance to check this one out, though, I highly recommend it, especially now that like summer is starting up. I think it's a really good movie for that, and I very much do think this is a film that a lot of people are going to have a lot of fun with. Okay, so Hollywood Stargirl, I expected literally nothing from this. If you remember the first Stargirl, I thought was basically just kind of whatever. I didn't really think much of it at all. I found it to be super generic. I enjoyed Grace VanderWaal's performance. I thought she was the best part of that film for sure, but I didn't like the main character. I found him to be quite unlikable where they ended up going. I didn't really like what, the generic story they ended up taking, so I wasn't really down for a sequel, but I gotta say, I feel like this is the perfect example of recognizing things that worked in your first film and actually amplifying it here. This is actually a much better sequel than I expected it to be, and I think part of the reason for that is, one, we are mainly focusing on Stargirl here. She is the focus of this movie. Her and her mother have arrived to LA, so it kind of feels like its own thing. Like, you can honestly watch this one without seeing the first one, and I don't think you're gonna miss a lot other than seeing how Stargirl started up her career and things like that. But like I said, virtually everything we're doing here feels like its own film. She meets various new friends in this film. There's this guy, Evan, that she really takes an interest in. He's making this movie, and this was one of the parts that I honestly ended up really enjoying. He and his brother Terrell are trying to make this sizzle reel for a film, and they want her to be a part of it, and I thought this part of the movie was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the chemistry between her and Evan. I think it's considerably better than the guy in the first movie. I can't even remember his name. That's how forgettable that movie was to me. But I enjoyed his character quite a bit. He isn't as one-dimensional as the character in the first movie either. He actually does have a little bit more going for him, especially in terms of like his passion for film and things like that. And so the film definitely does have that going for it, and I think that does actually work really well. Judy Greer has a little bit more to do here as well as her mom. I really enjoyed their whole dynamic in the movie, although I do think she could have been used just a tad more. I think she does work really well here. But again, I gotta highlight Grace VanderWaal, who just is the beating heart of this entire film. She really is just giving it her all here, and I really just want to see her in more movies. I think she just has such a charm and just lively spirit to her that you just instantly latch onto. You can see why everyone is so just endeared to Stargirl. You can tell throughout this movie why they feel this way about her, and I feel like putting the focus on her was definitely the right choice for this film. I really like the direction they ended up going with her character overall in this movie. But I will say, the one thing I can say about Stargirl is that she doesn't really have an arc of her own in this film. This is much more about the various people that she ends up helping along the way. Along with her helping out Evan and his brother, we have this side plot going on with Uma Thurman, who had a lot more to do in this movie than I really did expect, and I really did enjoy her inclusion in this film. There's this really great subplot with her. She is this washed up actress of sorts. She used to be, someone that a lot of, she used to be this one-hit wonder. She was huge in the music scene, and things have kind of gone sideways for her a bit, and she's now in a place where, she is the owner of this bar. She doesn't really have any plans to get back into the music scene, but we dive a bit deeper into her character, what's really going on with her, and some of the best scenes in the movie are just seeing these two interact and kind of Stargirl seeing what led Roxanne down that path and how she can prevent herself from going down that way. I thought that was one of the strongest parts of this entire film. I was surprised by how much depth they gave to Roxanne as a character, but I really think they did some great work with her, so I enjoyed her a lot. Judd Hirsch is in this movie as well, and he doesn't have like a ton to do, but I think overall they do a pretty good job with her. So they do a pretty good job with him in this movie. It's no like Fabelmans or anything, which again, I will get to that eventually, but he does give a strong performance in this movie, and I did overall like what he ended up doing here, how he kind of is like this mentor of sorts for Stargirl. So I did like him in the film. I think my only real issues with this movie is sometimes it does feel like it has a bit too much going on. I already talked about how there's like two subplots here. There's some other characters that we see in this film that I just wanted a little bit more out of, and I wish they would have dived a bit deeper into. Again, specifically her relationship with her mother. I just feel like we need a little bit more with Judy Greer. She's good in the movie, but she is very underused. Like Judy Greer is in a lot of stuff. I noticed she's just one of those actresses that tends to be very underused, which is a shame because I think she's a great actress. But I do think that she could have definitely had a little bit more to do. And as much as I did enjoy the relationship, it can sometimes feel a little bit cliche. It does feel like sometimes we're kind of taking focus away from the main narrative. But I really like what this film has to say about Stargirl's passion for music. I like seeing the passion that Evan has for his film and things like that. So this movie really just has a lot more going for it than the first one. There's a lot of really funny moments here. I was just surprised by how much more I was enjoying this movie. The first film I just really didn't care about that much at all, but I gotta say by the end this one really did end up winning me over. There's some really great music here, a really strong ending, I think, the way it ends up going, and I don't know if it's because Julia Hart teamed up with Jordan Hurwitz in this film, and that's what turned out, made it better, but I don't know if that's really the case, because he also did the first film with her. She doesn't have Kristen Hahn in this movie, who has directed some films that really aren't that great, so maybe she was the problem. I honestly don't really know. I really just feel like they did what they could to make this one work, and it turned out to be a lot better. Maybe because they are not relying as much on the source material. In fact, this is a complete departure from the sequel, so maybe the fact that they can kind of just do whatever they want with the source material, I think actually did end up benefiting them quite well. So yeah, I was surprised by how much I did end up enjoying this one, especially compared to how little I cared about it going into it, but by the end I honestly was pretty charmed with the way it wrapped up. So I think this is a film where if you have any sort of trepidations going into it, especially if you didn't like that first movie, I honestly do recommend giving this one a shot, because I think it just had a lot more going for it overall. There's a lot of great positive messages here, some really strong performances, especially Uma Thurman. Was not expecting her to give as strong of a performance as she really does here, but in the end really did end up enjoying this one quite a bit, so I am going to give this one a B. Again, it's not perfect. There definitely are some aspects that can feel a little bit cliche, but considering how little I cared about the first film, this was honestly just a really great surprise, especially with how much I was won over by it in the end. Interceptor is exactly what you are expecting from a Netflix action film, and it's very unfortunate because I feel like this film did actually have quite a bit going for it. Right off the bat, Elsa Pataky is really good in this movie. I feel like she's somebody that I've seen in a couple things here and there. I've never been that impressed by her as an actress. I think she's given some alright performances. Like, I haven't minded her in the Fast and Furious films and things like that, but she's never been someone where I'm like, oh, she's like an amazing actress. But she really is convincing here, I think, as this action hero. I think she does a really good job. She kicks a lot of ass in this movie, but it also just feels tangible. It doesn't feel forced. It feels like she can just naturally carry a film, and I think that she gives a really strong performance in this movie. The captain of Joanna is doubted a lot in this film. A lot of people just are not treating her the way that she should, and you can see that she has this can-do attitude to her, and I really liked her in this movie. I think the character of JJ is just somebody that I did end up liking. There's a bit more of a personal connection she has to this mission as well, and I think that's some of the moments where she really does end up shining. So I think she did give a strong performance. Luke Bracey also is really good here, really hamming it up as this villain, but honestly giving a really strong performance to the point where you are having fun with what he is doing in this movie. I think it's one of those instances where, like, he knows exactly what kind of movie he's in, so he doesn't try to take it too seriously, and I think that's where this film really does end up working. There's some strong moments of action here and there. Yeah, that's kind of it. This movie's not very good at all. Right off the bat, the plot is just very generic. You have this captain who is in charge of this like lone nuclear missile from launching in the Pacific Ocean and things like that. And you're trying to, get past these really just like cartoony villains. And she's with this team that is just so incompetent in what they do. None of them seem to have a handle of what's going on, how to tackle this. So I don't think they did a very good job with that. None of the characters that she ends up working with in this movie is someone that you're endeared to, or you're just annoyed by them because the way that they treat her in this film is horrible. They're treating her in a very sexist manner. They don't really seem to, have any faith in her because of things that they've heard. But it's also because of JJ's past. There is a lot of, there's been a lot that she has gone through in this film. There's a lot that has happened to her in her past, and that part of the film definitely is, I think, very interesting. There's a lot that they really could have gotten out of it. I just feel like they didn't dive quite as deep as I really would have wanted them to. I wanted to see more of JJ's backstory, what she really went through, why she's putting herself in this situation. They don't really do a great job with that. It also has to be said, the dialogue in this film is kind of terrible. This is one of those movies where, like, and I know you can say this about a lot of Netflix films, but it does very much feel like it could have been written by an AI. Like, it just feels like a first draft. None of it feels natural. There's a lot of just, like, forced one-liners, and it just comes across as really cringy. This is, like, bottom of the barrel in terms of, an action movie sort of, quotable lines. And I just feel like they were very forced in what they were trying to do. And like I said, the script is just not really that great here. The characters, you don't latch onto any of them. I didn't find any of them to be interesting in this movie. Aside from JJ, I found her to be somewhat compelling, but that's really it. Even the villain, as good as Luke Bracey is, not a very memorable villain at all here. But it has to be said, the action scenes in this movie, holy shit, are just all kinds of bad here. When we have Elsa Pataky doing some hand-to-hand combat, that stuff works. But anytime the movie has to rely on visual effects, it is honestly almost unwatchable. I could not believe how terrible so many of these visual effects looked. I could not believe the budget that was put into this movie and how little it seemed that they put into the cinematography here. I just was not a fan of anything going on in terms of the visual effects. I don't think any of it really did end up working. You also you don't feel the intensity in this film. They don't do a very good job of putting you into this situation. It feels very rushed in that way. The movie's only like an hour or 30-ish minutes, and it feels like there's a lot more time we needed to establish these characters, establish the situation, but it's one of those movies where, like, it's so destined to get to, like, the next big, like, action set piece, the next big like thrilling moment, and they just don't do a really great job with that. So overall, this was about as forgettable of a Netflix film as you really could have gotten. It does have some merit to it, more than I did expect it to, but it's certainly not one of the worst movies of the year. I know a lot of people really hated this movie. I didn't hate it, but there were a lot of things I was very annoyed by. The dialogue is terrible, the action sequences, the characters are pretty much non-existent in terms of character development. There's also way too many characters here that it just feels like we're not able to balance all of them out. So overall, I really just was not a fan of this. C- for this one. There's a lot of Netflix films out there that really aren't that great, and I feel like when, you know, you think of like the typical Netflix film that people will constantly classify it as, this pretty much checks all those boxes. Some interesting things about it, but overall, really not worth watching in any sense, and I can understand why people really aren't talking about this at all. Holy shit, dash cam. Oh my god. I mean, look, right off the bat, I will say, there are things about this movie that, on paper, I think is a cool idea. The idea of this woman who is this just really naive, incredibly privileged, mean-spirited streamer, you know, I think is a good idea. This woman who is completely just so self-righteous in what she does. She's so naive of her surroundings. She doesn't buy into anything that she's being told and things like that. You know, I think that's an interesting idea, and how you can use that for a horror film and her not recognizing the danger that's around her. I think there's something to be said about that. But the problem is, when you do that, you kind of have to have it done in a way where it's not completely insufferable, and this movie just does not know how to do that. Rob Savage, as a director, I don't think is terrible. I've seen talent from him before when it comes to Host. I really like that movie a lot. I thought that film perfectly represented the fear and the isolation that people felt during the pandemic. He did a really good job with that in this movie. This film feels like it's taking the exact opposite approach, where instead we're focusing on this woman who doesn't care about any of the stuff going on. I mean, at the beginning of this movie, you see her, she's like freaking out about wearing masks. She's going on these long rants about things that happen in a restaurant. I mean, this is like Karen levels of insufferable. You do not want anything to do with this woman. And the second it started off with her and she's saying all this problematic stuff, I think she mentioned like talking about racial slurs and things like that, and how she didn't understand why people can't say them. I mean, oh my god, this is one of the most unlikable characters in any film I watched last year. And I would be okay with it if this character went through any kind of arc, but she really doesn't. There's no point in this movie where she recognizes the error of her ways, where she starts to kind of see things through a different point of view. The entire movie, she is just completely insufferable, completely just like obsessed with herself. She's trying to blog everything. She has no care for anybody whatsoever. She has no consideration for anyone she comes across, and it's just really hard to watch because of it. And I feel like that alone just sums up how generally insufferable so much of this film is. The entire movie is done through her stream. We never cut away from her. We're always seeing things through her perspective. And because of the fact that we're focusing on her, I just don't care what is going on here. And I don't think they do a very good job with that. And here's the thing. At first, I was going to give Annie Hardy some credit, because it must be really hard to play somebody this unlikable and this hateful and still make them feel real. But then I did some research, and it turns out that Annie Hardy actually might agree with some of the politics that her character seems to peddle in this film, and the things that her character seems to support in this film. So I really don't even think she's giving much of a performance. It feels like she's just kind of playing like a heightened version of herself, and if that's the case, I can't really even credit that all that much. So I don't think that that was really great here. So automatically, that's a big issue with this movie. The main character is just so unlikable in this film. And here's the thing, this movie is only 75 minutes long, and the fact that we are spending 75 minutes, and you would think that the movie would fly by because of that, but when you're spending it with this woman who is just so intolerable throughout, I mean, it is just it is interminable to get through. This movie is horrendous in terms of its runtime. Honestly, I feel like spending 20 minutes with this character would have been bad. Like, I couldn't stand anything in terms of the screenplay here. Honestly, it also takes a long time to actually get into, like, the meat of the plot, the actual horror elements don't even really come into the picture until I would say like 40 minutes into this movie. And before that, we have to deal with all these like anti-mask rants and all these things about like, you know, her protesting things like BLM and things like that, her not understanding the severity of, you know, what's going on in the world, her not understanding other people, you know, her not understanding, you know, other people and the way that they act around her. I mean, she's going on and on throughout this entire movie, and I just really couldn't stand it. Once we do get in, and unfortunately, the other character she's paired up with, her bandmate in this movie, isn't much better. He is just as annoying. He is constantly trying to, you know, get away from her. The two have a very rocky relationship in that way. So I couldn't stand him at all. Neither of these characters I found myself interested in. Then we get into the horror aspect of this film, and you would think that's when this movie does turn around, and there are some things to admire. I think there's some moments that definitely are a little bit unsettling. The problem is, because this entire movie takes place on essentially a Twitch stream, it's really hard to actually make out what's going on throughout it. The way the camera is angled and things like that, I couldn't even tell what was happening throughout the majority of the time. So even though I knew something really creepy and fucked up is happening, I also wanted to be like, hey, can you like turn the camera around so I can actually see it? Because I had no idea what we were actually supposed to be witnessing. And so, yeah, the horror aspects really don't work that well they really don't work that well here at all. I do think there are some interesting ideas that they get into when it comes to the horror elements of this movie when you find out what's actually going on, but it just feels like, one, we take forever to get to it, and just, again, the way that it's filmed, you honestly have a really hard time latching onto all of it, so I don't think they do a very good job with that at all here, and not to mention, again, you do not care about this character even for a second, and I don't think they do a great job. There's literally a scene in this movie where some character ends up marking their territory. That's all I'm gonna say. And the way that they go about it, it is very graphic, and it's easily one of the most disgusting scenes I saw last year. And the fact that you can make out that better than the horror going on in this movie, again, really just shows how bad the cinematography is here. The only thing I will give this film is that I do really get what Rob Savage was trying to go for here. I do enjoy some of the ideas that he has. I just think execution-wise, all of it really did fall apart. And here's the thing, this movie's only 75 minutes long, but just because of how hard it was to get through, it took me a long time to finish this movie. I remember I started it, like all the way back in I believe June. I didn't finish it until July. Like, I was 40 minutes in the movie, and I was like, I am shutting this off. This is just, and I'm not usually like this when it comes to movies, but this one was just so hard to watch, especially with the lead character we had in this film. I just really couldn't get through it, and by the time it wrapped up, I mean, I was just so checked out at that point. This is easily one of the worst horror films I've seen in a long time. Like I said, I get what Rob Savage was going for, but my God, there was so much more that needed to be done within that script. The character is just so insufferable, and I understand that you can have characters be unlikable, but you have to have them have some sort of arc. You have to get them to some kind of place to where we can actually somewhat latch onto them, to where there is some sort of believability, which there is. It's not like there isn't believability, but there's nothing to latch onto with this character. She's just this really hateful woman that seems to just complain about virtually everything, and she's just really hard to watch because of that. So, yeah, I just really couldn't stand this film at all. I get sort of what Rob Savage was going for, but other than that, this was basically just honestly insufferable to watch. So, D- for Dashcam. I was honestly surprised by how much I hated this, because I do think it had some potential going into it, but my God, it needed a lot more of a rewrite than it did end up going. I appreciate some of the social commentary that's going for, but by the end, when you realize what's happening, it really isn't saying that much at all, and it really just feels like a huge waste of time. If you want to see a good examination of like COVID and the pandemic and things like that, watch Host. I think that's a much better film from Rob Savage. Unfortunately, this one just was not a great follow-up. This definitely was not it at all. So definitely one of the worst films of last year. So Hustle is basically the type of basketball film that you expect it to be. It's very inspiring. It has a very cookie cutter type story to it, but it has this genuine heart and feel to it that you really do find yourself latching onto. I think that just the story of what Adam Sandler's character is going through, of this guy who's very down on his luck because of what's happened, and he really wants to bring this extraordinary player into his team. He thinks it's really going to turn them around. You really are rooting for his character throughout this film, and Adam Sandler's performance is great here. I know he was in contention for like Oscar nominations. I wouldn't go that far. I don't think it's that great of a performance, but he does admittedly do some really great work in this film. You really can see the passion that he has for this team, but also just the passion he has for this one particular player. He sees the best in him when everyone else won't, and I thought that he was so great in this film. But also Juancho Herman Gomez, I thought is someone that also should not be overlooked. I think the performance he gives as Bo is really good here. I really liked what he ended up doing. I think their relationship was something that I did find myself really latching onto. And I think Jeremiah Zager's directing, it feels very earnest. It feels like he cares a lot about this subject matter, and I think he does do a really good job with that. Really, my only issues with this one, and I honestly don't really have like a ton to say about this movie, I'd say really my only issues is that it goes into a lot of the cliches you expect typical sports movies to go into, and some of them I don't think they dive into as well as I would have hoped. There are aspects to this movie involving other members of the team that I just wanted to see more of, but then there are things the movie does do really well, like actually getting to see Bo's upbringing. He's struggled a lot within his life, and we really do kind of dive deep into what was going on there, and the way that Stanley kind of gets involved with that, I think they do a really good job with. Also, I really do like Queen Latifah a lot here, but she honestly, this feels like a very like thankless role for her. She really doesn't have much else to do than just be like that supportive wife that's here to like, cheer him on and things like that. They're really just, it's just not much to her character, and it sucks because like I think Queen Latifah is a phenomenal actress, but there just really is not a lot for her to do in this film. So I wasn't super latched onto that. There were other actors in this movie that I didn't think were the greatest, but I think the majority of the acting here was really good. So overall, I definitely did enjoy this one. I think this is a really uplifting film. I really don't have a ton to say about it because it has been a while since I watched it, but as someone who's not usually really into sports movies, I almost said superhero movies. I like superhero movies. What the hell am I saying? Sports movies. This definitely was one that I did overall end up enjoying. So B for this one, I don't really have like a ton to say about it, like I said, but I do think if you're looking for like just a really good, like feel-good sports film, I think this is definitely going to scratch that itch quite nicely. The score, going into it, I was like, why aren't more people talking about this? This is like an indie film, but it's also a musical, and it has some really great actors. Love Will Poulter. Big fan of him as an actor. Anything that he does, usually I'm a pretty big fan of. I think he's a really great actor. Big fan of Naomi Aki as well. The things that I've seen her in, she's really great. And so I was hoping that going into this, this could be like this hidden gem that nobody's seen, and I can talk about how it really is something special, and it's not that great. Okay, so I will get this out of the way right now. This is not a terrible movie. This is just one of those films that's like aggressively mediocre. There are things about it that I think do work. The performances, for the most part, are really good here. I do think Will Poulter, as usual, gives a really strong performance. The character that he's playing, him and his brother are involved. They're these crooks of sorts, and they're trying to pull off like this big scheme that's gonna like put them over the edge of like all the other crooks out there. But you can see that he is starting to waver. He kind of wants to get away from it, while his brother is pretty much like indebted to it. This is like all he knows. This is what matters to him. That is a very compelling conflict. I like that a lot. And then Naomi Aki's character coming into the mix and her kind of steering him away, them having this relationship of sorts. All of that sounds really interesting. The problem is the film just doesn't really go much of anywhere for the majority of it. Most of the movie, you are waiting for them to pull off this heist. There are characters that are in pursuit of them, and you're kind of waiting for them to appear. And so a lot of the film, you're just kind of waiting for things to happen. And I just don't think they did the greatest job at making it interesting. These characters are honestly not that complex. They're not nearly as well developed as I was hoping they'd be. And so, to be honest with you, I really started to check out of this movie just because I just didn't find it all that interesting, unfortunately. I also hate to say it, but as much as I do like Naomi Aki and Will Poulter, they don't really have chemistry in this film. I did not find the romance to be that convincing. I think both of them are good in their performances. They just don't work that great together. It just feels kind of forced. It feels like they're just not really feeling it in terms of their chemistry. It just didn't feel that natural to me. And again, I like both actors, but I just didn't really feel like their acting styles like really meshed together in the way that they were hoping. So that really doesn't work in this film. From a directing and cinematography perspective, I think there are things that do work here. I think the directing is very interesting. It feels very like introspective and things like that. And I think Malaki Smith does a good job. The cinematography, I think, is really well done. There's a lot of memorable shots in this movie. But let's get to the thing that I was most excited for. The music in this film is honestly a non-entity. Yes, it's there, and there are musical numbers in this film, but I hate saying this as someone who's a big musical fan. I felt like the inclusion of them was completely unnecessary. There's not a single, songs, musical numbers in films are supposed to like advance character development. Sometimes they advance the plot. Sometimes they bring up new revelations. And a lot of the time, the musical numbers in this movie, the lyrics that they're singing has nothing to do with what is going on in the film. It really just feels like this is a way to promote Johnny Flynn's music and really just showcase how great of an artist he is, and it just doesn't fit here at all. There wasn't a single musical number in this film where I'm like, that's something I want to listen to outside of this film. That's something that really advanced the plot forward. I didn't think a single song in this movie was really all that memorable. So anytime the musical numbers happen, I found myself really hoping like, oh, this is going to be the one. This is going to be the one. There's always usually like, you guys know me, like I'm very forgiving when it comes to musicals. There's usually at least one song that sticks with me. I can't hum you a single song in this movie. I can't remember what the titles were. I don't remember anything about the music in this film, and it's just because it is so incredibly unremarkable. So I found that side of the movie to be vastly disappointing. I will say the way the movie ends when we get into the third act, I did think the ending was interesting, the direction they decided to go in. There's some really good moments for Johnny Flynn's character and sort of where he ends up going throughout this film. I found that to be kind of interesting. But overall, I just wasn't really super into this at all. I thought that this had a lot of potential. I like the idea of combining like crime and musical elements, but it just didn't feel like anything really meshed all that well together. You had this romance that didn't really fit in there. So it just feels like a film that needed a lot more work. It needed more of a draft. It needed more time to be spent on. And I just don't think they did the greatest job in constructing this one. So while there is definitely some merit to it, it's certainly not a terrible movie. This film was just one that I watched and I feel like was just instantly forgettable by the time I saw it. This is one of the last movies I watched for what I watched in June, and I was really hoping again that this could be something special, but by the time I watched it, I was like, I can see why nobody is talking about this movie because it really isn't anything that great. So C for the score. Good performances, some good moments here and there, but overall just left me feeling very underwhelmed by the time it ended, and I'm honestly forgetting it by the minute, even as I'm talking in this video. Father of the Bride was a huge surprise to me. I feel like I go into a lot of these sort of like seemingly unnecessary remakes, like really just with a very cynical attitude. Most of the time I expect not to like them, and that's entirely on me. Like I'm setting myself up in a way where I'm going to be disappointed. I'm not going to like what I'm seeing just because so many of them have been so incredibly unnecessary. They don't add anything to the original film. If anything, they highlight how good the original film was. That being said, I actually ended up liking this movie a lot more than I thought I did. I think one of the things that works right off the bat is Andy Garcia's performance. He is very good in this movie. You can see he's a father that, yes, he is quite tough. He, is very hard on his daughter's new fiance. He doesn't really see eye to eye with him, but they do a really good job at actually pointing out the flaws in what he's doing in this movie and kind of examining why he feels this way. And I think that's what really does work in this film. He never goes too over the top. He also doesn't at all try to replicate what Steve Martin did in his original film. He's doing something entirely of his own, and I really appreciated that. I like that this movie is trying to do something distinctly different. It just happens to have a similar plot to the original film, and I think it is that much better because of it. And I think the movie actually ended up being a lot more successful than I was expecting it to. So I did think that his performance was really strong. Gloria Estefan also very good in this movie. There is a portion of this film where we focus on the struggling marriage between the two of them. And I thought that was one of the most interesting parts of the film. You can see that these two are not really in the greatest path. There's a part of this movie where they end up going to marriage counseling, and I found that part of the movie to actually be very fascinating. I like what they ended up doing with those two characters. There's some really funny moments that come into play as well, and so I enjoyed what they did with that. And also his relationship to Sophia, I thought was really well done. I thought that their whole relationship, they had a really nice bond throughout the film, and I liked what they did with those two overall. I think that's something that you definitely did feel endeared to. Isabel Merced always is very good, and I think she does give a strong performance here as Cora, although that character I felt was a little bit underwritten, and I wish they could have spent a little bit more time on her character. Diego Boneta, you guys know, not usually a big fan of him. I didn't mind him in this movie. I thought that he played enough of a role to where he worked here. There isn't a lot going on with him as a character when it comes to Aiden and things like when it comes to Aiden. We get a little bit into like his background and things like that, but there isn't a ton going on with him. But I do think he does give a solid performance in this movie, and this is definitely one of the films that like I've enjoyed him more in than others. I don't think he's like a terrible actor. I just find him usually very bland in things, but this time around I didn't dislike him all that much. I will say the character of Natalie in this film I found to be kind of unnecessary. There's this very eccentric wedding player they come across, and her character I just wasn't super into. You had Martin Short in the original films, and he worked very well in that role. Unfortunately, her character just really kind of fell flat to me. I didn't think she was all that funny. I was kind of just missing what Martin Short was doing. And again, she doesn't try to replicate what he did. I just didn't find what she was doing to be all that funny. There is a lot of funny moments in this movie, though, and the film also just has a really good sense of heart to it. And I think that's really what works well in this film. You feel the heart when it comes from these characters. You feel the tenderness they have for each other. And so by the end, you generally do want to see, this wedding happen. There is some really good development for the character of Billy. So yeah, a much better movie than I really did expect. It's not perfect. It definitely can go into some cliche moments. I do think the movie is a bit too long as well. There are definitely some moments in the second act that do drag a little bit, but overall, I enjoyed this considerably more than I really did expect to. Obviously, nothing's going to touch the Steve Martin, Father of the Bride. That's a classic in its own right. But I will say this is definitely one of the revision, not even a remake, really just a revision that I actually do think has something different to it. Actually does have something something that's worth watching, and I do definitely recommend it for that reason. So B- for this one. I didn't absolutely love it, but considering I went in with very middling to low expectations, it honestly really did surprise me how much I ended up liking this one. Okay, so Mad God is the kind of film that I desperately want to like. This is one of those films that is super subversive. It is almost a non-narrative at points. There's not really a ton going on in this film in terms of story. If there is, I could not tell you what the story is in this film. I looked it up on Wikipedia. I still don't fully understand what is happening in this movie. It's one of those films where you watch it and you just feel dumb. Like, that's the best way to describe this movie when it comes to the story. You're watching, you're like, I don't know what's going on here. I know that there's something happening, but I could not explain to you what is possibly going on. And that's something I do appreciate from Phil Tippett. He really does take a lot of chances here. He is making a movie that has almost no dialogue. He is very much trying to take you on this journey of sorts. He has a lot of interesting ideas, and I do think that there is definitely something to like about that. This is unlike anything I've seen before, and that's something I really did appreciate about this movie. Unfortunately, though, there does come a certain point in this film where it just started to lose me, because there just wasn't a lot that this film had to offer beyond its experimentation. The way it plays around with different animation styles, I think is really cool. There are some really fun moments overall. There's a lot of startling stuff that happens in this movie, but I just had a really hard time latching onto it because I didn't fully understand what was going on, and at points it doesn't feel fully realized to me. This feels like an idea. Like, this feels like a sample of what he wants to accomplish when it comes to this project. It doesn't feel like we're getting the fully realized vision of what he really wants. Like, this is almost like the pitch of sorts, where he's like, okay, I have this idea, it's gonna be in like this post-apocalyptic world, and it's gonna have all these weird like faceless drones and things, like a lot of different things to say about like technology and all this stuff. And here's what I want to do. And if this was like sort of like a prologue of what was going on, I would have been fine with that. But it just feels like there needed to be more to this. And for some people, this is enough. I've seen a lot of people say this is one of their favorites of the year, and that's great. It's just, for me, it just didn't really do a whole lot. And I hate saying that because I really respect the vision. I think there are some really cool sequences here. I really like the animation a lot. But at the end of the day, it really just didn't do a whole lot for me. I found this to be just really forgettable as it was going on. It's one of those movies where like there's some imagery that I'm definitely going to remember, but beyond that, there just isn't really a lot that I can say about this one. So I didn't absolutely hate myself watching it. It's certainly not a terrible movie, but it definitely is a film that I just really wish I got a lot more out of, because I went into it hearing people say that this is really something special, and I was ready to be blown away by what we saw. I love visual storytelling. There are plenty of films out there that don't have a lot of dialogue and I think are really good. This is just one that just didn't quite work for me. It just wasn't really on my wavelength, and because of that, I just had a really hard time connecting with it. I understand that there are a lot of people that are gonna like it. It just really just wasn't my thing, and I think that's the best way to describe it. It just simply wasn't my thing, and maybe Phil Tippett's next film I'll come around and I'll really see what he was going for, but as of right now, it just really didn't quite work for me in the way that I was hoping. So unfortunately, C for Mad God. I don't think it is entirely trash. I certainly don't think this film is unwatchable or anything. It's just a movie that I was really hoping I'd come out of and say, like, this is really something special. This is unlike anything I've seen before, which it is, but beyond that, I just really didn't have a lot to say about it, and really just left me feeling kind of nothing by the end overall. So really just don't have a lot to say about this one. Brian and Charles is easily one of the most wholesome and feel-good films, I think, of last year, but it's not a film that I've really heard a lot of people talk about, and it's kind of a shame because I really do think it is something special. You have this guy who he's this very, like, lonely inventor, and, he's been working on all these different things by himself, but he really wants to, like, create a friend of some sorts, and so he builds one through all these different contraptions, and the relation between these two, it's so quirky and fun, and you really just find yourself latching onto it. Brian is just feeling so fulfilled having this like trusted companion finally, and Charles kind of functions as almost like this very mischievous teenager, and that's something I wasn't really prepared for. I thought Charles was going to be like a lot more like wide-eyed and innocent, but Charles is far more mischievous in that way, and I really like that about this character, who really starts to rapidly develop a mind of his own. And I feel like, as much as I do enjoy Brian in this movie, Charles is undoubtedly the star of this film. I mean, not just because of the layers that Chris Hayward pours into this performance, able to turn a fucking washing machine into someone that you are just really latching onto, someone that you really feel for. I think he does a really good job with that. But getting to see Charles and him becoming more curious of the world and growing more intelligent as the film goes on and starting to develop this mind of his own, I think is easily one of the best parts of this entire film. I really like getting to see how that is and how Brian kind of wants to, you know, latch on to him almost like he's this very overprotective parent in that sense, you know, and him kind of now having to focus on this dilemma of like, where is the line? You know, can I let him be free? Or am I just going to keep him to myself forever? I think that was a really interesting dilemma, and the film handles it really well. So I think the bond between these two is a lot of fun. It's also very funny. There are so many moments in this film that have me absolutely dying, especially when Charles is figuring out how certain things work. There is this one recurring gag that they keep doing with him in this dance that he does that I thought was so funny. Some of the funniest moments of last year for sure. It's not the kind of humor that's going to work for everybody because it's like very subtle, very dry, but I don't know, just the dryness to this character, it just really worked for me, and I really liked what they did with Charles overall. And like I said, how he becomes a lot more just aware of his surroundings as the film goes on, I think works really well here. And I think that Jim Archer has such an interesting approach to this film. He's able to have this really just weird comedy mixed with this genuine heart that you really feel throughout this movie, and it never feels like one is compromising the other. The movie has this consistent feel to it that really just warms your heart, and I think he does a really good job with that throughout this movie. But also, he presents this like he still presents this in a very authentic manner. If this situation were to happen, well, I say situation, like if this you know, specific thing was to happen in real life, I feel like this is how it would play out. We've all had something that, you know, we view as our own, and suddenly they have to grow up and leave us, and we're kind of struggling with whether or not we really want that to happen. Do we want them to have that independence for themselves, or do we want to just keep them on a leash pretty much, you know, throughout our entire life? And I think that's something that Brian and Charles does dive into very well. That being said, this is definitely not a perfect movie. This is a film that was based off of a short film, and it falls into, I think, some of the trappings that you know, adaptations of short films tend to dive into. There are a bunch of new characters added to this film. Some of them work, and some of them I really think don't. The character of Eddie, he is this very just like curmudgeon-y, incredibly antagonistic figure. He is always making Brian's life a living hell. He treats Charles like he is this, you know, he frequently is like taunting Charles and things like that. Everybody really hates him. This character, I just didn't quite work for me. He didn't feel like a real person. He felt just like this very cartoony type villain, and I think he needed a bit more dimension to him, especially when it came to his teenage daughters and the way that they got involved. It just felt quite rushed in the way they went about it. There is a portion of this movie where it basically becomes a rescue mission, and I just felt that portion of the movie was incredibly rushed, the way they went about it. I really wanted to see more of getting to see us come to that point, getting to see these two apart for a bit before Brian makes the choice to, like, you know, rescue him. And I just felt we needed to spend a bit more time there, because when we eventually, you know, I cared about it because of how much I like that bond, but I wanted to see these two on their own for a bit, and I don't think the movie does a good enough job with that. And also when it comes to Eddie and his daughters, because it feels so rushed, you don't really feel the threat of them throughout this movie. It feels like they're just another thing that was added in there to sort of create conflict. There's this other character, Hazel, who Brian seems to have an affection for, and her character does end up working in the end, but again, I found their whole relationship to also feel just a little bit, just a little bit, I think, slight in terms of the way that it's developed. It just feels kind of contrived in the way that they go about it, and I just wish that they would have spent a little bit more time on that. So I do think the movie is just a little too short, and I think that's really my only issue with it. 90 minutes. It flies by, but by the time we get to the third act, you're like, oh, we're already here. I felt like we had like another like hour or so to go, and it already is at the third act. And it's not one of those things where it's like, oh my god, this movie really flew by, because it is entertaining throughout. I don't want to take that away from it. I just felt like there were some aspects that happened in this film that I really wish we would have arrived at a little bit later on, so we really could have just seen some things breathe for a bit. especially when it came to certain characters that appear in this film. The way it ends, though, I thought was absolutely really just this very heartwarming ending. I love the note that they ended it on, and we also get some really, probably one of the funniest post-credit scenes of last year, and it's not even a scene, it's just like a callback to something that happened in the credits. I thought was so great the way they went about it. So yeah, overall, I really do like this one a lot. I really wish more people were talking about it. It really is just something very different and, very quirky that I don't think we've seen before. Yes, we've seen movies where, like, you have, a human kind of forming this bond with this anthropomorphic figure, but this movie really goes in some different directions that I wasn't expecting, and it really made it something special. I think that there are some aspects that really needed to be worked on a little bit more, but for what this is, I think it really does work quite well. So B+ for this one. Not everything about it worked, and I do think that those things that were added, they needed to spend more time on, but I was so drawn to this relationship, and by the end, I really just felt so good coming out of it. I just can't help but really just love what this film is going for. So overall, really do recommend this one. Easily, I think, one of the most overlooked films of last year. There is so much about Spiderhead that I honestly really do admire. The idea of this, prison of sorts where these characters are put to the test of these, like, emotional controlling drugs that will pretty much force them to act in a certain way. It's going to give them different, extreme highs and lows, and sort of the ethical dilemma with what's going on there, I think is a really great idea. And for a while, this movie actually did kind of have me. We see this character of Steve and what he's trying to accomplish and what his overall goal is. You can buy into it, and it's mainly due to how good Chris Hemsworth is in this role. This movie really reminds you just how good of an actor Chris Hemsworth can be, and I'm not saying like he's not usually good, because I usually do really like him, in Thor and things like that, but these are the kind of roles that really stick out to me, because this is far more serious. This is a far more menacing role. I mean, this guy is a borderline psychopath, and the way that he goes about torturing his victims and the rationale he has for it, I mean, he does such a great job, and he absolutely relishes the type of character he's trying to play. I mean, he has this menace, but he also has this genuine charisma that really only Chris Hemsworth could have pulled off, and I think he does that very well in this movie. I really enjoyed his performance in this film, and there are some really great scenes here. There's a scene very early on in the movie with this girl that Miles Teller becomes entangled with, and this whole emotional shift that she goes through in literally just a few minutes, and it's easily the highlight, it's easily like the highlight of the film for me in terms of scenes. I think it's like the best scene in the movie, just because it really shows them going to their fullest potential here, really showing what, how damaging this drug can be to people, but also why people are so like in need of it in that way. I think they do a really great job with that in this film. So I think that aspect of the film really does work very well. I think the first 40 minutes of this film are very solid. The problem is, as the movie goes on and we start to dive deeper into what's happening, it just becomes very generic. This really just starts to become a lot more of this like hostage film where Chris Hemsworth, he starts to become a lot more of just the typical sort of villain. A lot of the complexity of his character started to get stripped away, and I started to become a lot less invested in what they were going for here. And I hate to say it, as much as I do like Miles Teller as an actor, I just don't think his character is all that great in this movie. There is a there is something that is weighing on his mind. There is an event that happened in his past that he is very much sort of still reconciling with, that has really affected him in a big way, and you are drawn to it at first because it's really sad, and you can understand why this is something that he is just really feeling guilty for. But I just didn't feel we dive deep enough into it. There's really only a couple scenes that we spend, and every time we do, it's just a brief glimpse of what happened. When we eventually get into what actually went down, it just felt very underwhelming. It was like, oh, we spent all this buildup just for that? Like, I thought it was pretty obvious what happened. So I don't think they did the greatest job with that. And then Journey Smollett, also, her character is very underwritten. I really wanted to see more of her. I think that she Had a lot of potential at first, and I do like the dynamic that these two end up forming. I just thought that her character needed a lot more work, and I really wish they would have done that with her in this movie. So again, I think both their performances are good. It just doesn't quite reach its potential in the way that I was hoping it would. One actor I will definitely point out, Tess Haubrick, I thought was fantastic in this movie. Very limited screen time, but she is part of that scene I mentioned that I thought was like the highlight scene in the entire film. I thought that she did a really great job here. But like I said, once we get past the initial premise of what they're really going for and we start to dive deeper into, what this film has to offer, it just becomes incredibly generic. And it really sucks because I think this movie has a lot of great ideas, but at the end of the day, it just didn't really do all that much for me. Joseph Kosinski's directing is not bad, but this is no Top Gun Maverick. This is not Only the Brave. This definitely feels more like he was just the guy that was chosen to helm this movie. It doesn't feel like he had too much of a style here. If he did, it just wasn't fully presented in the way that I was hoping that it would. So it's missing a bit more of like the style and the bite that I've seen in some of his other films. And I also feel like they really just need to dive a lot deeper into what was really going on here. And like I said, I think at first, this really was something effective. It felt very like scaled back. It was a lot more slower pace, but as we start to get into that third act, especially, I just don't think they did a great job with it. And it really started to lose its momentum just due to how undercooked the entire thing really was. It just didn't come together in the way that I was really hoping. So some really great things to love here. Definitely, I think that the score is very effective. The way that music is incorporated here, I thought was really interesting. Chris Hemsworth's character kind of has this obsession with like playing music in certain moments, and I thought that kind of worked for me. But other than that, there just really wasn't a lot about this film that I overall ended up remembering. It sucks because I think it started off really strong, but by the end, it just really kind of fell apart for me. So not at all a terrible film, actually a pretty decent one, and I was actually liking it for a bit, but the more it went on, the less I started to, the less it really was investing me, and I think by the end, it really just kind of like lost all momentum. So C+ for this one. Definitely some really great stuff. Chris Hemsworth gives a really strong performance, some solid ideas overall, but just didn't quite come together in the way that I was hoping. So definitely not like as mediocre as some Netflix films are, but not nearly as good as some of their surprise hits are either. So these next two films I'm going to talk about, I feel like have something very important that's in common, in that these are two movies that I think are both really good, and I really wish more people were discussing. And I tried to do this with like every month, like have that one movie that like I wish more people were talking about. This one. This is definitely one of those films. The Phantom of the Open is a film that I really wish more people were discussing. Because I gotta say, I went into this not really expecting much. I was like, really? It's about a guy playing golf? Like, that just sounds really boring to me. And I expected this film to just be a very generic sports film, and I gotta say, it's anything but that. This is not really about this champion of sports who was like the greatest golf player ever. Instead, it's about this guy that is pretty much like the worst at golf, but that's what is so endearing about him. He's the definition of an underdog. He's somebody that, no, is not very good at what he does. In fact, he can't even, throughout the movie, he can't even get the golf in the putt. He can't seem to, he cannot seem to score in the film. And you see him constantly struggling with that. But yet there's something about Maurice Flockhart and just his resilience and the way that he continues to pursue golf, even though he knows he's not that great in it, that you just really find yourself latching onto. You don't really care about the fact that he's not very good at what he does, and I thought that was honestly really endearing. I really like the deeper sense of heart that this movie is going for, and it's so palpable. It's impossible to resist in this film. I mean, I really just felt so good watching this movie, and I think they did a really good job when it came to the story here. But also, Mark Rylance is so good in this film. He is so perfectly casted as Maurice, this guy he's this very pleasant guy. He doesn't get angry very often, and he really just enjoys what he's doing. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and that's why you really do find yourself attached to him. Even when people are constantly making a mockery out of him, he learns to enjoy it. At first, he is very much like appalled by the fact that they're acting this way, but you can see that he has this genuine passion for what he does, and that's really what endears you to him. And that, I think that's something that this movie does really well. I like the message that this movie has about following your dreams, even if they're not something you're even that good at. Like, what's really the harm in if you have that passion and that love? And that's something that Flickcrotch just continued to do. And I think this is such an interesting sort of story. I haven't really heard about it before, but it's one that I did find myself wanting to know more about. Sally Hawkins is also really good in this movie. She sticks by Flickcroft's side multiple times in this film. There are times where you can tell she is not entirely sure how to feel about it, but their relationship I thought was just really sweet with the way they went about it. And I think they did a really good job with that in this film. There are other characters here that I thought were just really funny, and that's the other thing. This movie is very funny. The movie recognizes that some of this can be done in a very farcical manner, but it never tries to make a joke out of Maurice Flickcrotch. It jokes about how he was, and that he wasn't really great at it, and the crowd's reactions to it. And I think the movie works very well in the way, but also his naivety at first, with him not realizing, that he is that great at what he does. I thought the film did actually work really well. Rise of Fonz is also like really fun in the film. He's Maurice's closest friend. A lot of the schemes that he gets involved with, in the way that he continues to let Maurice play golf, even when people are constantly saying, no, he is not allowed, he is banned, he is causing all kinds of problems. The way that he consistently finds a way to get himself involved, I thought was just so fun to watch, and I love what they were doing there. So I really was loving a lot of aspects about this movie. I think the directing from Craig Roberts is really well done. It has that perfect balance of just, again, this very quintessential humor, but also having this genuine heart to it, especially towards the end. Generally almost had me shedding a few tears. The only character that wasn't working, at least for a bit for me, was the character of Michael. And don't get me wrong, Jake Davies is very good in this movie. It just felt like every time we cut to him, the film just was significantly less interesting. He is this workaholic of sorts. He takes things way too seriously. He doesn't understand why his dad continues to pursue golf when he's not very good at it. He sees his dad as kind of a joke and an embarrassment, and he just doesn't seem to really enjoy much of what he's doing. He has colleagues that are constantly making fun of him, and I didn't really understand the necessity of this plot line at first. I understood why it was there, but I just found Michael to not be that interesting of a character, and I don't think they did the greatest job at it. But as the film went on, I really started to like what they did with him. I thought at first I found it to be kind of underwritten, but by the time we got to a certain point, I really thought they did a great job in getting us to understand what they were really trying to go for with this character, and I really did like that quite a bit. It actually ends up becoming a really good family drama. There's a lot of things that, a lot of tension that Maurice has with his son because of the way things have played out. His son became very successful. He kind of has become the estranged from the family, while the rest of the family has just kind of had like normal humdrum lives. And I thought that part of the film was really interesting. I just felt it was an aspect that was a little bit underwritten, but it really won me over in the end. Such a feel-good, amazing ending. It's just the kind that makes you like walk out of this film and just makes you feel so good about yourself. It's so unconventional in the way that it approaches its subject matter, but that's something I just really appreciate about it. I really just can't recommend this one enough. I think this is the kind of movie where you go into it, you expect one thing, and you come out and you're just so surprised at how it ended up going. But I am just so happy that this film exists to tell this story that I had no idea about. I'm so used to seeing sports films that are all about these like champion underdogs that are so bad at first, and then they turn out to be great, and then they end up, developing like big careers and like, sports leagues and things like that. And that's not at all what this movie is about. This movie is about a passion and never letting go of your passion, even if it is not something that you are necessarily good at. Never let go of your passion. Never let go of that self-esteem for yourself. And I think that is just such a positive message that many of us need. where I'm at, especially in my life, I feel like it's the kind of message that I definitely needed. So I really did appreciate this film quite a bit. I think this is definitely one of the most inspiring films I saw last year, and really just a movie I wish a lot more people were talking about. So A- for The Phantom of the Open. Definitely not the movie that I expected to be, but it's so much better because of it. And then the next movie I'm talking about, Official Competition, like I said, this is another one that I just wish a lot more people were talking about, and also another movie I went into not knowing what to expect. I kind of expected this to be something just like really eccentric and different, kind of like centering around a bunch of just like really just like, you know, crazy characters, very screwball type comedy, and it is that, but it is much more of like, I think, a satirization of Hollywood and just how far someone is willing to go to make sure that their project succeeds in the way that they do. And my god, this film is so funny to watch because of that. Penelope Cruz is amazing here. This is easily, I think, one of my favorite roles of hers to date. She is this producer that will do whatever she can to make sure her film is accomplished, whether she has to, you know, do something as far as, you know, change one of the actors, or literally scare her actors into thinking a rock is going to hit them when it's literally just like plastic. I mean, she goes so far in this movie, and I just really loved her in this film. There's so many ridiculous moments that happen in this film, and the way that she reacts to them in mostly just a very nonchalant manner, I thought was really fun to watch, and I thought that she was definitely one of the best parts of this movie. But Antonio Banderas also cannot be overlooked in this film. He does such a great job of playing this actor that is just so adored by everyone, pretty much thinks he's on top of the world, and is doing like whatever he can to get into the spotlight. He, from the moment he realizes that he is co-starring with Ivan Torres, these two just have this consistent animosity for each other, and it is so fun to watch them butt heads in this movie, the back and forth between the two. There's this one scene where they were just trading insults, and I was just absolutely howling with laughter. I loved what they ended up doing with that. I thought that these three just work so well together, so automatically that's something I really did appreciate about this film. But then, like I said, what this film is actually about, you know, you have this woman who is so destined to make sure that this movie that she makes is going to be like the big film for her. Like, this is going to be the one that receives the Palme d'Or. This is going to be a movie that really puts her on top, and she has these, like, you know, two actors that are, you know, really prestigious in what they do. One of them is very well celebrated. The other one is trying to make a bit more of a name for himself. He's more of a stage actor. He's transitioning into film, and seeing him kind of struggling with that as well, I thought was really funny to watch. And so, yeah, I really enjoyed this one. It's hard to get into without talking about spoilers, because this movie goes into some really dark directions. I mean, I was not prepared for where this movie was going to go, but it never stops being funny. It definitely does it definitely does take itself seriously at points when things start to get a bit more dire for these characters, but it never stops being funny, and I enjoyed the comedy so much in this movie. There's one scene especially involving something that she threatens these characters with, and I just could not help but just absolutely die of laughter with the way they decided to go about it. There's so many scenes in this movie that I think are so funny to watch, but again, it also just has such great social commentary on the state of Hollywood. This woman who wants to make this picture and have it be a certain way, and then you have these actors who are constantly trying to change what's happening. They're always getting in the way of it, and just seeing sort of like the back and forth between them, it is so much fun to watch. The ending especially, I was not expecting it to go in the direction that it did. I think it's very well directed by Gaston Duprat and Mariano Khan. I've not seen any other film from them prior to this. I know they've done other movies, but like this one is really just something different that I wasn't expecting, and I really think is something that's a lot of fun. I enjoy the three actors in this movie tremendously. The cinematography also is very good here. The movie's very well shot, and I really enjoyed that. When you see the contrast of like the movie that she's trying to make versus how phony it's coming across, it just is a really great way of examining sort of like artistic intent versus impact, and I think they do a really great job with that overall. So yeah, I enjoyed this one tremendously. It's a much different movie than I was expecting, but I really wish it's one more people were talking about. A- for Official Competition. Really, again, similar to Phantom of the Open, I can't recommend this one enough. It really is something special. well that I don't think people are going to be expecting. And it's a movie that I really wish was just getting a lot more love. It's easily one of the funniest movies of last year. I cannot recommend this one enough. Good Luck to You, Leo Grande is another one that I just don't think has gotten enough chatter, and it's a shame because this is not at all the movie that I expect it to be or that you really think it is. I feel like you go into this movie and, you know, you see the marketing, you see the poster, you think it's just going to be like this sex comedy about Emma Thompson and her engaging in sexual activities with this guy. And while, yes, that is part of the movie, it is so much more than just that. This is really a film about this woman who just has very low self-esteem, and that's kind of dictated the way that she has gone about her life. She's still reeling from the death of her husband from 2 years ago. You can tell that it's had a significant impact on her, but she also is deeply insecure, and Emma Thompson is just fantastic here. She gives such a raw and authentic performance, and you really just find yourself latching on to Nancy and what she really is all about, some of the secrets that she's kept hidden. The movie is about, yes, engaging in sexual activities, but I feel like the film really is about nakedness, but not necessarily in just a sexual context, in a vulnerable context as well. Nancy is afraid to be vulnerable. Nancy is afraid to open up. She is convinced that she's finally going to be able to, receive genuine pleasure. She's never been able to achieve that. And yeah, that seems like something that doesn't sound super compelling. She's just spending the whole movie trying to have an orgasm. But again, the movie is so much more than that. We dive into her past. We dive into, her and kind of some of the secrets that she's kept hidden. And it is so well handled. And yes, a lot of this movie does kind of feel like a play. We're focusing on these two actors and them kind of getting to know each other. But it's really, again, just Emma Thompson's performance that really just carries this thing through, and I thought she did such a incredible job here. Even in moments when these two are starting to, get sexual, and they're starting to, because she has this whole list of things she wants to do, and when they start to achieve that list, still, she does not feel right about it. You can tell that there are moments that just aren't quite going well for her, and I really like the way this film ended up going about it. You can see just the anxiety in this character, and I really felt it throughout this movie. I feel like we've all kind of been in a similar position as Nancy, where it's like we should have this confidence in ourselves, but we simply just don't. And I thought this film handled that very well. When it came to, like I said, the idea of just being vulnerable to somebody else, I thought was really well done. And Daryl McCormack is very good here as well. Leo Grande is somebody who, he seems like somebody that he's very like suave and laid back. He is able to, fully appeal to Nancy. But we start to eventually dive a little bit deeper into him as well. He is not as well adjusted as he seems. He is not nearly as well off as he seems. There's actually some really interesting backstory with him as well. He also is kind of in a similar spot to Nancy, and that's the moment where this movie really does excel. I really liked what they ended up doing with his character in particular. I wasn't expecting the film to get as deep with him as they did. I was kind of expecting for this to be her just kind of venting to him and wanting to, approach all these different activities, but eventually the film does do that. It does take a while, I will say, for Leo to become a fully well-realized character. For a while, he kind of just feels like he's there because he needs to be, but I do think the movie does a really good job in diving deeper into him, especially towards the latter half of this film, and I thought they did a really good job with that. So there's a lot of things that work very well in this movie. The movie also is very funny, especially when she is trying to achieve certain things and it's just not quite working out in the way that she does. I thought the film was absolutely hysterical in that regard, and I think it has such a great blend of comedy and heart. Sophia Hyde's directing is really well done here. You can tell that she is really trying to make something different, and I think she does a really good job with it. I haven't seen anything from her prior to this, but I think that she is a real talent, and I'm very excited to see what else she ends up doing in future films. And then the screenplay, I think, also is definitely something that should be commended here. This could have easily been this just really basic film where not a lot really happens, but they really do a great job of diving into what is it really about sex that intrigues us. Is it just the idea of being with someone intimately, or is it a way that we're able to kind of, gain this confidence within ourselves. And I like the way they really do explore that with Nancy within this film. I think they do an excellent job of that. But also, like I said, with Leo, I thought that part was very strong. So there's a lot of things I really do love about this movie. I think the only things that really do bring it down for me is that the third act of this film, there is a lot that ends up going down, and I just thought some of it was just a tad rushed. I find out some new information about Nancy that I wanted to see more of. There's a really good scene in a restaurant that I just wanted to hear a little bit more about, and I thought there were some things that I thought were just a little too brief in the way they went about it. There were some aspects of Leo's life, like I said, we find out more we find out more eventually about him, but it takes a while for that to happen, and when we eventually found out more, I wanted them to dive just a little bit deeper, and they just don't really get there. Also, the movie at points does feel a bit constrained because the fact that the entire movie is taking place inside the hotel, you never leave it, and there are points where you want to kind of venture outside and kind of get to see their lives a little bit, but I understand why they decided to do that. It makes the film feel a lot more intimate. It makes the film feel a lot more, genuine in that way. You really do, and again, it kind of feels like a play, but there's enough cinematic stuff here to where I wouldn't say this is like a filmed play or anything like that. I think they do a really good job when it comes to this film here. The ending as well is just so satisfying the way it ends up going down. I thought it was a really sweet ending, the note they decided to end this movie on. So overall, yeah, this is a much different movie than I think a lot of people are going to be expecting. It honestly is it is a very hopeful film. I think it has a lot of funny moments, but also just has such a genuine sense of heart to it and some really great messages that I think are really going to appeal to a lot of people. Easily one of Emma Thompson's best performance, and Daryl McCormick is definitely someone to watch out for as well. I think both of them are just really great here together. So overall, B+ for this one. This is another one that I just don't hear enough people talking about. I can understand some people are turned off by like the marketing and things like that, but trust me, it is a much different film than you are expecting. And I think especially if you go into it knowing that, you will walk out pleasantly surprised for sure. Jerry and Marge Go Large pretty much continues this trend of like just really sweet, wholesome films. I don't know, it just seems like there's a lot of those, I guess, in June that we're talking about, but you know what? It's a really well done movie. I think the one thing this film especially is going for it is the chemistry between Bryan Cranston as well as Annette Bening. These two work so well together. You really do feel them as this couple that really just hasn't gone to do much within their lives. They've lived a very just like pleasant life. They are really nice to everybody. The neighbors absolutely adore them. They see them as the nicest people, but they haven't really done anything that extraordinary within their life. They're kind of going through this midlife crisis of sorts, and they end up getting involved in this, multi-million-dollar winning spree, and, they want to like kind of turn around their entire town and things like that because of it. And so I think the film does a really good job when it comes to that. I really do like the bonding between these two a lot. I think, like I said, they have a very genuine chemistry, and you just feel like these are just two regular people who are involved in something and really want to make a difference within their town, and that really does work in this movie. I think that alone is enough a reason to like this film. There are some really funny moments that play out. To be honest, though, there isn't a lot more to this movie other than that, and I do think they could have dived a little bit deeper. Like I said, they hint at the idea that Jerry is having this like midlife crisis and it's really starting to bother him. I think the setup is very strong with the way that they end up going about it. With Marge, though, they don't really dive as much into why she really wants to do this. It seems like she's kind of just like along for the ride, and I wish they would have dived a little bit deeper into her character and what this all really means to her. I think they could have done a better job with that, but like I said, I think this film remains just a lot of fun. The directing by David Frankel really is nothing special, I will say that. I think the film needed a bit of a stronger director because it just feels like the film could have been directed by anybody, and in that way it does kind of have that like streaming type quality to it. But I gotta say, with how many Paramount Plus films have just really not been all that great, this is definitely a step in the right direction. Paramount Plus is very much struggling. Even now they're struggling. I'm filming this video in May of 2022, and things are in 2023, and things are not looking great for Paramount Plus right now. So I think that This is definitely, though, one of the films that I want to see them distribute more of. I think this film is something really special. Like I said, my only real flaw is that I think it just needed to go a little bit deeper into what it was doing. Also, there is narration in this film from Rainn Wilson's character, and I found it to be very jarring in this film. I didn't understand why he was narrating this film. His character, he does play a role in what's going on, but it just doesn't feel like they did enough with him to where it was like, okay, I can understand why he would narrate this movie. It just felt a little bit jarring and also kind of unnecessary to me. This isn't a very like overly complicated film. We didn't need all this narration. So anytime that appeared, it did slightly take me out of the movie, but the film just has such a genuine sense of heart, and you really find yourself liking these two characters a lot and really just wanting them to achieve their goals, that it just ends up being a really positive film. Like I said, there isn't a ton more to it than that, but for what it is, I think it honestly does work really well. It's certainly much better than other Paramount Plus films out there. So B- for Jerry March Go Large. I wish it just did a little bit more overall, and I do think it can be a little bit slight at times, but it's certainly a very fun watch for sure, and much better than, you know, other films on this service as a whole. So I feel like this is going to happen at least once every month, but I do not remember My Fake Boyfriend at all. Generally, I don't remember this movie. I remember I watched it, and there were some things I enjoyed about it. I thought the performances were pretty good for the most part. I enjoyed Kenan Lonsdale in this movie. I've always enjoyed him as an actor, and I think he does give a pretty good performance here. I think the premise has a lot of potential. I like the idea of this guy who is in this situation where he has to create this like fake boyfriend to help out his to kind of keep out his ex-boyfriend from like taking over his life and things like that, because that's really having like an impact on him. And I do think that there are some really fun moments with what they do with that. Dylan Sprouse especially is really funny in this movie. I liked a lot of the moments with him in this film. I thought that he did end up working very well here, but I don't know, this movie just didn't really have a lot to it overall. I think the general premise is a fun one, but there's only really so far you can go with that, and after a while it just starts to get a little tiresome. Also, the friendship between these three, I don't think we focused on enough. I think you get to see some scenes of like the three of them hanging out, but I just didn't feel that attached to these friends. I wanted to see more of them as a group. I think that there are some fun moments, but Sarah Hyland especially really gets the short end of the stick here. There really isn't much of anything for her to do other than just be the other friend. Like I said, Kenan Lonsdale and Dylan Sprouse have a lot of fun moments, but she really does not have that much to do in this movie, and it's disappointing because I think she's a really good actress, and I think there could have been something for Kelly to do here, but they just don't really give her all that much in this film. The other actors here don't really leave too much of an impression, so overall, I don't really have much to say about this one. I thought it was just kind of fine in what it was trying to do. I thought it had some fun moments here and there, but for the most part, it is an extremely forgettable comedy that you have seen 1,000 times before. So C for My Fake Boyfriend. I wish I had more to say about this one, but to be honest, there's so many movies that I'm talking about here. Some of them are just gonna fall through the wayside, and this is just one of those movies to me that I just don't really have much to say about at all. So, yeah, next movie. Gatlop, I feel like literally nobody has heard about, and it's a little disappointing because, yes, this is definitely a film that is on the lower budget side of things. You can tell watching this movie, this is not trying to be this, like, big budget, blockbuster or anything like that, but there's something that's generally charming about that. I like that this film isn't trying to aim so high and really is going for something a little bit more smaller scale in that way, and with that, I think this is honestly a really creative film. I really like the idea of this one where we have these four friends who they haven't seen each other in a long time. They've kind of all gone their separate ways, and they're playing this drinking game, and it forces them to really just kind of confront a lot of the things that they have been hiding. And this game really just starts to kind of mess with them in that way, and I thought that was really well done. I've seen people kind of compare this to Jumanji in a sense, and it is like that, but it's a lot more personal than that. This film is far more character-driven than I was really expecting, and I thought they did a really good job. I thought each character really got something interesting to do. Emmy Raver Lotman as well, especially her character, I really did like in this film. I really like what she ended up doing. John Bass, I thought, was probably the big comedic standout of this film. He had so so many hysterical moments with his character. I really liked his inclusion in the film. And I don't want to get into too much of what's going on with these friends and why they've all gone their separate ways, but they actually do a really good job at presenting their friendship over time, kind of seeing them when they were a lot closer in life, and then now seeing what's kind of led them to all drift apart. And I thought they did a really good job with that in this movie. There are a lot of things that's happened in their friendship that they've kind of just put on the back burner, and I feel like that's going to be relatable to a lot of people. There are plenty of times, I'm sure, within friendships, hell, I can think of some friendships where there have been things that happen and we just don't talk about them. We kind of just like pretend that they didn't happen. We move on. We kind of just go on with our lives, and this film is really like kind of forcing them to confront it, and I think it does that in a really good manner. I think that when the film does rely more on the game, there are definitely some fun moments, and I thought that that whole part of the film actually did end up working very well. The supernatural board game, really kind of messes with their mind in a way that you're not expecting, and so I think the film is very creative in that way. My only issues with the movie is that I do think it is definitely too short. The movie's only about like an hour and 17 minutes long, and I think it definitely needed to be a little bit longer to really just dive deeper into what they were trying to get at with these characters, because sometimes it does feel like we're kind of rushing through things and it's hard to remember everything that we're being told, because this is one of those movies where we're going back and forth between the present and the past, and when we get to those moments in the past, they're effective. I just thought they were a little too brief at points, and I want to see a little bit more time spent on it. Also, the Gatlop game, yeah, it can feel very generic at points. You've seen this before in like Jumanji, even like Escape Room, I feel like is a good comparison. It goes in some pretty crazy directions like that, and whenever the film does go into those more horrific elements, I just didn't think it worked as well. The film was never really scary. It was more just kind of funny, and I think they could have done a little bit of a better job when it came to the horror. And it's mainly just the characters that we're dealing with. They're not necessarily characters that I think needed to be portrayed in a way that was, I think they do a good job of balancing the comedic and dramatic moments, but when it comes to the horror, I just didn't think it worked as well as they were really going for. But thankfully, this film is way more of a comedy than a horror film, and I think that's why it ended up working for me as well as it did. I think Alberto Belli has a really interesting style to his films. I've never really seen him direct anything before, but I really do like what he's going for here. I think it really is something different than you've seen, and the movie does find a way to stick out from other films of its kind, like, the films that I mentioned, and I think it does a good job with that. I just wish it went a little bit deeper with some elements to really just make it something great, because by the time it ended, I definitely did enjoy it, but I wanted more from it overall. I think the way this wrapped up, it just felt a little bit abrupt, and I felt like this could have gone on for like another 30 minutes, and it would have been honestly even better if that was the case. So I still really do like this movie a lot. It is definitely a film that I wish more people were talking about. It's definitely one of those movies that I feel like has fallen by the wayside because it was like a direct-to-video film, but this is definitely a way better movie than I think people are going to expect. It has a really talented cast, some really funny moments, some generally really good heart to it, especially when it comes to the friends and all the different things they want to pursue and all the different secrets that they've kind of covered up. I think the movie handles all of that really well. So B- for Gatlop. It's definitely not a perfect movie, and there are some things I wish it did a little bit better, but for the most part, I really had a great time with this one. So if you were to come to me, I would say in March of last year and say Elvis is going to be one of the biggest surprises of the year for you, I would have said you were crazy. If you guys know, Baz Luhrmann is a director that I do respect his style. I recognize that he does have a style. I'm not going to say that he doesn't, because he definitely does. It's very heightened. It's very energetic. It's really insane. But it's just never really jived all that well for me. I love Moulin Rouge. It's one of my favorite musicals. I think that film works really well with the, very anachronistic songs and the, really just crazy style that he's going for. Very hyperactive in that way. Kind of feels like a music video at points. It works well with the story that he's telling. Virtually every other Baz Luhrmann film I've seen just has not worked for me at all. I feel like the style has absolutely ruined that film, and so I really did not have any positive expectations coming into Elvis. I felt like this was just kind of doubling down on the things that I just don't really like about Baz Luhrmann, but also just kind of leaning into the tropes of like typical music biopics. And I could not have been further from the truth. This is not at all the movie that I was expecting it to be, and I think it's so much better because of it. Elvis goes in so many unexpected directions, and it definitely is not at all, I would say, a typical biopic, and I really did appreciate that. Now, the one thing I will say right off the bat is, yes, this film is very rapid with its storytelling sometimes. The first act especially can be kind of clunky, and to be honest, I wasn't quite sure how I was feeling about it. We're kind of just moving from one thing to the next, and it feels like we just don't really get a lot of time to breathe, and so I wasn't really sure how to feel about the first like 40 minutes of the film. But my God, once we dive into Elvis and his relationship with Colonel Tom Parker, this film just soars. And look, part of that absolutely is the phenomenal, and I mean phenomenal work from Austin Butler here, who gives one of the best performances of last year, without any shadow of a doubt, but also gives such a impressively, like, scaringly accurate performance of Elvis, the way he's able to match his mannerisms and his voice. You can tell that he's done a lot of research, and just the general cadence of Elvis as a person, I think he just does such a incredible job with that, and his performance, I mean, it really just helped elevate the material overall. This film really is trying to present Elvis in a very human way, and I think they do a really good job with that. Elvis had so much passion for what he wanted to do. He didn't want to be like everyone else. He had a very specific way of doing things, and that's something that Austin Butler does really well here. He doesn't try to play Elvis like any other sort of musician you've seen before. He really just has his own sort of feel to it, and at no point does this feel like an interpretation. You generally forget you're watching a performance. There were points in the movie where I thought this is Elvis reincarnated. There are even points in the movie where I thought Elvis was singing and it was actually Butler. That's how good he is in this role. It is just absolutely stunning work, and I loved what he ended up doing. I'm so happy that he ended up getting the accolades that he did for this performance, because it's a true powerhouse performance all around. You generally forget, like I said, that you're watching a biopic, and I think that's one of the things that works so well about this movie, and so I really loved the work that he put into this. But I gotta say, I feel like Tom Hanks' performance has been kind of shit on throughout the year, and I just don't quite understand it. Yes, this is definitely a much different role for him, not something that you really would have expected, but I think, honestly, he does some brilliant work here. The character of Colonel Tom Parker is very mysterious. We don't really know a lot about him. We don't really know what his entire sort of goal is, and despite being the main perspective of this film, he's the definition of an unreliable narrator. You don't know if you can really trust him throughout this film, and I think he actually works really well as this antagonistic figure. He brings such menace to this character, who at first comes across as very friendly, but you can tell he has this very deceptive intent, that he wants to kind of mold Elvis into who he wants him to be, while Elvis has his own way that he wants to be. And I think the perfect way to describe this, and one of the reasons I think Tom Hanks' performances work so well, is this great scene where Elvis is at this Christmas party, and he is being forced to make this Christmas special that he doesn't want to do, and he basically is told that, you know, people want him to be more commercial, people aren't liking the more rebellious aspects of him. So Tom Parker's trying to get him to perform Here Comes Santa Claus, and Elvis is like very vehemently against it, and this whole scene was just so tense to watch, and it's mainly due to Hank's performance that works so well here. I loved what he ended up doing in this movie. I thought, again, it was definitely different from what you've seen before, but it really just shows how strong of an actor he is, and yes, the accent can be a little bit distracting, the makeup isn't the greatest at points, but his performance, I think, really does work very well, especially with just how much you are annoyed by this character, and his relentless attempts to constantly stifle Elvis. He wants to stop him from doing what he loves and kind of just focus on his own material gain and make sure that Elvis is just kind of this exactly what he wants him to be at every given time, and I think that he just does a really great job playing this very eccentric type character, and the bond between both of these actors is definitely one of the things that makes this film shine as well as it does. There's a lot of clashing between these two, which is really when the film is at its best, and I think, like I said, that bond worked really well in this movie. For me, at least, I thought was definitely one of the high points of this film. But what's also really impressive about this movie is that this film does not try to portray Elvis like he is this perfect guy who has done everything right, has never made any mistakes in his life. There are points in this movie where he is definitely going too far. He is definitely trying to do things that are a little bit risky, and I like that this film does end up showcasing that. It doesn't try to portray him in this perfect manner. You know, there's been a lot of controversy over the years about Elvis and him kind of stealing from like black musicians, and this film actually does a great job of paying tribute to them, showing how Elvis was inspired by these characters, and I really like the direction they ended up going with that. It was done in a very loving manner, and I don't know how accurate it was to what actually happened, but I felt like they did a really good job of just giving the credit to these unsung heroes that have been forgotten because, well, this is an Elvis song, but it wasn't actually originated as an Elvis song. I thought that was something the movie did really well, so that's something I really did appreciate overall. And I think that's something that they did dive into very well. There are some things in the screenplay that I think are just a little bit underwritten for the most part. I think especially when it comes to his relationship with his mother, I wanted to see more of their overall dynamic. She is a very crucial part in his life, and I felt like they just kind of rushed through some of the stuff with her. She's good in the movie. Helen Thompson does give a good performance. I just want to see more with her character. Same when it goes for Priscilla. They dive into some of the more problematic aspects of this relationship, but it felt like they needed to do a little bit more in really just kind of dissecting what was going on there. Maybe they'll do more of that in the Priscilla film that is coming out soon, that Jacob Elordi is in. I forgot who's playing Priscilla. But maybe they'll do that more in this, but I just felt her character was kind of pushed by the wayside, and I wanted to see more of her overall. But my God, the things this movie does well, it does so incredibly well. And like I said, Baz Luhrmann's heightened style actually works really well in this movie. I think that the way he ends up depicting, you know, Elvis, and how everyone wants to frame him as like this enigmatic figure, and how he really frames him as like this real person, it's very well done here. It feels like Luhrmann is kind of tricking you at first. Like, it's very stylish, very hyper stylized, and then the film kind of becomes something a lot more genuine and authentic, and I thought he did a really good job with that. And like I said, it's a very unconventional biopic, and it in no way feels like this Wikipedia article. I would say for the first act, there's definitely some moments where it's like, okay, we're kind of rushing through things, but it definitely does feel like once the film does settle down, it really does find its groove, and I think they do a really good job with that. The impact and influence that Elvis had throughout the culture is a big part of this movie as well. You get to see various events that happen in life, both positive and negative for Elvis, and I thought that was something that was really well done. And at first, like I said, we feel like the audience when we see Elvis for the first time. We're very like confused as to what's really going on, and I think that, Luhrmann just does such a great job when it comes to that. You feel like you are witnessing Elvis on your own, and I just really like the way that he ended up directing this movie. So I think all of that does end up working really well. And my God, when it comes to the concert scenes in this movie, it is some of the best I have seen in years. Especially everyone's raved about the Vegas show, but it is truly a work of art. Just that sequence alone, the way you feel so invested in what's going on, the way you feel like you could be there, it feels so tangible in that way. It does everything it possibly can to put you in that environment, and I thought they did a really great job with that overall. The style to this movie is so well realized here, and I think that's one of the things that works really well about this film. So in that way, Baz Luhrmann was the perfect choice for this film. He understands the style very well here, and though the film can go in generic directions at times, because of that spectacle, it really just sticks out. There's also a genuine love for Elvis in this movie. You can tell there's a genuine heart, and they really do a great job of showcasing who he was, what he did for the culture, you know, who he really was to other people. I think the movie does a really excellent job with that. And like I said, Elvis isn't perfect and does gloss and definitely does make mistakes at points, but the movie does a really good job, and again, showing who he really was. And especially in the third act, I mean, it went in some pretty dark directions that I wasn't really expecting when it comes to the downfall of Elvis and what really ended up going, you know, wrong for him. I thought they did a really good job in covering all of that. And yes, the film definitely does have a gargantuan runtime, but it honestly pays off in spades because we really are given the opportunity to see things breathe, especially once the film does settle down. Like I said, after Parker initially meets Elvis, the film really does settle down after that. And from there, I mean, I was just absolutely riveted in everything this film was really doing. It's definitely not perfect. There are definitely some things I think it could have done better, but this is a film that when it's great, it really does soar. And after seeing so many, like, very just generic biopics that are just so instantly forgettable, like, it's hard to really even separate one from the other, this is definitely how you end up doing it. I mean, yes, there are moments in this movie where, like, you're seeing the real clips of Elvis and things like that, but this is really trying to do something distinctly different. It really to show that when you have that right talent, when the chips are in play, you can really create something genuinely special and something that people are going to be talking about for years to come. I think when we talk about music biopics and just how how kind of trite so many of them have become, I feel like Elvis is going to be one of those examples that, like, this is how you do it. This is how you end up creating something different, and I think that's something that Lerman should absolutely be applauded for. So yeah, I was so surprised by how much I really did end up enjoying this film. I'm hoping this can be like this career resurgence for Lerman, especially with how well this film did, like, financially and things like that. I was so happy to see this film, you know, get the reviews that it did. Yes, not everybody loved it, but it has such a genuine passion when it comes to its fan base, and it very much is deserving because of just how great of a film it really is. Like I said, it definitely isn't perfect, and it did take a while to find its footing, but once it did, it really did become something special for me. And by the end, I generally was so emotionally invested in what was happening, with an ending that honestly nearly brought me to tears with how well handled it really was, and how they really did a great job of paying tribute to Elvis, not trying to in any way immortalize him and treat him like he's this, you know, perfect guy, but really just showing the type of person that he was, how the impact he had on the culture, how other people constantly were trying to get in his way of, you know, becoming a lot more generic and him wanting to sell out, but him never really wanting to subject himself to that. I mean, this film really just has it all. So many incredible performances. Austin Butler and Tom Hanks especially are phenomenal in this movie, but Austin Butler in particular is just such an amazing find, and I cannot wait to see what he's going to do next. Easily, I think, maybe the biggest surprise of last year for me. A- for Elvis. I truly cannot believe how much I end up enjoying this movie, but it really is for sure one of the best biopics I have seen in a very long time. The Black Phone, I feel like, has gone completely overlooked, and it really is a damn shame because, to me, this is easily one of the best horror films of last year. Right off the bat, Scott Derrickson really just reminds us why he is such an amazing talent when it comes to horror. Not just because of how he is able to construct horror films, which this film is definitely scary. It has this very foreboding nature to it. A lot of that is due to how well they do in depicting the character, the presence of the grabber, and how terrified people are of his presence and what he really can do. But also putting his own sort of spin on it in this movie. This is not the same type of movie as Sinister. In fact, while it is a horror film, it is just as much of this coming-of-age film about this kid who is trying to, conquer bullies in his life. He is constantly picked on. People are always seeing him as this kid that's a loser, and you can see throughout the film he is just sort of taken it. He hasn't really had a chance to finally stand up to them, and I think that's something this movie does really well. They kind of take the character of the grabber and use him as a way to showcase how he taunts children, and how this kind of is someone that cause children to just kind of cower in fear. They're not willing to stand up. They're not willing to kind of not let him, define who they are and things like that. And I think this movie does an excellent job with that. There is a particularly chilling scene, this chilling idea where the main character of this film, he is on the phone with some of the other children that have been abducted, and they don't even remember their names because of just how long they've been with the grabber and how much he has pretty much defined their entire life. And I thought they did an excellent job in really just showcasing what this movie was going for when it came to this idea about bullying and things like that. I think all of that is really well done here. The movie is so much more character driven than I really was expecting. And I really did love that, especially when it comes to the brother-sister relationship between Finney and Gwen. I mean, these two you latch onto almost immediately just because of their incredible dynamic. Mason Thames is really great here. He gives his character all the subtlety that he really needs, a lot of pathos here that he is really dealing with, but also feels very real. This is somebody that you can relate to. You've been in his shoes before as this kid who, again, just isn't willing to stand up for himself. He's willing to kind of just take whatever comes his way, and throughout this film, he starts to gain more and more confidence in himself, and it's generally a very thrilling and just really incredible performance to watch. I really love what he ended up doing here, and I think he really did everything he could to make me root so hard for this character, and that's something that works so well, is that yes, you have the grabber, and Ethan Hawke is fantastic. We'll get to him in a little bit, but he is so great here. But I gotta say, Madeline McGraw may single-handedly steal this entire movie for me. I don't think enough people have talked about how good she is in this movie. I can't really get too much into what's so great about her because I do feel like a lot of people just haven't. This movie's gone very underseen, and I wish more were talking about it. But this character is so no nonsense. She's the complete polar opposite of her brother. She doesn't take shit from anybody. She's willing to swear in front of the principal. She's willing to, trade insults with the bullies and things like that. And she never seems to let anyone push her around in that way. And I really like that about her character. But she also has this confidence and levels of complexity that make her what I think is easily the most memorable part of this entire film. There is something that has been bestowed upon her concerning her father and concerning her mother, and I don't want to get into it too much, but I was not expecting them to go the direction they did with her, and I didn't know if it was really going to work for me, but I really dug what they ended up doing with her character in this movie. She becomes a vital part of the story. She is just as important as the character of Finney. You want to see Gwen sort of rescue Finney. She's the one that's kind of leading the charge. Nobody's really doing much of anything, and she's the one that's like really trying to step up, really trying to take action, and you really latch onto her character because of that, but also just seeing how she's dealing with this situation of her own and dealing with this horrible upbringing that she has to constantly find herself in. I mean, their father is just incredibly abusive. He is really going through a lot of shit of his own, and he's constantly taking it out on them, and I thought they did a really good job when it came to their overall dynamic, and I just really loved what McGraw ended up bringing to this movie. So I thought she was probably the big standout in terms of acting performances here. But like I said, Ethan Hawke should not be overlooked in this movie. Nobody should sleep on him. He is such a versatile actor, and this film really just reminds us of that. I mean, because of how good these kids are, he actually ends up being a bit you would think he'd end up being a bit overshadowed at points because he's not in this movie as much as you would think, but he absolutely delivers all the menace, all the frightening nature that you really want him to. What really works so well about the grabber is the fact that we don't know a ton about him. He feels like the manifestation of every sort of psychotic kidnapper that has preyed on children that you are probably terrified of. As a kid, you were terrified of it, and you're even more terrified about it now because it's still happening to this very day. And I think that's what makes him so incredibly scary throughout this movie, the way he's constantly trying to manipulate these kids into trying to open the door, into risking their lives, all these things that he ends up doing. I mean, he just kills it throughout this movie, and I think gives one of his best performances to date. It's definitely a lot more eccentric than of a role that he's done before, but I think the Grabber is just such one of the most memorable mass killers in recent memory. Again, due to how, though he is giving such an over-the-top performance, he still feels human. This feels like a real person who could do this to kids, because it's happened plenty of times before, and I think Hawk just did a great job in bringing that character to life, so I loved what he ended up doing here. But like I said, Scott Derrickson's directing really is what makes this film so special. The movie does work really well as a horror film, but also adds this genuine sense of emotion. It's very inspiring what goes down within the third act and how Finney grows this confidence in him. I really love the way they end up doing that, but also just the psychological manipulation between the Grabber and Finney. It's really riveting to watch, seeing that happening back and forth. You don't know what's actually going to happen throughout this movie. I found this film to be wildly unpredictable, and I really like the directions they went with it. But also the way this film is trying to insert social commentary about victims and just the power that their kidnapper holds over them, I just thought was really strong in this film. And really, you could compare this to any recent case that's happened within the past several years involving like missing person, like human trafficking or something like that. I mean, this movie really does a great job of, even though it takes place in the 1970s, shows that this is still very much happening today, and I think the movie does a really great job of kind of relating to recent events in that way. The cinematography is also incredible here. It's very nightmarish, very well done setting as well of the 1970s. It didn't feel random. It felt like it just kind of fit with what they were doing, and a really captivating score that really just kept me so invested in what was going on. By the time this movie ends, with how invested I was in the characters and everything that they were doing, I generally was in tears, almost in tears by the way this ended up wrapping up. So this is easily, I think, one of the best horror films of last year for me. There are some things that do bring it down. There's a character that's introduced that I really liked, and I understood his inclusion, but I wanted to see a bit more of him. I can't really get into too much more than that, but I felt that this character, they needed to do a little bit more within this film, and I think he could have been even strong. I think this character could have been even stronger because of that. But it really doesn't take away from how great of a film this really is. It proves how Derrickson, I think, he is one of the best working today in the horror genre. Hopefully he's going to continue to tell stories like this, because I think what he does so well is he takes these supernatural events, but he finds the humanism in it. He finds the sort of relatability and authenticity in it, and he doubles down on that so well within The Black Phone. And I'm hoping he's going to continue to make films like this for years to come. For me, this is easily one of the best horror films of last year. I really wish more people were talking about it. It really is unfortunate that there isn't enough talk going on about this movie. And for me, it was a film that I just found so incredibly handled with everything it was trying to accomplish. It's just as inspiring and moving as it is horrifying, and I feel like the best horror films are able to pull off both of those things. The best horror films are the ones where not only are you, caring about the characters because of them being in constant danger, but you also care about them because of how well developed they are throughout this film, and I think this movie does an incredible job with that. So, A for The Black Phone. Really, if I had to pick a horror movie where it's like, I don't understand why nobody is talking about this anymore, it's this film. I think this movie really just does something special, unlike what you've seen in other horror films before, and I really just respected that with this film a lot. So definitely one of the best of last year for sure for me. Marcel the Shell with the Shoes On is every bit as inspiring and wholesome as you really wanted it to be, but really is, I think, a film that, once again, just got really overlooked. I feel like people saw the trailer, really wanted to see this movie, and I just didn't hear a lot of people talk about this film, and it's unfortunate because it really is something different than I've seen from other animated films of its kind. This film feels very stripped back in what it's trying to do, or focusing on this character who, yes, he is trying to find his family, but I'd say this film is much more about him finding his purpose in life. You know, his family is something that he's in search of because he feels like this is his purpose. This is what's important to him. He doesn't really know who he is outside of his family. He doesn't really have that identity of his own. And it's kind of him learning more about himself through this journey. And I thought that ended up being one of the best parts of this entire film. And I think Marcel as a character is just someone you are instantly endeared to, not just because of just how absolutely just instantly adorable this character is, you know, not just because of how great Jenny Slate is in this role, really just convincing you of this character immediately, but also just the wit of Marcel. Marcel is absolutely hysterical at points. There's so many one-liners that he has throughout this movie, and I thought all of them were really well done here where they ended up going, but also just seeing his passion for things, like his major love for 60 Minutes. It feels like a very small thing, but it ended up being just really sweet the way they ended up going about it, the passion that he has for this show, especially when, you know, we eventually start to see more of Leslie Stahl and things like that. I thought they did a really good job when it came to that. Marcel has a YouTube channel, and you see him use it constantly throughout this movie, and ends up being really interesting. The movie actually has a lot to say about the concept of influencers and, you know, what Marcel is really doing and him kind of gaining this following of sorts. And I thought that whole portion of the film was very interesting, but also him never losing his innocence. He just has this very childlike wit to him that you are just very much drawn to, and I think it works really well in this film. I really like what they ended up doing when it came to his character in this movie, but I also got to shout out Isabella Rossellini, who plays Nana Connie. I thought she was also fantastic here. I really liked her performance in this film. I think that honestly I have not heard enough people talk about it, but I think she gives just as strong of a performance as Jenny Slate, because the relation between these two is very important. Connie's really like the only family member that Marcel really does have, and you see her always being this, you know, this warm sort of, you know, maternal figure for Marcel, and I think that she works very well as such. I really like where they ended up going with Connie as a character. She really does end up providing a lot of the more like tender moments in this movie, and I thought that did end up working very well here. The stop motion is just absolutely out of this world. The things that they were able to do in this film, I don't know how they were able to accomplish, especially with stop motion, but they really did a great job with it, and that's something that I really did appreciate when it came to this movie. There's just a lot to really like about this one. I think the only thing that does bring it down for me is that sometimes the movie does feel like you don't really know where it's going. It does take a while for it to get to its point, but once it does, it really does hit you. It really does end up becoming something effective in that way, with what the movie is really trying to get at when it comes to Marcel finding his family and whatnot. And the only other issue I do have with it is, as much as I do enjoy the interactions between him and the director of this film, Dean Fleischer Camp, who did a fantastic job on this movie, by the way, may I say. I really enjoyed his directing here. His acting leaves a lot to be desired. He is really not that great in terms of line delivery. There are some moments in the film that just feel a little bit awkward, and it mainly is due to his inclusion. I enjoyed Dean. I enjoyed their overall bond in this movie. I enjoy that this film is trying to function as if it's a real documentary and as if Marcel is a real person and Dean is trying to help him out. I just felt that his ability as an actor was very much lacking, and there were moments that it did kind of take me out of the movie a little bit, and I kind of wonder if he should have potentially gotten a more like well-known actor in there. But I understand this movie's trying to provide like a sense of authenticity, and I think that he did a good job when it came to that. So I really don't have too many complaints when it comes to this one. I think this is just a very heartwarming film that was every bit of as good as I really was expecting it to be, but it also is a movie that I definitely do want to give a rewatch to, because it really is a lot to take in on a first watch. There's a lot of information you're getting about Marcel. There's a lot of different concepts this movie's trying to tackle. It goes in some very deep and profound directions, and because of that, I do want to see this a second time. I actually have a very, I actually was able to purchase the film on Blu-ray because, well, my girlfriend lives in Canada, so I was able to have access to that. So hopefully I'm able to give this film a rewatch at some point, but I do think this film is really something great, and I definitely do recommend this one. So A- for Marcel, The Shell with the Shoes On. I feel like this film was kind of slept on, and it really does suck because I do think it is really something special, but it's definitely an anime movie where, like, you're not really expecting what it turns out to be. It's a very, I think, wholesome and very enjoyable ride, and one that I really can't recommend enough overall. I'm not gonna lie, for the first 20 minutes, I actually was kind of into The Man from Toronto. Yes, this movie is a very generic concept of this guy who is being accused of being this assassin of sorts, and he has to go down this path where he is actually working with the assassin who wants to murder him, and they kind of have this pact where he wants to be in secret and things like that, and I think that that concept was well done. I think the initial setup actually does work kind of well. The character of Teddy is this guy who is just kind of the bumbling idiot. He's always kind of making the wrong decisions, and he finds himself, working with this assassin because of that. And I thought that he did, and I thought that Kevin Hart worked well in this movie as this character. Like, he kind of made this character feel a bit more believable. And Woody Harrelson, I will say, very convincing in this role. The way the movie starts off, especially when it comes to eponymous Man from Toronto, I mean, it's a very chilling sequence. You honestly do feel very intimidated by what he is willing to do, the lengths that he's willing to go. There's a bit of a backstory to this character that I actually thought was kind of well done when you dive into, what has caused him to get to this point, why he's doing what he's really doing. This, interrogation scene he has in, like, the first, 10 minutes of the film, actually did think was really well done. So I do think there was a little bit more merit to this movie than I was expecting. And then it turns into a typical action comedy and really just kind of lost me from there. I think the biggest issue with this film overall is that it's a movie that, in order to really work, it has to do two things. One, it has to have a consistent sense of comedy, and it really doesn't have that. There's a really funny scene in an airplane that I actually was laughing quite hysterically at, but once we ventured outside of that, the movie just didn't have a lot to offer in terms of comedy, at least for me. And I did think there were some parts that worked, but for the most part, just really kind of fell flat. Two, you really have to buy into the chemistry of Kevin Hart and Woody Harrelson, and I just really didn't think it worked here. I think the biggest issue for me is that their acting styles in this movie are just so distinctly different that they just don't mesh and honestly don't feel like they're in the same movie. Kevin Hart is kind of just playing the typical character that he usually does, and look, he does do a good job at that. I always wish that he'd play more characters like he did in, say, for example, The Upside. I thought he gave a really strong performance in that movie, and I won't lie, I am starting to grow a bit tired of his overall shtick because we've seen it in so many goddamn movies, but Kevin Hart is still fun in this role, and he does a good job. Woody Harrelson is really going for it in this role. He's playing this character very straight, much more than you would expect. And so because of that, the dynamic just isn't really there, and I never really found myself latching onto the bond between them or believing the bond between them, because as the movie goes on, you start to see these characters move in a more sort of friend type direction, and it just didn't feel very believable to me. It felt like this would have worked a lot better if Harrelson was just the villain here. I don't think that the idea of these two kind of, turning friends in that way, I just didn't really work for me, so I don't think that part of the film worked very well. There's a lot of other subplots in this movie that just really ended up falling flat. There's this weird subplot with his wife in the movie. She is being protected by this bodyguard, and you can tell, and Teddy is jealous that this bodyguard is going to constantly, veer her away from their marriage. He's always worried that, she's going to cheat on him or something like that, and they're trying to make this be, a really fun subplot, but it just felt very awkward to me. They kept cutting back to it. It was the same joke every single time, and it just really didn't end up working at all. It also doesn't doesn't help that I didn't feel any chemistry between Kevin Hart and Jasmine Matthews in this movie. I didn't really feel the relationship between them at all. There are other characters that enter this film, and I just didn't really think they particularly had much of anything to do. Kaylee Cuoco is a good example of this. I didn't think she had much of anything to do in this movie. I felt she was honestly kind of wasted here. Very good actress, and I do enjoy her in, like, I do enjoy her as an actress, but I just didn't feel she had much to do here. Same with Ellen Barkin, just a lot of actors that I wanted to see a lot more from. And then there's the action in this movie, and look, there is one really good action sequence. There's this really good, like, one-take sequence that I thought was actually kind of thrilling, the way it was constructed. But it is literally the only action scene in the movie that is worth remembering. Other than that, I can't remember a single action scene in this movie that really stuck out to me. I found it to be very generic in that way. And I think a big part of this is the director they decided to get for this film. It is Patrick Hughes, who has done Hitman's Bodyguard, has done Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard, and he's proven before he just isn't that great, I think, when it comes to action. He isn't that great at having a style of his own. It just feels very generic. It feels very derivative of other films. You've seen this concept done before. You've seen it done better. And there just isn't a lot to this movie that handles it in a manner where I'm like, this is really taking a fresh approach to this. This is really going in a better, in a different spot than I really would have imagined. Like, I feel like with a movie like this, you have to go above and beyond the, predictable sort of nature that this film does. And because it never really goes there, it just ends up being very forgettable. So I didn't absolutely despise this movie, but it started off kind of strong. And by the end, I just really wasn't liking it at all. I didn't find it to be very funny. I didn't find, like I said, the bond between these two characters to be all that believable, and I really just found this to be an incredibly throwaway film that I think could have been something a lot better had you had better talent involved. Kevin Hart and Woody Harrelson are giving it their all, but for the most part, I really just wasn't all that into this film. So C- for The Man from Toronto. I know there were definitely aspects that I was a bit more positive on than you were expecting, but it's one of those movies where, like, the more it went on, the more I just really wasn't caring at all, and by the end, I just really couldn't stand this film. There's gonna be a sequel, apparently. I have no idea how. I heard nobody talking about this movie. But apparently a sequel's in development, and then I heard Patrick Bryce also wants to, like, potentially do a crossover with these characters, so we're gonna have a universe of sorts. I don't know how that's all going to come into play and what's gonna happen when it comes to these characters, but there just really isn't a lot to this movie that really stuck out overall, so it's yet another very forgettable Netflix film. And I remember this was supposed to get, like, a theatrical release originally, and you can see why this is a movie that was dumped onto a streaming service, because it feels like a film that is honestly kind of, like, made for them. It just doesn't really feel like it has a lot going for it theatrically. Aside from the things that I mentioned, it just ends up being a very forgettable film all around. Flux Gourmet is really weird. I will get that out of the way right now. There are going to be some people that absolutely despise this movie. They're not going to understand it. And honestly, I don't blame them, because the previous film this director did, I was not a fan of really at all. In Fabric, I didn't really understand what they were trying to get at besides, like, a very surface level. I didn't find myself latching on to many of the characters. I think Peter Strickland is very eccentric in the way that he directs his movies, and there's something to really admire about that. I like the fact that he has his own sort of specific style. He has a very off-kilter sort of feel to his movies. He loves going in these really just audacious directions, and Flux Gourmet is really no different than that. But I do think this movie, for the most part, is better than In Fabric, especially from a story perspective. I think the whole premise of this film is really interesting. You're focusing on a bunch of performance artists, and they are a part of what's called sonic catering, where they use food, but not in the way you're expecting. They want to try to, like, extract, like, disturbing sounds from food and things like that. So yeah, you can already see how this film goes in some really weird directions, but I gotta say, the movie really does commit to this idea very well. What I like about this movie is, one, it is generally very funny. There's a lot of moments in this film I found myself laughing at, especially when it comes to the actual, like, catering scenes and what they're really trying to appease the crowd, and things like that. I thought there were some really funny moments there. The various character interactions, I think, do work really well. And so I think the comedy was definitely a lot more consistent in this film, way more than In Fabric was, for me at least. But the other thing that works really well is I do think this film has some really good social commentary, just really about artists and how far they are willing to go to create something that they are being told is art, but is it really, or is it just kind of shit and they're kind of just being led into believing it is that way? And I think a lot of that is due to how good Gwendolyn Christie is in this movie. Holy shit, she is incredible in this film. And look, I've loved her in a lot of stuff. I've always thought she was a great actress, obviously ever since like the Game of Thrones days and things like that. But this is one of the most different performances I've seen from her. She's playing this woman that is like so fixated on creating her own reality. She's so driven by what she's doing, and you can see that this woman is generally insane with what she wants to do. She has this very like strict way of going about her activities and things like that. She wants them to handle things in a certain way. If anyone even dares to like defy her, you know, you see the lengths that she is willing to go. But she does such an incredible job of making you believe this character, because we've seen people like this in real life. This is somebody who wants to convince people of her reality. She wants to try to manipulate and control everything about them, every aspect of their life. She wants to control in that way, even if it doesn't really make sense. But because of the fact that she is so, you know, domineering in that way, people are so latched onto her as a creator. And I thought that Christie just really killed it in this role. I love what she ended up doing here. Asa Butterfield is also very good in this movie as Billy. He is somebody who is very reluctant with what he is doing, but you can tell that he has a genuine passion for this as well, and I thought he was very good here. Ariana Labette, I also have not seen her in really anything before, but I thought she was really great in this film as Lamina, the only person who really is willing to like kind of speak out you know, with what's happening, and I thought that that part of the film ended up working really well too. So yeah, I thought the writing here was far more consistent. My only real issue is that it does take a while to really get going. There are points in this movie where like, what are they really trying to get at here? What are they really trying to say? There are a couple characters that I just didn't feel got enough of a focus in this movie that I wish they would have done a better job with. But when this film really is going for it in terms of just how outrageous and the statement it's trying to make, I mean, it really is very effective in that way, and that's something I really did admire about Peter Strickland's writing. The cinematography is also gorgeous in this movie. It has such a distinctive feel to it that I think does end up working very well. I do think the movie does run a little bit long at points. I do think there are some moments that do drag here and there, but for the most part, I did find myself pretty invested in what was going on. My only other real issue in this movie, this is yet another film where they have this narration going on, and I just really didn't see the point of it. It's not that the narration in this film didn't work for me, it feels very divorced from the rest of the film. The character that's here is like speaking in this very like monotone voice. We don't really understand his inclusion in the film. He doesn't play as big of a role as I was really hoping for, and so I just felt the narration was just a little bit unnecessary here. I get what they were trying to go for, but every time we come back to it, it just really kind of ended up taking me out of the movie, so I didn't think that part of the film was as strong as I really wanted to be. And like I said, the film is definitely does drag a little bit, and there are some moments while the comedy does work, the film has a lot of dry humor, and to be honest, some of it just didn't quite work for me in the way I think that they were going for. There are a lot of funny moments here, though. There are a lot of things that really did end up working for me. There's this scene, especially with Asa Butterfield and this relationship that he's had with this girl. That whole thing I thought was really fun. There is this, a lot of this movie involves farting, and not in the way that you are expecting. And I honestly thought the way they utilized that was really well done. So yeah, overall, this was a movie that I end up enjoying more than I thought I was going to. I think this is definitely a much better film from Peter Strickland. It's definitely not going to be for everyone. Like I said, I honestly don't know if I would recommend this movie to like general audiences, because I feel like they'd just be very like turned off by how just like weird and eccentric it is. But I really dug it. I liked what it was trying to say. I thought it had some really interesting social commentary, some really strong performances, especially Gwendolyn Christie, and overall I do think it's definitely worth a watch. So B- for Flux Gourmet. I still wasn't like blown away by it, but especially compared to the previous Peter Strickland film I watched, I enjoyed this one definitely significantly more than previous works. And finally, oh my god, we have made it to the last film of this video. I know this was very long, but we've got the last film here, and that is Rise. Yet another sort of sports film that I typically am not super into, but I enjoyed this one quite a bit. I think there's a lot of things it does have going for it. One, while yes, it is focusing on this basketball team, the movie really has this sense of family to it. All of the characters in this film, you can see they're very much struggling. They've recently emigrated from Nigeria to Greece, and there is very much a cultural divide going on there, but also a racial divide going on there, and you can see how it's really affected this family in this way. And I think those are the moments that this film really does excel. Any moment that the family is together, I mean, you really do feel it. They have such a genuine sense of camaraderie for each other. They have a genuine sense of love, and really just latches you onto the entire film, and I think they do a really good job with that. But you see how these characters end up going from just kind of rags to riches in that way, and we've seen this story done before, but I think the movie does enough to make it really stick out as something special, and I thought they did do a pretty good job with that. Performance-wise, I will say nobody really sticks out in this movie. I think there are some good performances here, but there wasn't anything where I was like, oh my god, this is like an amazing performance. I just thought the actors they got here all, played their roles very well, and I was impressed by what they ended up doing. But also, Eiken Omatoso's directing is very strong here. You can tell that he has a genuine connection to this story as well, and I think that he did a very good job when it came to this one and kind of covering this very famous athlete and sort of like his rise to fame. I thought they did a good job of that, but again, it's that family aspect that I really did find myself latching onto. That being said, the screenplay does leave quite a bit to be desired. I think that the film kind of it kind of ends up coming up a bit short in terms of some of its characters. While I think the first half of this movie is really well done, once it turns into more of just a sports movie, it does become a little bit more generic, and I think they could have done a better job at utilizing some of the characters here. I also wanted to see a lot more of just the journey that this family had to overcome. The whole idea of them now being in Greece and the constant, struggle they're having with not being able to attain visas, constantly just being shit on by pretty much everybody that they encounter, being treated just in such a demeaning manner. I wanted to see more of that aspect of the film because that was the aspect of the film I felt that was the most effective. It stuck out the most to me in terms of something different this movie was trying to do, and also I just really enjoyed that family aspect a lot, so I wish they dived a little bit deeper into that. But I think for what this is, it honestly is very inspiring. It's a movie that you definitely do feel really good towards, especially as the movie goes on. There's some really strong moments here. So again, it's not a film that I have like glowing reviews towards, but I think there's a lot that it does end up doing right, and I think it's a movie that again has kind of just gone underseen because, well, it's on Disney Plus. They don't market their films very well like a lot of streaming services do, and so people just don't really know that it's a thing, but it very much is a thing, and I do think it is definitely worth watching. So B- for Rise. It's not like one of the greatest sports dramas I've ever seen, but it takes enough risks and it goes in enough different directions, and especially has like such a genuine like sense of heart to it that I really do end up recommending this one overall. I think if you're looking for just a really inspirational sports film, I think this one will definitely do the trick. And oh my god, we finally made it to the end of this goddamn video. Guys, I have literally been filming this video since October of last year. I am not even joking. That is how long it has taken for me to actually do this video. Thank you all for watching, by the way. This video has taken way longer to upload than I was anticipating it to, and I do apologize for that, but I am trying to finally get back into the habit of being more consistent with YouTube, trying to catch up on the things that I need to. We are now 5 months into 2023. I haven't reviewed a single 2023 film on YouTube. I've done a lot of Letterboxd stuff, but I haven't done any on YouTube, and that's definitely something that I do want to rectify in the coming months, so hopefully I am able to do that. I don't know when the next video is going to be up in terms of what I watch, but I will try to get it done as soon as possible. I'm also planning on, because of the fact that this has taken so long, I was planning to do individual movie reviews for like movies in September and October, but I'm just gonna put that in one video and That way I'm able to just get it out a little bit faster, especially making up again for just the lack of, the lack of videos you've seen throughout the past couple months. I hope I'm able to make up for that. But thank you guys for watching. I know this was a very long video, but I think overall definitely was warranted. I tried to talk about these movies as thoroughly as I could, some of which I didn't even remember, but that's the beauty of doing these videos like so late after watching these movies, almost an entire year later for some of them. Yeah, that's it for this video. As always, comment down below. Let me know what you guys thought of any of these movies throughout this video. Love to hear your thoughts on all of them. We'll see you guys in my next video, and I will see you guys for that. Okay, bye.
Hollywood infected, you're bringing